Terwan Saranai, my dear Dhamma friends, and good evening to all of you. So, there was some kind of a technical glitch here, so that's why we couldn't start it uh, exactly at 9 p.m. in Sri Lankan time. Anyway, as usual, before I start my today's explanations, I'd like to worship our noble friend Buddothpada Aranwanse. And I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to him for giving us this kind of an opportunity to announce or explain the truth to the world in this uh, Zoom platform. So once again, I would like to pay my once humble worship to him. So, so we have been talking about the illusion that is made, that have been made for us during our lifetime. So, at a glance, people who listens to this Dhamma or these sermons would not easily grab it. At a glance, hearing this message won't go into their minds. So, what people have to do is just take the message as a guide, and we are guiding. The guidance is given through these sermons. How to look into this Dhamma in a particular angle. So that angle is so unique. So none of you could take this message properly unless you try to see this angle in that see this Dhamma in that particular angle. This angle is so it's very much important here, because we have been talking about this angle for each and every sermon, it seems. So it is worth of talking here, because it is worth that we talk in every sermon, because it is that much important. So otherwise you will miss this message. So this angle is the angle that would see this, that would enable you to see this Dhamma, is the non-conscious angle. Wow, what is that? What does that mean? Non-conscious angle per se means that you have to see this as a non-living being. So at first, from the starting point itself, you have to look at this Dhamma in a way that you are not a living being. Because ultimately what Lord Buddha says is, there is no living being here. So if you start to see this or explore this Dhamma from that particular living angle, you will miss that particular message. So that's why we always encourage you, we always advise you to take this message as a non-living being. So just try to see this message from a non-conscious angle. So this angle is that That much important here. Because otherwise, even though you, how much you listen to this Dhamma, I mean, maybe you have been listening to this Dhamma for 3 years. Still, you try to grab this um, message from the uh, alive angle or the conscious angle. So these are very common. This is the very most commonest mistake that followers will make. That's why we keep on telling you again and again in each and every sermon, just look at this Dhamma from a non-conscious perspective. Just try to see this Dhamma as a process, as a uh, as a natural phenomena, right? Don't ever look into this Dhamma as a human being or a living being. So just like we'll say you are studying something like a certain electronic circuit. So we'll say, so once the switch is turned on, the current is flowing, starts to flowing from positive to negative, and it goes through the resistors. So resistors get heated up, then current reaches this diodes, and it acts as logic gates, like all the things, right? So when you study an electronic circuit, how does it function? So you don't apply a nature of a uh, living being to that uh, study, So likewise, you have to uh, study or the learn or the um, apply that learning method to this. Even though you are studying about yourself, your mind, you have to start with that non-conscious perspective. Otherwise, grab you will not grab the uh, you will not take the proper message completely. So it will make gaps in certain places, because it is because so that's why we advise you to try to see try to start your investigation from that perspective, non-conscious perspective. So people nowadays also in Sinhala Zoom discussions, so you frequently hear the people who are listening to this Dhamma for about more than 4, 2, 3 years. They still ask the questions about this Dhamma within the framework of the self, staying within the framework of the self. So, so for that particular kind of a person, it is very hard to uh, enforce that this Dhamma uh, or describe this Dhamma, because he has been or she has been taken this as Dhamma from the self angle. So that's why so that's why we keep on telling this about this angle very frequently in each and every uh, sermon. So so just start your investigation like a dead dead man. You should never apply your self identity to any point of any point that we mention here. So the vibration. So every this starting point would be the vibration, right? You know these things, but you, as an example, so I'm telling this thing. If you take the vibration is happening within me, so so when we deliver the message of vibration, so people tend to think, ah, it's a vibe. So this one is talking about the vibration that happens within me. That is wrong. That is wrong. The way you uh, thought of taking it as a vibration that happens within me, that is wrong. So, and also don't take this vibration happens in this world. So if the if we take if we think like that way, we t- we tend to we tend to feel that this happens in this earth or this place where you are staying, and also you tend to think it happens within me like this vibration is happening within me like this. So that's why this particular non self angle is very important. Just study, just listen, just try to understand a natural kind of phenomena that's happening in the outer space, right? In the outer space where the any anything you can't see, anything you cannot feel, anything you cannot hear. So in that kind of a space, if some vibration like thing happens, what would be the next step? Like thing, like that, you have to start the study in that particular way. Don't try to apply the self to any point of this for of this process. This is very, very important, right? Then, through the cause and effect Dhamma, what really tries to, through this cause and effect Dhamma, what really tries to explain is creation of the self. How this samudaya thing happens. Samudaya means creation happens. What sort of a creation? A creation of a living feeling, a live feeling. So we are studying how this creation had been happened. So so why we are born here? That was the question. So what for what purpose we are here? So am I really a living being? So those questions were there. So what is this consciousness? Is it really existing within ourselves? So does each and every animal have this kind of consciousness? Do these mountains, rivers, and bridges and these objects do not uh, do do these worldly objects also have this kind of a consciousness? So we have so many questions. So to find out the answers for that particular questions, answers for that particular questions, people have come out with, nowadays people have come out with so many uh, I mean explanations. So lot of them are philosophical. So these most tend to believe there is a universal kind of consciousness which can perceive each and every what do you call a perception. That is the back end, and we are a subset of that. So every human and every animal represent a subset from that particular universal kind of uh, consciousness. So these are some philosophical um, explanations nowadays we hear from, especially from the Western world, right? But what Lord Buddha said is, you don't find a so-called consciousness either. There is no such a thing called universal or whatever consciousness here. So in order to see that, in order to understand that particular thing, Lord Buddha had revealed a method to follow. That method is represented through the Paticca Samuppada. That means the cause and effect Dhamma. This cause and effect Dhamma clearly explain how does this consciousness thing is consciousness thing comes about. Everything starts with a vibration. So, so we are the consciousness in the other side of the consciousness is the feeling of the aliveness, alive feeling. Or the in Pali terms, so we can say it as a itta bhave. So how this consciousness or the itta bhave, a live feeling comes about. Then to study that thing, uh, study that thing, you have to start from obviously you will realize this thing. Obviously you have to start from an unconscious angle. So being a frame within a frame of conscious angle, conscious frame, so you would never understand how this consciousness arises because you are already in the conscious feeling. So that's why it is so important to get out from that frame and start to work it out from the non-conscious to the conscious. So, as Lord Buddha said, try to understand this Dhamma in that particular way. The methodology is very clear now. How you should investigate. So you start with the vibration. In the universe, if there is happen to be a kind of a vibration, what will happen? It will give rise a certain feel, right? Here I'm not talking about a living being. Here I'm not talking about a sensor. Here I'm not talking about anything. Just imagine in a blank empty space, if there is happens to be a vibration, the vibration itself is capable of generating a power within. That power is let or trigger some kind of a feel there. Feel. That feel will be projected as a perception. These are the very basic starting point of this research. then what happens? If the projection is light, if the projection happens to be the light, that is the place where the eye, the vision gets created. But with that energy, initial energy, it generated within that, due to that particular collision, it won't stop making only one vibration. It keeps on producing repetitive vibrations. Like when you drop a ball onto a calm water surface, so it will just won't stop after making one ripple. Even you give a one single drop or one single collision, even it happens on the surface, it tends to produce so many ripples, starting from the place you drop the uh, ball, uh, moving to moving radially towards the border of this water, maybe on a basin or another thing, towards the border, right? Circular type of ripples tend to form. So it does not forming only one thing. The nature of this any kind of a collision, is it will trigger uh, so many vibrations to happen. So due to repetitive vibrations happen following that collision, the perceptions that are get created as a result of the energy, it will produce more and more perceptions, repetitive perception of the same kind. So maybe thousands and millions. So then, of course, when it happens, what will happen? You tend to feel like the vision is as real thing. Yes, seeing, seeing, seeing is happening. That one is real. So skandhanam patibhavo ayang uttiti. That means what? Ayatanam. It is the place where your faculty, eye faculty, gets created. This point is very, very important because this is the unique expression, unique way of explaining this entire thing from Buddha's perspective. So, this kind of a thing had never been revealed by any kind of a spiritual leader. So, yo bante viditvana machuraja napasati. Tamburi Mahapurusha says Simbadi Majjaka. If someone is capable of understanding that particular phenomena only, he'll become the greatest of the world. That is said by Lord Buddha. That one was said by Lord Buddha. This is the key here. This is the key. This is the key point to understand. Right? Repetitive vibration will make you the perception to be felt as real. Even though I use the word here, you means still you are not being created. But for the sake of expressing these things, I'm using this, but The you or self has not been created yet. But some kind of consciousness has now been born. How does this kind of consciousness has come? From the repetitive by merging of the repetitive vibration. So each one vibration contains some kind of energy. So if it happens rapidly, the energy that is built within one each vibrations merge together to form some kind of a feel there. That feel brings about to feel to uh, that feel brings about some kind of a feeling of the existence of this particular perception. But if it is I, the perception would be the light. So then it is tend to feel that the light is really existing. Same thing happens to at at in the very moment for the I ear also. So in that particular same vibration. So we'll take the example again, an instance where you drop uh, a ball onto a calm, quiet surface of water, right? So you tend to hear a sound as well. So the same vibration is able to create another kind of a perception at that same instance. That perception keeps on coming again and again due to the multiple ripples, that multiple vibration. So it tends to feel that particular perception is as real. That perception would be the um, what do you call this, noise or the uh, sound. So we learned how two uh, faculties get created with the same vibration. If you analyze a little bit further, at the time of it collides each other, definitely there would be a temperature difference would be generated, will also be generated. So, and in the same vibration, a temperature or the some kind of a heat will be released. So that due to the um, repeatedly occurrences of the same perception, so it tends to feel that heat is as a real thing, really real perception. So now let just see how these three faculties, three receptors, or three uh, sensors got created in a same vibration, right? So the same vibration has this has the was able to project or create or give rise to three different perceptions, three different faculties. So what will happen next? Those three different or four ditta sutta mutta, those three different faculties come together, get together, and then it will create another kind of a perception. So three kind of perceptions come together, collide again, come together. They collectively create another kind of a perception. So it may be a totally different thing. It may be it is having the characteristics of the light. It may be having the characteristics of the sound. It may be having the characteristics of the um, heat or the tactile perceptions. So, but it would be a totally different perception. So that perception again has the same kind of uh, multiple what do you call multiple perceptions tend to come again and again. So what will happen? That particular perception also tend to feel like it is real. That is the chitta niyama. That is the way how the mind gets created. In the mind the mind has some kind of a figure. That is the worldly entity. So for that we call the world entity. So that is the chair. So that particular chair has the characteristics of light perception, characteristics of uh, sound perception, and other perceptions like hardness, firmness, apo, tejo, vayo, patavi. Like these kind of qualities are also there. It is detected by the skin sensor. So these sensory perceptions come together to form the worldly one single perception. See, see, along this path, now, now, now we tend to feel like so. Just forget it. The first person here, right? Just still you take it as the as this entire process as an unconscious thing. So, but after forming this perceptions, due to the repetitive action of these vibrations, we tend to feel this chair is really existing. Earlier, we felt like light was real, sound was real, and the heat or whatever the perception it made was real. After combining all these perceptions, uh, they create another kind of a perception. That is the chair, or that is the mother, or that is the likewise. Now these have become the worldly entities. So that is the way how your world gets created from the initial five perceptions. So here we don't talk about a self yet. Still, there is no one to perceive it, but there is some kind of a feeling of this existing chair. Yet, no one was there to perceive it because we started this story uh, at a place where nothing was there. Like we are in the outer space, right? Nothing was there, but after some kind of a collision, vibrations happened. So this vibration had projected all these um, sensory perceptions. These sensory perceptions came together and formed a worldly perception, that is the chair. So as this process happens, uh, millions of time in a fraction of second, we tend to feel not there would be some kind of a existing feel within that the perception of the chair. Still, there is no person here. But what happens next? As the other side of the same coin, involuntarily, there would be another kind of a feeling involuntarily generating a self that is the mm, self identity, which perceives that the feeling of the particular existing chair. So it is very difficult. So this is also as a result of the same vibration. So vibrations come together and forms and something like some kind of a existing perception. This is a chair. So once this chair becomes real, existing, feel like if it is existing, so there should be a person or there should be another kind of a living thing to perceive that perception. So this is the point. This is the exact point where your consciousness or the where your I-ness or the where your self get created. This entire thing, I'm telling it again and again, is a natural phenomena. Nobody involved in that particular thing. Even you didn't involve in this thing. Nahidam parakatam bimban nahidam parakatang agang. The Sela Terenia said like that. This image, mean this projection or this perception has not been created by anybody, neither by you. This was revealed to the world by Sela Terania in Buddha's time. This image, this projection, or this perception, this worldly perception had been created naturally. As a result of the natural occurrences, it got created. So inherently, once it is get created, at the same time, it will generate some kind of a existence feel. This existence feel has to be felt by somebody else. So who is the one who is perceiving that this existence feel? Then comes another thought with entangled to it, combined to that. That is the me. That is me. Who is me? That is the another kind of a worldly perception that you saw in the mirror. So a thought combines with that particular feeling. The the thought of that particular perception uh, merge with the exact feeling of the existence of the self. So from that day onwards, whenever this kind of a existent feel comes, it carries the notion of the self. This is the exact way how you are born. This is the way. It is well explained. It is very well explained in the cause and effect Dhamma. Starting with a nothingness, a giving rise to a consciousness. So if you understand this path or this process, there won't be any magic here, because this is the exact way how this consciousness thing is brought about. For if you understand that thing, the logic or the concepts that are revealed by the certain philosophers will become not true. They become not true, because there would no such a thing called universal kind of consciousness to perceive anything. When the causes are there, when the exact materials or exact things get together, the consciousness will be created then and there. There is no such a thing called consciousness. So why does this entire thing happens? Actually, there is no such a thing happening here. Because of the ignorance, because as we don't know this mechanism, we tend to believe that there is such a thing called consciousness here. But actually, if you start to analyze this, you won't find a particular thing called consciousness, or you won't find a particular thing called perception, or you don't find a particular thing called an energy. You don't find a particular thing called a vibration. So if you go, then you that is the backward. That is going backwards, like thing. The entire process you get to know from uh, 1 to 10. Then if the 10 is not actually existing, the 9 would not also be existing. So in the absence of the 9, the 8 won't be there. Likewise, if you go backwards in this process, you won't find any kind of a thing even. So then you will understand there is nothing called a vibration either. It comes only through the understanding. It is very difficult, but it comes only through the understanding. So then what you will realize is, ultimately, there is nothing called a self here, and the self had not been there earlier as well. Because of the ignorance, because we didn't know this entire thing, we got deceived from these projections. So that will make us to see that made us to see that yes, that made that thing, that ignorance uh, made us to see the illusion as the real thing, as a real thing. So once it becomes a real at any point, if it becomes real at any point of this, in within that process, it keeps on producing more and more perception, which put you in trouble. So if one become real, if if I will say, if the light became real, then the worldly perception will also become real for you. Then the If one world perception become real for you, the next one will involuntarily becomes real for you. Likewise, you tend to feel like everything in the movie as a real thing. So you start to live with that within that movie because every the movie has now became real for you. But once you untangle, start to untangle. I don't know whether my word is correct. Untangle to loosen this jargon. You tend to feel like this worldly perceptions. First, you will tend to realize that there is no person here. Definitely, there should be no person because it is the person. The notion of the person is created as a result of the entire process. Now, there should be no person here. No, no person here, right? So then what happens? If the person is not there, so there should not no be a person to perceive that particular existence feeling. So the how this persist existing feeling of the objects will bring about has brought about. So it is also due to the vibration, results of the vibrations. So repetitive, the sankata, sankara, or the mental formations tend to create this existence feel. So you then realize that it is not also real. So then you go back the initial vibration of the sensor. Is it a real thing? No, this is only a projection of light, hear, sound, and the tactile stimulation. So these are just electrical sparks. So they cannot be taken as real things. They are just projections. So so you tend to feel like those are also not real. Like so if if those things are not real, so should there be a vibration there? No. If vibration was not there, if the perception is not there, would there be some kind of a feeling there? No. Lord Buddha said like that. Any perception would carry uh, a kind of a conscious feeling, but there is no kind of a sanya without without a feel. So likewise, would there be a conscious thing in that light? No, there won't be. So in the absence of the conscious feeling, would there be a power there? No, there is no chance of generating power. If the power is not there, will there be a vibration, so-called vibration? No. So if the vibration is not there, will there be a kind of an initial collision there? No. So, so you begin to untangle this jargon one by one from now to backwards. So then you will find the real nothingness, the absolute nothingness. So that's why you ultimately you will realize this self is not there right now, as well as it had not been there in the previous instances as well. So I have never been born. I have not never been born. You you come to this conclusion after realizing everything. And even though you speak up in this very moment, even though you keep on listening in this very moment, there is no such a living being as you in this very moment even. You have never been born because you don't know these things. You think that you are born and you are listening to Dharma this moment. It is the projection, which is not true. So this Dhamma is so beautiful. This Dhamma is so logical. So anybody who has some kind of an internal curiosity to explore about who am I, they will catch this point. They will understand it is not rocket science. It is very logical uh, kind of a mechanism is happening. Actually, there is no kind of a mechanism here. Once you understand this thing, you will understand there is no such a thing called Paticcasamuppada even. There is no such a thing called Dhamma even. Dhamma per se is the nothingness. But we say Paticcasamuppada Dhamma is the Dhamma. So, in order to understand that noble nothingness, you need some kind of a direction. So that direction or guidance is given by this cause and effect law or Dhamma or the Patisamuppada Dhamma. Once you understand this completely, you will realize there is no such a thing called Patisamuppada even, because there is no kind of a chance to uh, trigger this initial collision. If there is only a collision happens only, the entire process will start to roll out. Otherwise, there is no kind of a thing. If this entire thing, if this entire projections happen to start from that moment, you tend to feel like you are a living being. You have a birth, then you have a death as well. Once you understand this completely, you tend to feel the noble nothingness, the state of Nisato Nijjiva Sunyo. No living being, no human, only the nothingness. That this nothingness is totally different from the nothingness that you think from your mind. If you if you start to think what sort of a thing like that kind of what sort of a thing that nothingness is, so that gives certain mental formations again. So that will give wrong impressions on you. So don't try to focus on the end results. Don't try to focus on the nothingness, the noble nothingness. So it will give you, from the mind, it will give you certain wrong impressions. So that will mislead you. Just start from the point where Lord Buddha asks us to start this research. Kampaneta mevena rope, loke. The vibration is the causative factor here. The an absence of the vibration, there won't be a world for you. So once you realize this Dhamma, you tend to feel the nothingness is everywhere. You are sitting on the nothingness, but you can't see. You are sitting on the state of Nibbana, but you can't see because you don't know. So you are already deceived by the illusion. The illusion has tricked you. You have been tricked by the illusion, which is not real. The illusion is not real, but you think the illusion is real, and I myself is also as real. But this is the door to your uh, nibbana, or the state of nothingness, or the state of nisato nijyo sunyo. So please pay attention, try to figure it out slowly. Take your own time, sit back and relax while you are doing your day-to-day life, while you are doing your day-to-day activities. Just try to think what is happening here. Just try to uh, go into deep, slowly, at your own pace, no hurry. So you are the one who you should realize. So no one can pour into your head. So you are the one you have to realize or figure it out by yourself. So that would lead you to get away from this film or the illusion. That is the Cheto Vimukti state. That doesn't have any kind of a trigger point. Animitta, animittai. So the complete liberation of the mind will happen. So in the sense, in other words, complete liberation of your from your illusion will happen. It happens to you. It is self-convincing. So it is self-evident. So this is a very beautiful number. This has not been heard, not been revealed until uh, uh, until you hear these Buddothpada sermons. So it is the jewel here. You have a jewel in your hand. You hear this Dhamma, this pure truth. You hear this thing. So if you are happen to hear this Dhamma, so you are the one who have been selected to see the so to attain the Nibbana. You are a privileged one. So don't miss this opportunity. Just leading your own day, your life. You can eat, you can jump, you can go on trips, and you can do whatever you want, whatever you do used to do. So if you are a younger person, if you have affairs with the uh, mm, you may be having affairs with a girlfriend or boyfriend, that's all right. Just carry it out as normal, but just pay attention to this uh, Buddha's message for a little while. That will enough. That will be enough for you to get the full realization. So that will make you to get out from this entire film, entire illusion. That is the Cheto Vimukti state. That is the way how you should attain the Nibbana. So I think so we are running out of time as well. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. So thank you very much for listening, and we'll meet up tomorrow. Therwan Sarnai to all of you. Therwan Sarnai.
Thiruvan Saranai. First of all, I worship our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan's feet and welcome to the evening Dhamma talk. So, we have been exploring uh, how uh, we how we feel as if there is a self and there is an external world. So this is just a feeling, just a thought that arises, and it is a false belief. So when we listen to these sermons, this ultimate truth that there is no self uh, in this body, so called body, and also we do not associate with an existing world, is the pure truth revealed to the world by um, Gautama Budurachanand Maharshi. So, this true Dhamma is available for all of us now, although this true message of Lord Buddha was distorted due to numerous reasons. Now, after 2500 years, the truth has been reawakened. This because this went hidden from the world due to the long time span. But uh, Buddothpado Maharshi, who involved in penetrative insight or penetrative meditation uh, with much courage and perseverance, ultimately rediscovered this true message of Gautama Buddha Sasana for us. So that, as I mentioned before, that beautiful message is nothing but the fact that there is no one and there is no external world. So today, let's try to understand two important concepts in this uh, Buddhist philosophy, the memory and Dhamma as a weapon. So, memory or Peramatakya is a very common term that we hear in Buddhist philosophy. No, we used to believe that memory plays a vital role in everything, and we used to believe that there is something called memory, not from Dhamma perspective. In our day-to-day life also, we use this word a lot, quite a lot. So, Gautama Buddhacharya Maharshi revealed a never heard before Dhamma to the world. So, this Dhamma has several characteristics, like it is sandishtika, self-evident, and it is timeless, akalika. So if we believe that there is something called memory, we cannot call that this Dhamma is timeless or akalika, because with memory, the past, present, future arises. The three time periods comes to becomes real. So, as we know, in this Dhamma, we do not talk about existence of any form. So the existence of memory is just a myth or a misconception. Even we feel as if light is there and sound is there because of the projections of the vibrations. They are the depictions or projections of the vibrations. In other words, speedy vibrations are the cause, and uh, the light and sound are the effects in this cause and effect dhamma. So the truth is there is an underlying power in each of these vibrations. Now, as if a natural phenomenon, the vibrations of opposing ends interact. That means vibrations of positive and negative charges interact. And each interaction of vibration generates some power or energy. So, this is exactly what happens in when there is lightning in the sky. So if you look at the sky during lightning, you can see how lightning sparks in the sky. Similarly, in the Chakku Prasad or eye sensitivity, continuous sparks of vibrations happen, and because of this unending sparking of vibrations, uh, the feeling that light is existing or sound is existing arises. This is due to the uh, conditions. Actually, when those conditions are present, uh, the results or the effect is there. So it is due to continuous interaction of vibrations that we feel as if there is light and sound. So the moment we feel as if something is there on the other side, the arising of self perception is inevitable. So when we were small, at the preschool age, we experienced a series of thoughts for the first time, like tables, chairs, apple, car, bus, tree, world, everything. So the composition of these thoughts are basically sound and color. Sound and color, actually, these are the names and forms, in other words. Sound means the table, the color means the form of the table. And other three sensory inputs are hidden in this thought, like the hardness of the table, the s- taste of that wood, and smell of that polish or varnish. These only the uh, predominant sensory inputs are highlighted here as sound and color, eye and ear, but other, as if a natural phenomenon, all sensory inputs come together to form this thought. We have discussed this vividly in every sermon. The Patiga Sampasa and Adivachana Sampasa, the two rounds. First one sensory faculty functions, then all sensory faculties collectively function and end up creating a thought. So this happens in two rounds. This creation of a thought actually happens in two rounds as Patigha Sampassa and Adivachana Sampassa. Because, for example, the eye, eye sensitivity perceives certain visual form, visual form, and the moment this arises, all sensory faculties come into work and somebody if somebody introduced this name of for this perception before, it automatically arises then and there, and with all the attributes in the sense the visual form, the sound, taste, smell, and the touch, the sensitivity. Complete thought arises as with illusory nature of existence. The moment the thought becomes real, the next thought arises as if it is there. Now, table is there, then the one who experiences the table is also there. So that is inevitable. It is the law of mind. So that is why we feel as if I exist, and actually I exist in the world that exists. That is the danger. That is the illusion. So, so if there is a wall out there, there is a soul or a self, because the self perception. What we should know is all our experiences are nothing more than the capacity of the sensory faculties. Although this universe is made up of vibrations, the eye can synchronize into similar vibrations or similar frequencies. So seeing happens depending on the vibrate frequencies of the vibrations of eye sensitivity. Now, if we consider ear, human ear perceives sound vibrations between 20 to 20,000 hertz. So, human ear telepathizes or synchronizes into sound vibrations within this range only. So, all other sensations like smelling, tasting, touching, all happen due to the same phenomenon. So, the law of mind is if a certain vibration has occurred in any of these sensory faculties before, it telepathizes the next moment again. So we call this phenomenon telepathization. For example, now at some point, because our life is just a collection of present moments, we don't talk about past, present, or future. It is just stimulus. On what is true is what is evident is only the current stimulus or the current occurrence of the current thought, this moment. So at some point, if a certain vibration has occurred in any of these sensory faculties, in relation to any of these sensory faculties, it telepathizes again when the same vibration interacts. For example, if one hears the meow sound of the cat, the image of the cat arises in the mind. It happens because of the synchronization of vibrations of similar frequencies. So this mental image sparks. It is just another vibration that meshed with the sound. Or the sound cat, the name. So when the uh, mental image of the cat arises, this concept is concept consists of the softness of the cat's coat, its smell, its taste, if someone has licked, and its sound meow, and the name or the sound cat. That is the composition of a thought. So the beauty of this is the moment the sound arises, the image telepathizes. The moment the image or the color arises, the sound, the name telepathizes. The entire shot arises. When the name cat is heard, as I mentioned before, the shape of the cat, the visual input, the smell of the cat, then taste of the cat, if one has exposed to that, and the softness of the cat, then the name, all come at that very moment in a single spark. But what we ignorantly feel is, oh, I remembered the cat. So when you hear the word cat, the sound cat, the cat that telepathizes into your system can be your pet in the childhood. Even though you call the childhood is another thought that occurred at this very moment. We cannot assign it to the past. So the moment the sound occurred, the image telepathized. So it is the same with all other entities. Just let's try school. So the school that arose in the mind is, for me, is my school, Sangamita Girls College. And again, when I say school, Richmond College, because those are the sensory inputs, the um, images, color part associated with this word, they at once telepathize. Now let's say Gaul. Gaul, now a vivid image of Gaul arises. For someone who has never been to Gaul, maybe the image of the Dutch fortress that arises. So, ignorantly, we think when the sound Gaul occurs, all all of them experiences the same uh, form in the mind, or all of them get the same mental image. No, now only when we know how these sensory faculties creates this illusion, now only we know these images are uh, different from one another. So what we should remember is these images arise then and there. And similarly, the when the name is heard, image arises. When the image occurs, the name arises. It's a two-way process. It's the law of mind. And that is not something which is stored somewhere as memory in the brain or in the mind. We do not have an existing entity called mind. It happens then and there, then and there. Even some vibration occurred so many eons before, Kalpa Lakshayakata even. If the frequencies match, it can arise right now. So it becomes the present stimulus. There is nothing called memory or past. Just the matching of the frequencies of vibrations leads to synchronization. And it arises right now. Now, this is interesting. The scientists won the Nobel Prize last year for revealing this. But the greatest scientist ever, Gautama Buddharajanan Mahanse, has disclosed this to the world 2500 years ago. But they were hidden from the world due to, as there was no person with uh, abhijna wisdom to touch on them. But now, fortunately, through Buddothpado Dhamma sermons, we all have the opportunity to listen to this true Dhamma, the fact that there is no existence in any form, no memory, no past. It is just this moment, just the present stimulus. So this uh, thought creation in two rounds, Patigha Sampassa and Adivachana Sampassa, happens at uh, early childhood. But it is not relevant to other images or other thoughts, that other vibrations that telepathizes. What I am telling is, when the first thought is created, It happens in two rounds. Ayatana Vattaya, Manovinyana Vattaya. The individual sensory faculty, then the collective interplay of all sensory faculties and the rising of mind consciousness, assigning the label. In other situations, in so-called ones that first thought stabilized, what happens is the two rounds are not necessary. The moment a certain vibration matches with the frequency of another vibration, they telepathize at once despite the time gap. That is a natural phenomenon. What happens is the the current vibration synchronize to the that previously occurred vibration, and there is no gap. So that is why we feel when a certain uh, when we experience certain things, maybe certain forms of people, things, places arise, we feel some familiarity in them. That familiarity is due to that synchronization of vibrations. So we feel as if I have seen this before, or I have been to this place before. That happens due to telepathization of vibrations that occurred maybe even 5,000, 10,000 years ago in this cycle of life and death. So this telepathization transcends time. It's just a natural phenomenon. So what I wanted to emphasize is there is nothing called memory. What happens is synchronization of vibrations of similar frequencies. So it is as simple as that. So that is the present moment or Shana Sampatti that we highlight in these sermons. We do not talk about existence. The existence is just 17 chittakshanas or split seconds. That is the duration of a thought. That is the duration of a stimulus. Once someone sees the truth of the stimulus, the person liberates from the suffering, liberates from the existence wheel, liberates from the self wheel, or gradually self perception. Most of us do not know what is meant by Buddha Shakti or Buddha energy. It is actually the power of Buddha. It is actually there is a certain weapon, certain power that cannot be cannot be defeated or that cannot be challenged by any other weapon. Now, today we are talking about nuclear bombs, missiles, all sophisticated uh, weapons, even all of them uh, come together, none of them can challenge this unique weapon or the power. That is the weapon of Dhamma. This comes from the origin of the mankind. This weapon is capable of ending the scary cycle of life and death. In other words, this weapon of Dhamma can completely destroy the mankind by converting them into mere energies or making the power zero, making that self vibration zero. We can, this weapon called Dhamma can destroy the entire mankind. In other words, lead them to end the suffering. If all 8 billion people see the truth of the stimulus right now and liberates from it, they all attain Nibbana. So that is the end of the mankind. Can this be done through a nuclear bomb? Nuclear bomb may destroy the bodies of people, but they will telepathize into another system where there are 6 sensory faculties. That cannot be prevented, or that is inevitable. They will telepathize into another system, and we will go on and on in this unending cycle of life and death. So the this weapon of Dhamma does not leave any cause for your continuation in this samsaric cycle. So one should be able to use this weapon properly. Lord Buddha said, Rohitatta, one cannot attain Nibbana without seeing the end of the world or end of the universe. And at the same time, Lord Buddha said, Rohitatta, one cannot find the end of the world externally. Buddhacharya Mahanse emphasized that end of the world should be seen through the mind or the thought or the stimulus. And that's why he said this birth as a human is very rare and so precious. No animal or no any other sentient being can win the 31 realms. So you should be very skilled to end the sufferings, to attain Nibbana. You haven't seen the power of Buddha. It is interestingly, power of Buddha is in the emptiness, nothingness. We call it Buddhakshana. The moment you liberate from the stimulus penetrating through it, you experience this Buddha nature. What Lord Buddha said is, if there is some vibration in the world, when that vibration becomes non-vibration, that is the biggest power or the massive power ever generated in the world. Non vibration is the power. When someone realizes this Dhamma, all 31 realms vibrates with this non-vibration. When we say 10,000 world nature, even these great elements vibrate. So non-vibration is that much powerful. So when someone attain arahanthood, entire universe is affected by that power. It is such an unimaginable positive energy, positive power. There is a balance in this. So when this balance breaks up, Buddhas and Arahants arise. So with the arising of Arahants and Buddhas, this balance is re-established. What we should understand is that these uh, beautiful Dhamma revealed through Abhijna Deshana is not for mere knowledge. They are not mere sermons. These sermons have such an immense power, even to uh, the potential to vibrate any powerful entity. When by listening to sermons, you becomes you come to certain realizations within you, realize the truth. Then gradually with the realization, this thought power or the power so-called self vibration or self perception or the power that is generated when the vibrations interact gradually becomes zero. So when this becomes zero, there is nothing to telepathize into a new system after the death of this body. This realization, the power of realization or this power of non-vibration is unimaginably huge and powerful. Although due to ignorance we believe as if the world is made up of materials or matter, according to Lord Buddha, world is just the mind. Chittena niyati loke. So the weapon that can be used to fully devastate this world in the mind is nothing but the weapon of Dhamma. The the meaning of being human is the nature of attachment and aversion. So when we realize Dhamma, we transcend that and even transcend the God, godly and Brahma nature, and we liberate from the world. So this weapon of Dhamma has the potential to end this world war. World war, in the sense, the war, actually, it's a war making the world real. So, how can we uh, convince the wisdom that there is no tree there, no house there, no son, daughter, moon, sky? Isn't it a war? It is the biggest war. So, fortunately, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, due to unparalleled commitment and sacrifices he made, he has achieved this level. He has this weapon of Dhamma. So, day by day, that power arises and it brightens. So, the command of Buddha spreads everywhere in every moment. And we are very fortunate to be born in an era in which the Gautama Buddha Sasana reawakens after 2500 years. And we are fortunate to listen to this beautiful message daily and to discuss it daily and to realize this magic performed by mind. It is due to the mind or the thoughts that we feel as if we live, we exist. This body is merely a thought, and everything else are also thoughts. And there is nothing called memory. It is just the telepathization system that appears as if an existing memory. Now, my mother died in conventional terms 8 years ago. The moment the sound mother occurs, that image sprang up. It just arose because the vibration, the frequency of the vibration of mother, the sound synchronized to that image, that vibration. So they come together. So that is the telepathization that happens, and that is what we mistakenly consider as memory. And we also use the term, I remembered my mother. No, it's a natural phenomenon, it's a natural process, natural mechanism. Telepathization, I mean, when the thoughts arise in relation to sensory faculties like eye, ear, nose, mouth, body, there are also synchronization of vibrations happen and power is generated. That power is nothing but the self vibration that occurred once in the zygote. And every time these vibrations arise again, the image synchronizes. That is what we mistakenly take as memory. So there is no memory, there are no things that we think there are in the external world, but there is a system functioning at each moment. Each moment here means each 17 chittakshanas or each split second. So that is why ignorantly we believe, oh, we live in an existing world and there is something called memory and we existed in the past, we live now, and we will be living for another 20, 30 years. That is a misconception. There is no truth in that. So, to understand that, we have to contemplate on thought creation. Thought, without understanding how a thought is created in the process of Patika Sampassa and Adivachana Sampassa, that and the fact that the thought is just a mental construct. There is nothing in a thought. We cannot liberate from this world. So the suffering, why we are making all these efforts, we are talking about this weapon of Dhamma. What is it for? It is to end the sufferings. How does the suffering arises? Suffering arises with the notion of self. When the chair becomes real, on the other side, I arises. That duality, observed and the observer. So when you realize that chair is merely a thought, just a perception, just a mental construct, just an entanglement of sound and color, will you be deceived? No, then and there you liberate from it. Then and there you get rid of suffering. But even if that chair breaks down, it cannot be found even as an illusory entity after 10, 15 years. Even if you have the perception of that broken chair, suffering is inevitable. That is the truth of suffering. How you suffer purely due to mental constructs, thoughts. Now, I said, now very recently, um, there was a beautiful ceremony. That's a real thing happened in Sri Lanka. There was a felicitation ceremony for well-known singer Dr. Victor Ratnayake. So the chief guest was the premier, the Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya, and she was seated next to Victor Ratnayake, and Victor Ratnayake was singing "Adaraye Ulpatu Amma Ma Obage Putu Oba Matu Butu and Davase Mara Hula Kumununse." So it's such a beautiful singing. Now Harini was in tears. Harini's that Harini's mother was not there, Prime Minister's mother was not there, but that perception she recalled, I mean, tell that the moment the song is heard, but we can see the process that happened with this weapon of Dhamma now. So telepathization process happened, and that suffering, dukkha satya, truth of suffering, the mother perception became real. So she was in tears. And if someone was aware of this magic and was able to understand Oh, this is just a perception. Even the entire song, entire felicitation ceremony is a dream. That is the Dukkha Satya that we talk about in super mundanely. So, when you have this weapon of Dhamma, you liberate from all types of suffering. It's such a beautiful experience. To know that this life is span is just 17 chittakshanas itself is revolutionary. And we invite every one of you to experience this Dhamma. Use this weapon of Dhamma to liberate from the suffering. Put the full stop to the never ending cycle of life and death. And to realize that death is a thought, uh, birth is a thought, suffering is a thought, Dhamma even is a thought, and to experience the perfect nothingness revealed to the world by Gautama Buddhacharya Maharshi. So we are so fortunate that we have been able to contribute in some small way to share this beautiful message of Gautama Buddhacharya Maharshi with the world. Thanks to our noble friend, our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Maharshi. So uh, please join us and experience this timeless, self-evident Dhamma. And I wind up my talk here, and may the Noble Triple Gem bless you. And I pay my homage to Buddothpado Aryan Vasi. And we are so very grateful to Gautama Buddhacharya Vasi, even after 2500 years, that you are alive. We find you in the stimulus through this Dhamma. He said, if one sees Dhamma, such a person would see me. So mampasati, so dhammam passati something. Yeah, if I am correct. So uh, may the Noble Triple Gem bless you all and see you tomorrow at the same time. Thank you very much for listening to this talk.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. May I pay homage at your feet. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dhamma friends. When we talk about the teachings of Buddha, as Buddhists, we should know that Lord Buddha has preached a never heard before Dhamma. Have you ever thought about it? Why it is called never heard before Dhamma? So it must be something special, isn't it? We know that after becoming Buddha, Lord Buddha has met Upaka Ajivaka, and he asked Buddha, who are you? Are you a human? Are you a god? Are you a Brahma? But Lord Buddha replied by saying, no, I am neither of them. I am Buddha. Also, when Lord Buddha met the 5 hermits, they also actually did not want to welcome Buddha, thinking that he has given up on meditation, because at that time the practice was to do concentration meditation. But Lord Buddha told them, I am going to preach you Dhamma, which was never heard before. And after listening to that never heard before Dhamma, we know that Kondanya Tapasa became Sotapanna, means a stream enterer. So there is this other incident where Lord Buddha met the Mara, and he asked Lord Buddha, are you happy? Then Buddha replied, then also Mara asked Lord Buddha, are you sad? If so, why? If you are not sad, if you are happy, why is that? Lord Buddha replied, if I lose something, it is the thought itself. What does this mean? This means the thought of that I am existing. Innawa තියනවා කියන සිතුවිල්ල. So, as you know, this has a very big meaning, isn't it? In another words, what is lost is myself, me, my mind, concept, the thought of myself. So if we look at this phrase carefully, even though that is it was said in a very few words, it has a vast meaning. So if you are listening to Buddothpado sermons, in Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado ආරයන් වහන්සේ always highlights this. Also, Aaron has asked the question, are you real Buddhists? So, if we go back to the Lord Buddha's time, at that time, even the 5 hermits, they were doing concentration meditation. At that time also, the concentration meditation was the ritual those days. So when Lord Buddha, after attaining Buddhahood, came back to the 5 hermits and said, I am preaching you a never heard before Dhamma. So, as Buddhists, we should know what this phrase means, isn't it? So we know at that time, not only the 5 hermits, even Siddhartha Tapasa himself was practicing concentration meditation. But we know that after some time of practicing breathing meditation and concentration meditation, we know that Siddhartha Tapasa has given up on all of that because he knew one can't find eternal solace from those kind of meditation. So when Lord Buddha came back and said, I am preaching you a never heard before Dhamma. At first, they did not believe it because those days the Hindu practices was the Hindu practices like concentration meditation, different types of breathing meditation, were the practices they were doing. But Lord Buddha knew that with these type of practices, no one could achieve Nibbana. But actually, they get somewhat of a inner peace. So this traditional meditation is over 3,000 years old. They use mantras as well. Sometimes all are combined with practices of yoga, with meditation. Even in Sri Lanka, there are a lot of places where they practice concentration meditation. Not only in Sri Lanka, so worldwide, people do this type of meditation. Actually, they do it mainly to relieve the stress. And the breathing meditation is very popular. It's because one might get the temporary stillness within during the time of meditation. But for this, one has to find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and quietly close your eyes and sometimes chant a mantra within or keep your focus on breathing. So these types of meditation is not what Lord Buddha has found. These types of meditation was already there in practice. And Siddhartha Tapasa also has practiced these type of meditations and knew that one cannot see or achieve Nibbana through it. Because these types of meditation, they take the outside world as true and the self comes up the self is very powerful. So we know that Lord Buddha has preached a non-self Dhamma, Sandittika, to feel it within yourself, Akalika, timeless, which means we cannot impose Dhamma to future, past or present. Future, past or present times. Ehipassiko. Ehipassiko means you have to come, contemplate and feel the difference within yourself. So likewise, now we know that Lord Buddha has preached never heard before Dhamma, and with concentration meditation one cannot achieve Nibbana. For that we should come to know about insight meditation. And as you know, there are lots of insight meditation centers in Sri Lanka and also worldwide, Vipassana Bhavana centers. So some think that they have achieved Nibbana by doing concentration meditation mainly. So as Aryan Vahans emphasizes, sometimes they can be deceived because they get stuck in dhyana planes like asanya tala with the self, which means the self is powerfully there, though they don't get any perceptions. But as Buddhists, we are searching for Nibbana, isn't it? Nibbana is our main goal, like Bhava Nirodha. So we have to find what is this Nibbana or Nivima or the tranquility. So we will find out what is Nibbana. Imagine there is a fire. If there is a fire, we have to extinguish it. So to extinguish the fire, what do? We have to cool it down, like put in water, isn't it? Likewise, inside us, there is always a fire burning. You feel it, isn't it? Say you are hungry, you can feel it, no, the fire within. But likewise, there is a fire due to thoughts. Thoughts give you fire, the suffering. What we don't know is that these thoughts comes automatically and gives rise to fire. Fire means the burning sensation. So how do we get this burning sensation? This burning sensation happens through our senses. Each and every moment, one of the senses are at work. So, if we take the outside world as true, as real, you know that the senses are working. So, if we take the outside world as real, defilements or the fire starts to burn. This fire is created by desire, cravings, hatred, jealousy, and so on. This happens due to ignorance. Ignorance is that we take the outside world as real. For example, we say you get a call telling that someone you know has met with an accident. So what will happen? You will get a fire within. Fire within means you feel the fire burning. So automatically you can even feel your breathing becomes rapid. Your pulse rate might go up. Sometimes you feel like faintish. Sometimes you might start crying, shouting, and you actually might faint as well. And actually what happened is that you got a call, a sound. This sound has become a thought. So with that you have lots of strings of thoughts going on and on. Okay, so the next moment you might get another call saying that the call you got is not true. Someone else has met with an accident. It is not your relation. And in a fraction of a moment, you will feel the relief. You will feel the fire is dying down, isn't it? So these things happens during day-to-day life. But the only thing is that we usually don't notice them. So how would someone in the path to Nibbana, who is in the path to Nibbana, will take the same incident? So imagine he or she will also get the call, the same sound, telling that somebody is very close to him has met with an accident. So he will do the necessary things without any excitement. He might go to the hospital, do whatever he can do, help them, support them, talk and comfort them. They will do anything and everything, but not going to the strings of thoughts. Even if he himself met with this bad situation, he will do the same without suffering. Suffering means here we suffer due to a thought. So how does this happen? The one who is in the right vision or the Sammaditya, any stimuli which comes to him from any sensor does not become real. It could be from the ear sensor, eye sensor, tongue sensor, nose sensor, skin sensor, or the mind sensor. Any stimuli does not become real. The stimulus are not real means the world is not real to him. So if there is a thing, then obviously there is the me who either sees it, hears it, smells it, tastes it, or feel it, or also think. So the person in the mundane world will obviously take it as real. So then if it is real, there is obviously me, so automatically created, and there is me who is hearing this sound or who is taking this incident as real. So Lord Buddha has said to Bahya Tapasa, Bahya, if there is nothing outside, there is no one here. So if we take the previous case, there came a sound and it became true to the person in the mundane world. So the soul was created then and there with the burning sensation inside. That's the self vibration. So Aryan Mahansa asked the question, are you the mind or are you the body? Who are you? So if we take the same incident as an example, if that incident became real to you and if you felt the burning fire within, that's you, your soul, your birth, that is the self vibration. Nobody does it. It happens automatically. So we will take another example. So just say something is valuable, gold for example. So say that somebody has robbed you and taken all the gold or money, whatever you had, if it becomes a thing, to you, which means the value you have given to the gold, and you get the burning sensation, you will feel it, isn't it? So if it has not become a thing to you, so the soul is actually not created. Likewise, you can contemplate on that. So, as Aryan Mahansa explains, what happens in this beautiful journey? Once you understand true Dhamma, what happens is that the fire, the burning sensation, will starts to diminish, which means the power you gave to the thoughts becomes less and less. That's how you will find the solace, the happiness and tranquility. For this to happen, you have to understand and pierce through one thought. You have to see through one thought, how it is created, and then you will see that all the thoughts are created likewise. So the example Aryan Mahansa gives is the leaf of a mango tree. If you see the structure of one mango leaf, you will know that all the mango leaves are in the same structure. Because, as you know, it is very difficult to pierce through every single thought that comes, because as it works as a system, thoughts always comes and goes. It's a system. It's automatically happening. So likewise, whatever stimulus comes through either of senses, eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin or mind, you know that all are illusions, a creation due to speedy vibration. So however and whatever the stimulus comes from whichever sensor, all are illusions. You don't get caught to it. So you will feel that there's no one to suffer, because there was never a self there. So no one to suffer. So it is very important to know that you have to see only one thought. You have to pierce that thought, because all the thoughts are same. All the thoughts are created the same way. So in groundbreaking sermons, the Andolanaatmaka Deshana, Aryan Mahansa has revealed to the world that the Four Noble Truths can see in one thought. Also, you can see the dependent origination Dhamma, or the cause and effect Dhamma, and the 84,000 Dhamma discourses in one thought. Not only that, the 31 planes of existence is also how to see it in one thought. So, these Buddothpado sermons are not any ordinary sermons. So, we will talk a bit about habits. So, if we actually talk about habits, we do most of the things as a habit, isn't it? Sometimes these habits makes us suffer. Lord Buddha has said, life is a repetition of perception, repeated perceptions, sanya abhisankarana. So it goes on and on as a habit. So we talk, we walk, do everything due to these habits. It is actually individual. Likewise, we take this world as real is also a habit. So, it is itself is the suffering. So, when you understand with wisdom that the world you see is not real, it's in your thoughts, and thoughts are also not real, the suffering begins to diminish. So what we have to understand here is that the world is separate and you are separate. No, it is not like that. You and the world are not two different entities. It's the same. What we see, what we hear, what we smell, what we taste, what we feel, or what we think, it is the world. It is me. Me is a sensor creation. So once you understand this sensor creation with wisdom, then you will be free from me, my mind concept, because there was never a me. It's a concept. So everyone is scared of death, isn't it? So once you are free from me, my mind concept, a thought, is there a death? Is there anyone to die? Death is also a thought. But anyone can say this with mind also. But the thing is, you have to feel this. Feel what? Feel that there is no self, no one to die. So as long as you feel that there is someone living, then of course you are scared of death, because there is someone who is going to die. But understanding this is not simple. So to understand this self-vibration or the itta sanya, or the feel that you are there, that you have to see through wisdom. So also we'll see why Lord Buddha has explained that this Dhamma is akalika. Say we think of something about what happened in the past, but we think about it at this moment, isn't it? And also if we think that something is going to happen in future, it also happens in this moment. But we know now that this moment also not real. But have you noticed that we almost always, we live in the past? Actually, in a past thought. So for example, so we think that if I didn't do that, this wouldn't have happened. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I could have done a better job. Because the thoughts want something to do. Always it goes and tie into something or someone. Something happened in the past or something which is going to happen in future. So it is the usual habits of thoughts. And as you have noticed now, it is happening automatically. It's a system. Nobody is doing it. So even when we sleep, the mind is at work, isn't it? Something will come up as a dream at least. Sometimes we are very scared of those dreams. Sometimes it might be a happy dream. So likewise. Also, sometimes we suffer due to something which has happened a long time ago, maybe 40 years ago, 50 years ago. It has happened long time ago, but at this moment we suffer due to it with a thought. If this goes on, actually you will never see Nibbana. You will never have a moment of Nibbana. So it's only a thought. So why do we have to bring past thoughts in the present? Actually, it's nobody's doing, it's happening. So everybody has this type of experiences, isn't it? Sometimes we cry without any reason. So I also had this experience. I had this guilty feeling until I started to listen to Buddothpado sermons and came to know I suffer due to a thought. The guilty feeling was that, as I said, my father has fallen sick at home and I couldn't take him to the hospital on time. So that helpless feeling and the guilty feeling I had for a long time until I knew it's just a thought. So what we have to know here is that the more you think, the more powerful the thought becomes. So, more powerful the thought means you suffer more and more. So, you have to understand this one thought, how the thought is created, and that there's nothing in a thought and there's no self. So, in day to day life, you see people run and run for after many things. Actually, they run after a thought. They say they don't have a time to relax. So, what they do is they go for meditation classes, do breathing exercises for temporary relaxation. But people who know this doctrine, the Lord Buddha's doctrine, they also can physically run, but from inside they have stopped. They have stopped running the race. They stay calm and quiet. So, what we have to understand here is that thoughts are thoughts. We cannot stop thoughts because in the system it happens. As I said earlier, when we know how a thought is created, there should not be a problem in any thought. So once you contemplate on this, you will know for sure that there is no truth in any thought. So as a result, the inner transformation happens, which helps you to get out of this wrong notion of self. It is on your mind. So when you talk about wrong notions, in Sabbasava Sutra, this Sabbasava Sutra discuss about taints. There they show the ways to get rid of the wrong notion of self. Dassana pahatabba. But no one can drop the notion of self at once. It's actually a gradual process. And the practical side helps you to identify the wrong notion of self. So as we talked about earlier, for this, first one has to identify the senses, and you have to see that it's a sensor created world. So only the sensors are working. If the sensors are not working, actually you are called dead. So it is like we have fixed the sensors to a board. So if these sensors does not work, one is like a dead tree, isn't it? So the difference between a tree and a human, what is the difference? Difference is that a human has the consciousness, the mind consciousness. It gives the alive feeling, the feeling that you are alive. So when we talk about a tree, for example, if we take a mango tree or any tree, it starts from a small seed, and with water and sunshine it starts to grow. But nobody is doing that, isn't it? It grows on its own. The seed becomes a tall tree. So it grows taller and taller, and it gives flowers, fruits. It does photosynthesis of its own. So all happens on its own. Germination happens, and the cycle goes on and on. But if we cut that tree, it won't shout or run away, isn't it? So what I wanted to emphasize is, though the human being has something called mind consciousness, the tree doesn't have it. So R.N. Mahansa explains how this mind consciousness is formed. So at least as Buddhists, we have to know how this mind consciousness is created, isn't it? It is knowledge, but still it's a beautiful story. So to understand how the mind is created, you have to go back to the radiant mind, where we call it a Prabhaswara Sita, which has no defilements. But there is the glue or the gum. To get it, it will happen in later life. So in Buddothpado sermons, the creation of this mind is explained beautifully. So if we talk a little about this radiant mind, in the radiant mind, although the stimulus are arising through the eye, nose, tongue, ears, skin, the mind consciousness is not yet created. But there is a very small power generated. So that's why the baby can move. He can move the legs, he can move the arms, turns his head, he can suck the milk, cry or smile. Very, very few actions. But the radiant mind, the child, the baby, he does not know what he is doing. He does not know whether he is turning. He does not know whether he is sitting down, or even if he stands, he does not know. So no one has told the baby, this is the way to smile, this is the way to cry, or turn, or sit. No one has told him. But he does it on his own. So if you take a baby, so first he turns, then he crawls, then he sits, and then he stands up with holding something. So these things happens automatically, isn't it? So at the age of 1 year, the babies can even walk a few steps. So all this time, if you have noticed, no one has given a command. No one told the baby, now it's the time to sit, now it is time to turn, now it is time to stand or walk, isn't it? All these actions happen automatically with the small power generated with the stimulus. So as Aryan Hans explains about the zygote level, the vibration, it gives the push to self-vibration. So later, when the child goes to Montessori and mind is created more and more with sounds, colors, shapes, and the mind becomes more powerful. Now the child is taking the outside world as real. So the duality is created. My book is there and I am here who sees the book. Also he can run, he can talk, and he can do a lot of activities. And you can see the mind power is creating. So meanwhile, the parents or the teachers also they ask, so what are you going to be in the future? Would you like to become a doctor, engineer, teacher, lawyer, and so on? Now there is a target for the child, an aim. So if I work hard, study, I can become a doctor, engineer, lawyer. So the future hopes are also created. So then comes the scholarship exams. So it goes on and on. So sometimes parents, they implement their ideas to the child. What they couldn't done, they implement it on the child. So yes, so likewise, some children are motivated from the early childhood to become a doctor, engineer, lawyer, mainly by the parents, thinking that their lives will be better in future. So once I read a story, a teacher asked the children, to write what would they like to be when grow up. So everyone wrote, as I like to be a doctor, I like to become an engineer, a teacher, a lawyer, a politician, and so on. But one child has written, I would like to become a good human being. So actually there are very few people in the world who thinks differently. They are the people who goes with the feel, not with the mind. They can feel others, how others suffer. Sometimes they live a silent life, but they feel lots of things. They like to be with the nature. They like their freedom. So, as usual, we invite you all to listen to Buddothpado sermons. These English sermons is going through Buddothpada PeoTV for 24 hours. And there is also Buddothpado BTV. You can listen to Sinhala sermons there. We also have lots of websites. Wisdom of Asia website, Buddothpado.com website, and Buddothpado.lk. There are lots of sermons there you can listen to. So, if you are someone who is searching for Nibbana, you don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to go anywhere in search of it. Because Nibbana is within you. That's when the fire within you is diminished. So, if you listen to Buddothpado sermons, you will feel it. You will feel that the fire within is diminishing. That's what we need, isn't it? So we are very grateful to you, Aryan Hansa, our noble friend, for giving this beautiful Dhamma to the world. If not, we would be still searching for Nibbana elsewhere. And also there are a lot of people around the world who live in happiness after listening to Buddothpado sermons. Therwan Saranai, Aryan Hansa. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
May Triple Gem bless you all. Welcome everyone. Thank you, Ara and Sir, for your noble guidance. We worship you every day. We started to talk about formation of mind, formation of thought, or formation of a life field. So when we talk about the sensory faculties, we have six. There are six, not we have six, there are six. Namely, they are eye faculty, ear faculty, nose faculty, skin faculty, and the tongue faculty, as well as the mind. So I told you that they also mind acts as a separate entity. There is no place as such. Mind is not in any part of the body. It is not actually, it may associate body, but it's not actually part of the body functions. Body has nothing to do with the mind, but it is associated with that because mind is created with the sensory function of the five we told: the ear, the eye, the skin, the tongue, and nose. Telepathization is a very important aspect that we have to understand how mind works, or even how a life field works. So it's very important to understand that the vibrations, irrespective of where they are, act similar. So the basic five consciousnesses are actually only related to humans. So if you come to the formation of Buddothpado in Pali word, how Lord Buddha explained the stimuli or the thought. You were talking yesterday, when we hear a sound, it directly came as fire truck, or it directly came as ambulance. How did that happen? You heard only a sound. How did sound get a mental picture, like the actual photo of it? You enter a house, there is smell of pineapple coming. You just got the smell. You didn't see it. You didn't touch it. You didn't taste it. Nothing. But don't you know? Immediately, as soon as the smell came, that it is pineapple, and even the taste and everything, the look of it, everything. Yes, that's the Suddhasta. That's the mind. That is formed from why they call it eight is or Buddha actually divided it in such a way according to the sensory faculty. So we have only 5 sensory faculties, but the skin, Lord Buddha explained it to 4 levels: the touch, the deep touch, and the light touch is explained as solidity and the liquidity, and the hot and cold. That's why the 8 aspects of thought has come. But that's an explanation only. You have to understand that. An explanation only to understand that is a production of the sensory organ. That's the basic message it gives. Not to by heart the 8 and write it in an answer. That's not the point. The understanding here is the mind or the stimuli or the thought of pineapple is actually made of all the sensory faculties available. You don't have to have a self there for this to happen. This the niyama that Lord Buddha said was actually the phenomena which is happening anyway. They happen anyway. There's no need to be a self there. So if there is a mango seed, slowly, if the conducive environment is there, mango plant will surface. Is there any self in that? Is it thinking and doing, I should become a tree now? I should find a better place. I should become a good tree. Then one day I can give fruits to everyone. Is that how the mango seed is thinking? No. Likewise, even though there is consciousness means a life field. Due to the speed of the sensory functions, this system is really not having anyone inside this system or associated with this system. It just works this way. It's a science. So when you are born, I mean, when I even say the word when you are born, you go to a small baby, you don't know who you look like, in your baby. But even if you have a photo in your mother's photo collection, you might just go to that, That's how mind works. It just, oh yeah, when I was a baby, yeah, I know how I was. Oh, just because there was a photo in the mother's photos collection. So as soon as we say that when you were a baby, that's the mental picture you have. So you can't remember when you were a baby. So when we say when you are born, that's what you think. When you came out of mother, that's what you think. But actually, Lord Buddha's definition of birth is different. Lord Buddha's definition of birth is when you started to feel this self-perception. It's very important. So as soon as a self-perception means actually formation of a thought. Why? Because as soon as one thought is formed, the first thought maybe, the duality starts, because as soon as one thought is made, only the mirror image comes, or the shadow of that stimuli comes. The feel that there is someone here comes. That's a self-perception. Self-vibration didn't have that issue. It's just a feel. But the duality started the moment you had the first thought. When the thought stabilize, in the sense thought happen again and again and again and again and again, it becomes a view. Then the mirror image of the view of the chair, or the pineapple, or the mother, or the father, or the family, whatever the thought, the mirror image is self-perception. Now when it happens again and again, it becomes a view of self. That's the birth of the person. Why? Now you start feeling there's a self. Of course, now there is a idea of death also. Why? Because you are born. It's a very, very valid description what Buddha did, because until such time you never knew there was a self. There wasn't a duality, there wasn't a self-identity. But now there's a self-identity, self-awareness, self-idea, self-view. Do you get this properly? It's very important you get this properly. Follow Buddha's birth, not the birth from the birth canal. Birth canal birth is a physical birth, yes, but the baby didn't know that there was there. So if that baby died, baby would actually, that vibration will telepathize somewhere, synchronize to somewhere. So when you say that telepathization actually happens in several different ways in this system. Actually, all the time it happens. So I'll try to tell this carefully. Little baby, a small baby, there's no self-view yet or self-perception yet until the mind first thought is formed. But there's a life field. That's the non-form world. There's a lot. When you think about this, just see this life field is actually coming from the sensory faculty. Baby doesn't know that. It's just a feel because there's no mind yet to understand anything or nothing. It's just a feel. So it's a feel of vibration. How can you say that? You need to actually feel this. If you're strong, if your mind bubble is very strong, it's difficult to feel the non-form world. But without feeling the non-form world, you're not going to understand this Dhamma at all. So it's a challenge. If the mind is strong, that won't happen. Liberation of mind will not happen. So when you talk about this non-form world or the feel of you should be really properly understanding how these sensory faculties were working without the form world. It's just the vibratory nature of the sensory faculties, the fast vibration. That's the consciousness in the basic consciousness. It's not the mind consciousness. So recently in a discussion, I actually was made aware that when we talk about this consciousness word, there's a misunderstanding because basic five consciousnesses was there before the mind consciousness. That's why we talk about that. Mind consciousness, anyway, is just the chair, the table, the mother, father, family, function, going, coming, sleeping, making a Zoom discussion, or say making a Zoom sermon, whatever. Doesn't matter. Whatever. This is the mind consciousness. The fast occurrence of these thoughts is the mind consciousness. It's very fast. You feel as alive. You feel the time. You feel everything because of the mind consciousness. Oh, it works so fast. This mind or this occurrence of thoughts. They're very fast. You feel as they are combined. Like when you come to the kitchen, you can see the whole kitchen in one glance, and you know that this is what this is. This is. Like this is the stove, this is the oven, this is the dishwasher, this is the kettle, like that. So if you actually get hold of this, in the sense get an idea about this, how the mind is formed, your ignorance is going to go down. How? Because you understood the baby in the cot, or baby in the just after the coming from the birth canal. There is a feel. Everything is felt, but there's no form world. In the sense, there's no anything, any identification whatsoever. It's just a feeling, vibratory feeling. That's why we bring the vibration word, because you can't really talk about vibration in a picture. I mean, I don't know whether people are actually putting it into a picture, but vibration is something you felt, isn't it? Similarly, all the five sensory organs in the beginning is a feel only, no whatsoever, even whether it's soft, whether it is thick, whether it is light, whether it's sound. No, even that is a perception. To say I heard a sound, I don't know what, even that is a perception. So that's the form world. If you have any description whatsoever, if you're in the darkness and you say I can't see any light, yeah, it is still the perception. Isn't it? So as soon as the baby from the birth canal is out, when the baby is out from the birth canal, we people look at that baby and say a lot of things, but the actual baby's feel is just a feel. There's no whatsoever description there. Slowly, with fast vibration of these sensory faculties together, for vibration in the sense, it's like a new vibe. It acts as a new vibration. It's in physics actually. There are multiple vibrations and they may act as a new vibration. It's not even there. this is the fun part of it. That acting as a new vibration is actually not there even. But it acts as a new vibration, yes. And that is the first thought. So after that, slowly, this starts to happen. Everything becomes a mental picture. You start to have a mental picture of everything. So whatever you hear, that's the sound wave, but the mind wave is also kind of similar. It's vibration of the sound, we call it sound wave, the access wave. The mind is also acting as a wave. It's actually a vibratory nature, or the wave nature. It can, because any wave has this kind of flow where it's not actually moving. If you learn physics, you know this. Any wave has so many characteristics. Researchers are still trying to find about waves. It's difficult for them to understand the mind waves, but they know how it works. But they can't come to the understanding that Lord Buddha 2500 years ago was discussing about this complete system in a different language. The Lord Buddha explained the whole science. He knew how it works. He knew what this self-vibration is. His main importance, Lord Buddha's main important revelation is about the self-vibration. How it never vanished before understanding this Dhamma. It never vanished. It just telepathized everywhere. When you understand this whole system of telepathization, so just imagine your first thought happened. You don't have to see all the time. It can be just the smell of the mother which brings the idea of the thought of mother. Everything comes, it's in one pack as such. Thought is just acting as one pack, but it's a wave which has the ability of synchronicity. So actually, what brings you everything is just by smelling. You may get the whole idea of mother. Just by a sound, you may get the whole idea of a fire truck or an ambulance. If you see something, and it might bring you the whole idea of a bell in the temple or candles. If your eyes are blindfolded, like covered with a dark cloth, and you are not allowed to touch anything, someone asks you to put out the tongue, and they are giving you a challenge. Okay, we are going to put something on the tongue. Just tell what that is. And they put a piece of candy maybe, or pineapple. This is our example. You can definitely say, even if you're covering the nose, sometimes you can say that's pineapple. That's a toffee. That's a Pandora tablet. That's honey. That's sugar. That's salt. How? Actual taste is different. You can't really express what you have felt. But there is a description now. Description is in the form world. Don't forget that. So this thought, it's very important to understand the thought. So the feel of the sensory functions, there was no thought at all. There's no mental picture or mental taste, mental sound, mental nothing. It's just the vibratory nature of the sensory function that you had. But now it comes as mom, dad, or sister, brother, family, my pet dog, pet, toy room, toys. Slowly increases. What happens? Slowly the self-view is also increasing. Why? The more you have, the more strong the self-view is. Why? Because the self-thought is the shadow of the other thought, the stimuli. Self-perception, in the self-perception, there is no actual self. Like this perception of the pineapple didn't have actual pineapple. Same way, the perception of self didn't have self. But actually, what was happening was just a mirror image of the stimuli, or shadow of the stimuli. Is shadow actually there? Is the mirror image actually there? No. When all the environmental factors are conducive, if the sensory functions are working, there's always a self-perception. When they function together as a new wave, this is very obvious. Do you understand this? So it's very important that you understand the mechanism of this thought formation and mechanism of this life field formation. That's all Lord Buddha was trying to say. Nothing else. That's why he said this is never heard before. Even at that time, he said, never heard before. Even now, it is the same way. No one was talking about this non-form world or the field or the life here without the forms. They were telling it's only with the with the meditation, concentration meditation, you have to worry about those lines. No. Each and every thought has all these three words: sensual, the form, and the formless. Formless is the initial one, and form is the next level where the thought is created, there's self-perception. But when it keeps coming back again and again and again, this view gets stronger. It doesn't need to be the same vibration. Every thought, this shadow effect is reconfirmed or reinforced. It strengthens self-view, unfortunately. The self-view is the drive. Of this whole hatred, remorse, malevolence, guilt, extreme sadness, extreme happiness. So the thought formation or the perception of mother, of father, of brother, sister, family, toys, like that, it goes on and on, doesn't it? Now we may know billions of perceptions. In the sense, the feel that these perceptions are there is the life veil now. Mental perceptions. That's the mental formations. So this mental consciousness is different to other consciousnesses, but they act similarly. You need to understand the mental perception was not there in the small baby. It hasn't formed yet. That's an unformed level. Have you ever tried to liberate from mind? Actually, it definitely will leave the life field, or when it comes to Dhamma, it is completely the sensory function only. The past vibration of the sensory organs is the non-form world. But we didn't know that. We didn't know that. So that's why the ignorance is here. Written by Lord Buddha. The ignorance is the reason. But if you actually get to know that it's only the past vibration of the sensory faculty only, this burning goes away. Burning or the life veil goes away. And it becomes non-alive. In the sense, there's no new thing as non-alive. This is the stimulus, whatever the touch or whatever the sound or whatever the light formation. If it is without that power, which was even there in the psychotic level, that there would be one moment that you might feel without that power. So the sensory function without that power is the anidarsana vinyana or patichita vinyana. That's Pali word. That's trying to say that the consciousness is fully realized, and that moment will give you guidance forever, because now you know there has never been a self, because the self feel went away when you understood the whole thing. You felt it. So as soon as you felt the sensory function without the self power, you know the difference now. You know the difference of actual power and without the power. That's what starts the asakshanyana, because you know it's fully awareness that about the power as well as non-power, or the alive field or the non-alive field, or the self-perception or the non-self-perception. All similar words in different planes. So when you understand this whole system, there's no magic there anymore. You will continue to have the mind consciousness, have the other consciousnesses. It's not a problem. While as far as the respiration is happening, the systems are working, the five sensory faculties are working, the mind sensor also will be forming, and the mind sensor will be acting as a different entity as well, because thoughts can pop up, and that's it. It will continue without that power. That's an arahant, but there's a part also where that burning will slowly go down. If you can understand this, that's really good. And if someone can actually join some discussion around Sri Lankan time 3 to 5 would be really great if you have a question around these discussions. But the problem is you might have to try and understand this first a little bit, and then you can ask questions. Or because there's so much now in Sinhala languages, thousands and thousands. But English medium also, you can try and listen to these sermons and see whether you understand a single thing. Someone says something that you don't understand, you like to clarify it, isn't it? Yeah, it's okay. The main reason for someone to listen to this Dhamma is the burning itself. Because if everyone is so happy, whatever the circumstances are, they will not need any sermon like this. But that is not the case. Everyone is unhappy in some way. If you keep understanding that, yes, there is suffering. Where is that coming from? What is the root for the suffering? Lord Buddha said root for suffering is ignorance. Root of suffering is this, sensory faculties. Root of suffering is consciousness. Root of suffering is the thought. I mean, you can say anything. It's all the paticcasamuppada. Dependent origination. How did this suffering arise? How did this suffering arise? Oh, if someone is keen to know the root of the suffering, they will definitely try and research about it. It's a research done in any language. But if you're bound to a specific view of what is religion is, you might get trapped. Because the truth is not out there in a specific religion. It's actually truth in every aspect, every thought, the consciousness, anything, life view, anything. That truth should be matching to everything. That truth can't not match to an animal, not match to a unicellular bacteria, or not match to God or Brahma or yeah. Should match to every being. So if you're talking something only pertaining to just one level of existence, that's wrong. Lord Buddha didn't say anything like that. Lord Buddha's Dhamma matches everything, because it matches the 31 realms. It's a vibratory nature that we call the 31 realms. So when you talk about these perceptions, it's a vast area. I mean, you have billions of perceptions. If you know 2-3 languages, you can understand how they are matching. So the perception is the same. So imagine you have 3 words in 3 different languages. Say, if you say welcome in English, it will be Ayubowan in Sinhala. It may be Namaste in another language. It can change, isn't it? But the actual perception isn't it the same? Kind of they're trying to welcome you, trying to wish you. Yeah, that perception is there. But if someone is shouting, can be in a different language too, but don't you get the perception that they is actually shouting at me? You don't understand a single word, but don't you have the perception that he is shouting? Yes. So perception is kind of even sometimes hidden. It's not direct. So when you try to understand this Dhamma, it's a bit tricky in the beginning. But as soon as you get hold of this idea, how this Dhamma is trying to tell you about how the mind is created, the life field is created, the slowly it will sink in. But the thing is, just by thought, it doesn't really matter. It should go to the field level, because that's where the non-feel may arise. Feel we talk about here is the self-vibration or the life field, and the non-life field might arise with the if how strong or how quick that can happen is unpredictable. It depends on how deep you are going in this Dhamma. If you're just catching it superficially, you might get a very minute light feeling, but that's not strong enough. It should stabilize slowly. Every person who understands Sinhala is very lucky because Arana has done so much sermons in Sinhala medium. Very comprehensive, very beautiful sermons about this Lafil and non-Lafil, or the liberation from stimuli. When you say non-Lafil, don't misunderstand. It's existence field without the power. So you still hear things, you still see things, you still have the touch sensation. That is not the problem. That extra burning power is not there. That's the meaning of that, because you can misunderstand. Maybe Arahant doesn't see anything. No, he sees everything. He knows everything. He knows probably better than you because it's not biased. The actual understanding is not biased. So try and say, if you have little time in your life, there's something worth to listen, something worthy of listening, because it's all about who you are, who others are, who these things are, why you're scared to death, like why you're scared about it, why are you thinking that you're born, why are you thinking that you're actually sitting down here. So if you have some time for yourself, see whether you can feel this truth. When you're going for a walk, when you are walking along the street, when you are in a park, when you are playing with kids, when you are cooking, just see these actions also, it's very beautiful Dhamma. These actions are also not a production of any self, it's just perception. So you have a perception of cutting, and the cutting is happening. You know, when people get dementia, actually they lose their, sometimes in the extreme disease, even if you say stand up, that person might look at you like that he didn't hear anything, because he's hearing something but he can't actually recognize what that is. That's because there's a defect in the telepathization. But just imagine, you have lost the whole memory, just imagine, but the alive feel is there. So when that person dies also, the person is scared about death. Even though he doesn't remember anything about the death, still this alive feel wants to, there's an urge to maintain the life field. This is the thing. This is the burning we are talking about. Actual existence feel is the touch or the light. That's not the problem though. Because and around also can see the light. The light is there, the touch is there, the sound is there. Then what is not there? This urge to maintain the light, the urge to maintain the touch, urge to maintain the sound is not there. The glueness is not there. Chains are not there. Because it's fully understood, there is no need to try and maintain it, because it's just the occurrence of sensory faculty only. If you don't know true Dhamma, if you don't know the actual message behind Lord Buddha, it's Dhamma, in vain actually. You will just die with the vibration without knowing. Someone may ask, what's the big deal about knowing? I don't want to know, so it's okay. It's okay. Actually, there's no problem in that. So if you feel like it's too overwhelming, just put a pause there and try and listen to it later. It's fine. But sometimes when your self-view is very strong, this truth may be overwhelming. Like it might suffocate you, it might choke you. This truth might choke you, truth might suffocate you, truth might make you feel really like as it's too much. If that is the case, just let it go and slowly calm down and try it again. Because the self-view is a very strong thing we have. The ego, if the ego is really high and you're looking for only for power to increase it more, then this Dhamma is maybe not matching your thing. But there would be so many people out there who actually may feel this matching. You know, there's people who feel the suffering more than others. if you really get a little bit of it, you can come for discussions and discuss it. I can remember one person came to the discussion long time ago and asked about duality because it inspired him. Something which inspires, because not just, someone will be inspired by the quantum physics, someone will be inspired by the consciousness, someone will be inspired by the mind, how it works, someone may be inspired by the theory behind the non-alive field or non-perception, or non-self-perception. Yeah, the interest may be in different angles, because we always take this first as a thought. It's okay. If you have some interest in that, you can come and question. But if you feel overwhelmed, don't listen to this and then take a break and then listen later. There's so many expectations out there that if people get to know the truth, people might get depressed. This is not the case. This is not the case. This is the negative attitude which was given to Lord Buddha's Dhamma long time ago. It was a negative attitude because a lot of monks talked about impermanence in such a way that they thought that would depress the humans. Even no self Dhamma, someone might think it will depress the humans. No, not at all. This would give you permanent happiness, eternal happiness. This would give you eternal tranquility. This would give you the zero fear. Zero fear. That's why Lord Buddha's Dhamma is the actual status is called supreme bliss of Nibbana. It's not just a word. It's the release of all the sufferings. But everyone took it so negative, the impermanence. Everyone thought this listening to Lord Buddha's Dhamma might make people depressed. And we reassure you that it's not. If you are holding 1,000 kilograms on your head and someone actually makes it feel like zero, what do you think? Is it good or bad? So the heaviness is not there anymore. There was so much heaviness before, now there is no heaviness. It's a perception of heaviness that you had. Now there's perception of no heaviness. But we are trying to talk about a field where the non-alive field or the existence field without the power or the suffering. This is very important to understand. Existence field will be there until the last respiration, last breathing. That will continue. What is not there is this suffering. So you will hear as normal, you will see as normal, you will taste as normal. this is not a truth which will make you suffer. This is a truth that when you actually understand that the suffering is gone, you will be light as a feather. You will be cool as an ice cube. You will be flowing like water, matching every receptacle, like every item that it is filled. It will flow everywhere with so much ease, even though the world is falling apart. You will feel like a tree which is okay even if a storm comes. You will feel like a tree which is okay for a beautiful sunshine. You will be like a tree which is okay for a lightning attack, so the whole tree is gone. Yeah, it's okay for that, isn't it? Yeah, you'll be like that. Everything is okay for you, even the death. Doesn't matter. Everything is okay. Everything is actually not felt as a burden. Your burden is gone. The life feel is the biggest burden ever, which has come from whole samsaric journey. That burden is gone. The non-alive feel is like a feather. When I say this, it becomes another perception, but it's something you have to feel. So the negativity associated with this Buddhist philosophy is junk, is a scam, is a virus fed into the systems that will prevent you from actually understanding the actual philosophy. The actual philosophy has nothing to do with praying. Actual philosophy has the understanding of this alive being, how it has happened. Someone's self-view is so strong, ego is so strong, this Dhamma is not for them. So basically, don't listen. Don't worry about this. But if someone is actually trying to understand, why am I sad about my own death? Why am I sad about the other person's death? Why am I sad all the time? Why am I feeling lonely? Why am I feeling the remorse? Why am I feeling guilty? Why am I feeling malevolent? Why am I feeling so as you have lost the root or lost the plot? Why do you feel lost? Why do you feel that everything is a burden? Why do you feel a burning at all? These are the answers that you don't know. Why? The answer is out there because of the ignorance, because of not knowing what actually happened here, how a thought is formed, how the life field has formed. This is all about that. If someone is ready to know, kind of ready to research, then only you have to listen to this. Otherwise, don't listen. But if you feel somewhat okay with this understanding, somewhat okay with trying and understand how this is formed, why did every being felt alive? Why there is a synchronization of the vibrations? Why a synchronization of this is making this thought light is seen, how actually light is a synchronizations of the vibrations of the eye to the vibrations out there. And there's so much in very fast way. You describe it as light, as source. It's just another, the bats, they have just the radar system. The radars are another wave function, which works differently. But they function with that, they can't see. Not that they actually see like humans or see like other animals, but they still avoid the obstacle in front of them. How? Through the radar system. We don't have that. Just imagine we have that too. We might have to understand that as well. Yeah, so as I said, this is not for someone who is really not strong enough to get this. If you feel even scared to even listen to this non-self Dhamma, oh my God, is there no self? Yeah, just calm down, just calm down. It's okay. If someone says, I want to believe that there is self, that's okay, just believe, it's fine. But if someone is really keen, you are saying there's no self, okay, well, that has some sense, then what do I feel? Then the discussion starts. Or you say there is eternal happiness. How do I get it? Yeah, then this discussion starts. Or you say there is a liberation from mind or liberation from the stimuli, which is liberation from self as well. Why do you say that? What do you mean? Is there a liberation or is there no liberation? Or one might ask, I felt like I am alive. Why are you saying I'm not there? I feel that. Then there's a discussion point. But if you are like listening, accidentally heard this and you're like, why are they saying there's no self? That's so depressing. Oh, you're not suitable for this. You're actually, you're narrow-minded. So if you're an open-minded human who is okay with challenges, just see what this is. If you say there is eternal happiness, without this will I feel, it's worth trying, isn't it? Yeah, for anyone. It doesn't necessarily mean the Buddhist, the word the Buddhist is used very inadvertently everywhere. Because you can't get the Buddhism by birth, but we are. Because to be a Buddhist, you have to actually understand this no self Dhamma. At least be aware about that, let alone feeling that. Eternal happiness is the outcome, is a side effect or the side effect or side product of this path. One in this path is not actually willingly, like actively looking for happiness. Someone is actually looking for truth. The eternal happiness or the tranquility is just a byproduct, not a side product, it's a byproduct. I hope you will keep up listening. There's so many sermons out there. If you feel Yes, you can join the discussion from 3 to 5 in Sri Lankan time. If there is a person who can understand Sinhala, there's so much Sinhala songs. There's specifically someone who has listened to this drum for a long time. There's 7 o'clock Sinhala ground revelations on at 7 o'clock of Sri Lankan time. Aranwansi is available at 5 o'clock early in the morning Sri Lankan time as well. In that also he joins. There is a BTV where his sermons are ongoing. There's practical song where all the people who have listened to them is trying to actually feel this no self-perception. Yeah, it's all out there. Thank you, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Aaron Hansa, for guiding us. And worship you, Aaron Hansa. Thank you.
Satan, Maria, means it is your own false view of self, your belief that you exist, your false belief that you are living, Atma Drushtiya. There is nothing or there is nobody outside with whom we can address our issue with. Our problem is with our mind. When the Buddha attained nirvana while seated under the Bodhi tree, he became the Buddha not by going to war with anybody. The Prince Siddhartha was in a war with his own mind. After he realized the pure truth about the mind, he became the Buddha. We too can attain Buddhahood by following the path to Nirvana. We cannot become a Samma Sambuddha because we are not the ones who discovered the illusion of the mind. It was Lord Buddha, our teacher, who first revealed the pure truth to the world by his own investigation of this illusional mind. We are only his followers who are going on the path to realize the ultimate truth or nirvana. This is the difference between the Buddha and his followers. Otherwise, we are all following the path to nirvana, and we are all trying to tune into a frequency of nothingness, the Buddha Swabhavaya, or the nature of the Buddha. Our minds become tuned to nothingness, to the Shunyatavaya. Shunyata Animitta Cheto Vimuktiya. No mind means no thought. However, while you are still practicing to be on the path to realize the pure truth, you need to maintain awareness of the thoughts you receive. Therun Sarna, everybody.
Thank Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us. Uh, we worship our Hansi at his feet. Therun Sarna, all Dhamma friends who have joined the English Zoom discussion, 2:45 Sri Lankan time, 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So we have been just following uh, the facts written in the book, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. So it's still about the mind and the thoughts. That is what we have been discussing over the last few weeks. Little by little, it's being explained what is this mind and what are these thoughts, and also the complexity of this thought and the mind. So as Shani read, actually it was a war with the own mind. That is what Lord Buddha had to do when he was trying to understand what this pure truth is. It's mentioned as Satan because Satan is the word that is used in the other religions, actually, particularly in Christianity, it's described as Satan or a devil type character, something similar to a devil. It's actually what is described in Buddhism is it's your own mind. It's your own mind which drags you to various directions and becomes really troublesome, I would say. So it is the fight is with your own mind. So we will once you identify this truth about this thought, how the thoughts are behaving and the behavior of this mind, you tune into what's called the nothingness. Actually, this is something constructed or built up on nothingness, basically. Some creations, everything is a creation. Uh, the vision, hearing, and the uh, feelings of smell, taste, and the skin sensations, all are actually creations due to the fast speed. So, on top of that, the thoughts are created as a result. So, finally, when you analyze it deeply, you can see that from basically from nothingness, everything has been constructed or created as if it is existing. So, in other words, the myself, the concept of myself is also a creation in the same manner. So, this is what we are trying to understand because we always have a fight with our own thoughts because thoughts are not uh, under control, there is no doer. But the wrong conception is that thoughts are mine and thoughts are something that are controllable or there is a doer for the thoughts. So this is what we are trying to understand when we realize these facts which I explained. Little by little we are moving forward with the knowledge on this aspect, and when we realize how the thoughts are formed, the fact that it is not under anybody's control, then it's very clear that the things tend to calm down. The agitation that comes up with the thoughts, because we love to stop the unpleasant thoughts, and we love to keep or maintain the happy thoughts. Neither of them is possible. So when you realize this mechanism, automatically there is some calming down, and then there is slowing of the thought process. Actually, thoughts will not stop, because thoughts will be forming as long as the physical body is functioning. But the fact that the value added to these thoughts, the fire which comes up with the thought, is the one which will fade away. So all our Dhamma friends have joined, the regular Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai to all of you. We can start our discussion, Dr. Kokila. Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai, we worship Paranwanse. I think I have to tell something here, that we couldn't conclude the session yesterday properly because of the invasion. Actually, it was like a tube light to me. It took for quite few seconds to understand what was going on. So it's how crazy the world is. It's fine, and it's just we have to handle it as it comes. So I apologize to everyone that because we were not actually we were not prepared for that kind of crazy thing. So now we know that we can act on that, not to harm Dhamma at all in any way, because we don't take this, we give the utmost value to Dhamma and nothing else, nothing personal. So it's really important we keep that standard. So
Dr. Kokila, actually, I also have to apologize. Myself and Rebecca, we both were co-hosts, but we were trying to switch it off. We couldn't do it. There was some
actually, we should remove them. That's the thing that we should do.
That's right.
So I actually had to learn it yesterday because I didn't know how to do that either. But I wasn't co-host, so I can't do anyway.
Yeah,
but it was a lesson as well. So yeah, it's very unusual in these countries, but I mean, anything can happen at any time. Yeah, we know now, so that's fine. Just apologizing to everyone that we had to just because we are struggling, we just had to leave the Zoom. Yeah, that won't happen again. It's fine. So we can start the discussion today, and we can actually talk about anything in the book part, or in the things that we have read in the book, or anything else. Yes, something. Can someone start the discussion, or Surangika, can you add something? Then we can build on that, or Joel can ask a question. Anything, it doesn't matter. Yes, Joel.
The last bit I was listening to this book says no one can attain the Buddha's state or something, right? They read it. If I'm wrong, you can correct me.
Really? Did that say like that? I don't have
Something
the
about
book.
They said I can't understand.
Theruvan Saranai, I think what was read out saying was that we use the term Samma Sambuddha. That Samma Sambuddha expression, I think, was what was referenced in the book.
Yeah.
Because the one who discovered the illusion, as opposed to
followers who have then been guided by the fully awakened one.
Yeah, actually, adding to that, so someone to synchronize to non-vibration doesn't happen naturally, but there are times where Buddha Shunya, that means there's no non-vibration at all to synchronize. So there is a time, because this is not personal, nothing personal here, it's all kind of vibration. So the non-vibration is also similar. If that is not manifested at any time, there's no one can synchronize to that. In the sense, not no one, no vibration can become the non-vibration. So Samma Sambuddha means actually the first instance where when there is no non-vibration, that by understanding this whole thing and becoming non-vibration by himself without any help at all. And it's a process too as well, because it doesn't happen just overnight. It's just like a long process of understanding this vibration for a long time. And there's so much things that we talk about in becoming in it at any point, not becoming a Samma Sambuddha, even becoming just Buddha, in the sense becoming an Arahant. Also, we need kind of, we first of all, I think we need the human qualities, then we need the beyond, the qualities beyond humans, kind of, there are so many aspects in here that Aranhanse explains bit deeper. They are called like paramita. In English, I don't know how to call them. Do you have a word for paramita, Surangika?
Nothing comes to mind, Dr. Kokila. We can have
Yeah,
a look.
kind of like prerequisites, isn't it?
Yes, that's probably good. Yeah.
Prerequisites. So the prerequisites are, there's so many, but they're all described in, the traditional Buddhism way. Like you have to give things, you have to, what else? I can't remember even actually, but there are so many. But they are all described in such a way that the actual meaning is hidden. But if you, it's all about purity of the system, like purity of the mind. Basically, having basic, real human qualities, because like really, it's very easy to lose the human qualities. As I told yesterday, Joel, it's very easy to vibrate to the animal realms. Even in the human body, you are vibrating into animal realms. But there are instances where they can vibrate on the God's level as well. But the main important here in Dhamma is the no self angle. That means understanding how this self-perception has happened here. Without that realization, whatever the tranquility we have is just limited. It's time limited. It is limited to the posture. It can be limited to your, time of the year or time of the, good time, So nothing like that, good or bad, whether you're dying or alive, whether you are day or night, having going through a very, very rough time in the life, doesn't matter. This no self angle would be just there. It's like looking at everything with a different glass. We now look at everything in the self angle, but when you understand Dhamma, actually, if you start to feel it, you will be looking at the world with the no self angle. Actually, it's a feel. So when you say words, you can misunderstand looking through a glass, because then there's someone looking through the glass. But this is a metaphor I'm using. But actually, it's a feel that you losing you is a beautiful, thing where the burning is zero, whether you're happy or whether you're sad, whether you are in a difficult position or a good position, whether everything is going wrong or whether everything is going right. So the question Joel asked is actually about Samma Sambuddha, but the Buddha status or the Arahant state is a non-vibration. So the non-vibration should be out there to synchronize. And if you synchronize it to at least once, if you synchronize to non-vibration, there's a reassurance from Lord Buddha that you will never vibrate to the lower realms again in your lifetime, not even after death. It doesn't matter, even now. So that's where that's what the reassurance is. So your vibration is not going to go down to that level, basically. And the once returner, that is another kind of just the path to non-vibration. Once returner also, there's no way that you're just going to have another one thought to go, kind of. And non-returner means the vibration is not strong enough to synchronize to the this sensual world at all. But because there's no self view and there's no self, there's dissolution of the self perception and the self vibration, even the tranquility you feel, you're not going to get attracted to it. You're not going to get attached to it. You're not going to look for it, basically. That's the main important aspect that the Aranwansa was trying to tell you that day, because you said you were looking forward to something, and then he corrected you quickly, saying, no, that's not what we are trying to say. When you lose you, you're not looking forward to it, but you are the non-vibration, you are the super happiness, you are the super kindness, you are the super loving, you're the everything. It's just out there. Any other question? Anything else to add? Actually, if Joel, yes, you can ask anything, but others can join in as well. Yes.
I was just asking, I want to just clarify this about this vibration thing that a lot we discuss about it a lot. Okay, when can this Joel realize that I have no vibration? How do I realize
it's a fail again. It's a fail again. So that's the thing. So when Aranwansa says that he says a metaphor for this. Can you actually explain how you feel the salt? Even you can give an example. You can say this is very salty, but can you actually explain what salt is, kind of what the taste is? You really can't. Likewise, even the self vibration is something for you to feel it, because inside the mind you can actually feel it. The whole power, that power underneath the mind, even that is difficult to feel. And if you understand that it's the power of the sensory organ only to turn into the non-vibration, so this has to be practiced a bit. The practice comes with the wisdom. So you have to have the understanding of this Dhamma, that there's no one here, and then there's the mind is not true, and then there's sensory system which works very fast, very speedy, and this speedy activity is the power. I mean that what we have misunderstood, that speed is actually not self, but it is the actual function of the sensory organ, whatever it is. It doesn't matter whether it's a sound, whether it's the eyes, whether it's the skin. So this has to be felt. So that is the Lord Buddha's saying that come and see, because there's only metaphors. There's only metaphors. Anything
Another
else?
question, Doc?
Yeah.
Another question, Doctor, like when you said about feeling, do we feel it in the body or do we feel it in the consciousness?
No,
Can you
no, it's a
tell it a
different
bit
one.
deep?
That's where they call it jnana, because this is not related to the actual sensory organs. That is the problem. I think it is something that you can feel. Even this self perception, it's very deep. Even normal self perception, because we don't even understand that we are in self perception. To say, you know that if you remember as a child, if you liked something, imagine a game or something, if you like that, how intensely you get attracted to that. Can you explain that? You really can't, can you? And also, if you feel despising or some dislike towards something, even though we can say I dislike it, but actually, can you explain that feel? It's a feel. Even there are so many words now in anxiety. There are so many words we use to, but actually, whether it describe what you feel out there is very, very personal, isn't it? Can't really describe it, even though we try to describe it with words. What you actually feel can be even different to what you're trying to describe. And sometimes people say, I can't really describe it. Yes, because even the self-perception you can't describe until you actually feel the non-self-perception, because it's absence of this absence of this the vibration. So it's very difficult, I would say, to describe that, but one would know, 100% one would know, because it's a completely different experience. It's not like be inside the mind and thinking and getting another mental picture. It's not like that. It's just complete piercing of the thought and feeling that strength or the power or the vibratory nature, and understanding that it's just the function of the 5 sensory organs. So yeah, it's something to be felt, and that's the challenge here. Lot of even someone who has listened, it's a challenge. But even yesterday, Aaron also was telling me this Andolnatmaka Deshna that I heard that he was saying that how some others, even without even understanding the full thing, they will just take it as literally, and then just randomly feel it. So it's really nice, because we know that even 7-year-old, felt it. But it doesn't mean that he's an arahant just by feeling it once. It doesn't mean that. It's just you have felt it once. It gives an example of what we are saying, and then to become that, there's kind of the mark or the way, and that way includes working without self, talking without self, doing something without self, trying without self, having a meditative state without self. It's all without self, because the whole marga, or the way, the path starts from correct vision. Correct vision is no self angle that we talk every day. Yeah, it just has to be felt, and it's felt, you will know it. But it has to be practiced a little bit before maybe, but there's nothing we have practiced in our life. It's easy. It's just understanding how the outside is actually a perception. So if it's a, imagine it's a cross sound, which is a perception in the mind. Because definitely we know that the cross sound is not out there, but some you can hear the sound definitely, but cross sound is actually a perception, mental perception actually. But then when we understand that even the mental perception is like a vibratory nature, you know, that it's just nothing. It's not true. It's just there. Yes, it's manifested, but it's not true. It will actually dissolve the mind, kind of pierce the mind, or liberate from mind, and then that in just one, still the sound is there, the cross sound, but even the cross sound is it's just a sound now. But then even the sound part is not there. It's just a vibration in the field level, just felt as a vibration. And that vibration, if you have practiced that, it is just the speedy vibration of the sensory organs. You will definitely feel the non-vibration. It's a very good experience, but what happens here is the catch-22 is when we try to get it, we can't get it, because when we try to get something, it is in the mind. We are trying to get something because we have a mental picture. If you're trying something, if you want to play cricket, it's a mental picture. We want to play cricket. We want to play basketball, it's a mental picture. But then if you want to achieve the nirvana, it becomes a mental picture too. But the problem here is when we want to do something, it will never happen. But if you keep understanding this Dhamma and keep trying to feel this, you know, when you are walking, when you are seeing, when you are so doing any action or talking, or even you know, thinking or touching something or anything, it doesn't matter. If you feel this, you know, that it's not actually real, but it's a perception here, and the perception is also not true, and whatever left is just the vibration of the sensory organ. That's it. And the chances are very there that you will feel the non-vibration. It can't be really explained more than that. It's a feel. Anything else? And can you something? We have Dharma also here, Surangika here. Anyone?
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Therwan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa and Dhamma friends. Please bear with me. I have got busy with the sports activities of the school, but I still listen to the discussions. And when I get rid of this, definitely I'll be joining, because I know how useful, how beneficial they are. And Dr. Kokila, I just joined for a few minutes. Please bear with me. I heard you were talking about paramita, perfections, and that made me to come. And also, Dr. Kokila,
Is that the name? Is that the name?
That's the perfections, isn't it, for paramita? 10
okay.
perfections.
Okay.
Yeah, and Dr. Kokila, now Joel asked about Buddha state and you were explaining it beautifully. So I want to ask whether when someone feels that he is or she is not having any burning, that is liberating from the stimulus, so can we call such a situation is also a Buddha state? Temporarily, someone can feel Buddha state before attaining arahanthood?
Yeah, that's what Aryan says in Sinhala, Nivan Dakino.
Right.
Nivan Dakino is different, Nivanata Pattino is different. So you see that non-vibration, you, in the sense you feel it, but then you haven't become, because you have to, if you have to become it, it has to be in each and every thought. Yeah, that's what Aranansi says. Nivan dakinawa.
නිවන් දකිනමයි. And you
Dakinawa
are
is different.
already, he says, නිවන උඩ ඉඳගෙන නිවන හොයනවා. They are almost there, but still you look for that. You are unaware that Nibbana is with you, or there, kind of thing, he says.
Yeah, true.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි, Dr.
The main thing is not to look for it. But the thing is,
No.
when we are very complicated, human beings are really complicated. And in the sense, the mind is complicated. So we make everything we make it difficult. The mind makes it so difficult. So because we keep expecting something to happen, So it's very easy to the mind to get stronger and stronger, even with Dhamma. So that's where we lose the track. So if we lose the track, these Zoom discussions are very, very important to actually, just shake you and just get you back in track. Because if you feel like you're going after something, or you're looking forward to something, and you're looking towards something, that's the self. That's that power. And understanding this is a bit difficult. It becomes
So
more and more easy.
complicated.
It's not that complicated, but our mind makes it complicated. That's what Aranansi is saying over again and again, that it's very simple for Sunitha Sopaka, who is like, they were like cleaners. The one was cleaner, the other one I can't remember. But and there was like the story, there's so much stories where, they were not
It's
academics
okay.
or such anything, but they had low vibration. So they just had only need one push. They put the brake. Just one. It's very easy, if you're close to non-vibration, it is easy. And there are barriers. If you ask about the barriers, there are a lot of barriers that Lord Buddha has explained. Sticking to one thought, or sticking to thoughts too strongly, and the one is not taking them seriously at all. I mean, you can just let everything go and just imagine that, So there are different ways to tell that. I can't even remember the whole thing, but Lord Buddha has explained that what prevents you. So Thina Middha is the stupor. Is that stupor or the sleepiness, or how do you say that, Sudharma? Do you remember?
We thought it should be lethargy. One day also we discussed it.
But lethargy has different
exactly
explanations, because lethargy is like a medical term too. But anyway, it's fine. What is the Thina Middha? Is actually, we had another
Thina Middha is pure laziness, doctor. Now, while listening to Dhamma, I mean, in the conventional perspective, people go to sleep while listening to Dhamma. They don't have courage. I mean, that's how they define those days. But in this context also, anyway, not having enough courage, is all kind of laziness. It has a deeper
I think
meaning.
laziness to do this investigation, I would say.
Exactly.
Because,
true.
Because we are not going after something. We are not like, I need $1 million. I'm going to achieve the $1 million, and then I'm going to buy this and that. People have so many dreams, but this is not something like dreaming about a good state of living. This is actually trying to find the truth. Who am I? What is happening? What is that's what I felt important. But there are so many aspects of this Because if someone is very close to non-vibration, you might not need, you might just need a one push, just saying, you know, Saryut, when he was the normal guy, he came and one Arahant just said, you know, this is just a cause and effect. That's the only word he heard. Only word he heard. How come someone understand Dhamma in that just one sentence? It's a cause and effect. So that must be because in that era, every person must have been searching, what am I, what am I, what am I? It should have been. Otherwise, it's just cause and effect. How come a person is so happy he actually told to tell further, and he told something else, I can't remember that, and he ran to the friend, said, we found it. We found it. We found it. It's really like amazing to see how people have reacted. A girl who was knitting or doing some job in there. She was a very young lady, young girl. The Buddha waited there without doing the sermon. There were about 500 people. Buddha waited without uttering a single word. And she came. And the first question he asked was, where are you coming from? And one normal person would say, I'm coming from what? Nogiro. But then this lady gave a fabulous answer, and no one really understood the answer. That's the thing. So this whole thing, it depends on what the level of contemplation is, because naturally there are people looking for truth. Naturally. Not because the mother says, not because the father says, not because the friend is saying something, not because the teacher is saying something, not because you get some, you know, some medal or something. Nothing. Just searching for the truth. Just sorry, I was just.
Yeah, I was just wanted to ask, is the mind referred to Satan or Satan?
Must be. I'm not sure. So that Dr. Sakuntala, what did you say about that? Is that the mind?
Yeah, in the book it's described as the mind because
Mind,
because
yeah.
the
Because mind can
priest
deceive you
themselves.
at any time.
Yeah.
Mind is a really tricky thing. If you actually investigate this, you will be really, you can get you will be amazed to find out that how mind tricks you. If someone says he's bad, he's bad. If someone says he's good. And then again someone comes and says, even though he said that he's good, I'm saying he's bad. And you're like, oh my God, what am I going to say now? So is he bad or is he good? So it's all in the mind. You know, the mind keeps racing. Internal radio, I say that once. It's like a really grumpy radio where it never stops. But what the problem is not the actual radio. The actual problem is the power it has, the power it exerts on you, suffering it gives you. Yeah. But people, just don't forget, Joel, people, even before Lord Buddha, well before, I mean, can't even imagine, people actually tried to get rid of this mind. They did the concentration meditation just to get rid of the mind. And they attained that status. But the problem is, because of their self-view, that vibration is still there. Vibration which is nothing to do with your system. Because it is just the view that, because every thought, if it is felt as a thing, that synchronizes to that self vibration. Anything. It can be a action, it can be a word, it can be a thought, it can be anything. But it just synchronizes to this self. But But Buddha said, no, whether you attain, you know, you even if you are out of your mind.
Doctor, I didn't get that. That synchronizing part, can you just repeat it? I didn't get it properly.
Well, each and every thought is a one spark, isn't it? It's just one spark. So if you think about something, there are so many sparks in that. It happens so fast, we can't even understand that it's one spark. So if you wake up and you see if the windows are closed, you might see the door, the windows, the wall, the fan, maybe the roof or the ceiling. What are they? They are just thoughts. They are just sparks. They are just vibrations, or they are just the mental formations. So each and every mental formation has this power. But when it is felt as real, only this synchronizes to this self vibration. In the sense, same thing. I can tell it in different words. When you feel something as a thing, or you feel it as a thing, the self vibration is there, or the life field is there. That's what I think Aranhanse tells that the existence feel is when you touch something. If you have the feel that it is actually existing, then there is always the life field, this vibration. It's a synchronicity, but it's very deep. It just can be seen through the wisdom, not actually, you can't really explain it through anything else. But if you understand when you synchronize to the vibration, you can actually get a feeling about this, because at that moment you feel the vibration as well as the non-vibration. So that will never happen, because when the cross sound is not a thing, because you know the truth, it doesn't become a thing. Definitely it will come to the vibratory nature of the sensory organ. And even that, if you know it's just the sensory organ, you don't really give a thing to that sound. It's just a vibration. In that, you will definitely synchronize to the non-vibration. How can that happen? And if that happens, you understand, then at all the other times, if you're feeling it as a thing, you synchronize to the self vibration. That's what I was trying to say, but it can be too complicated when I say that, because I'm not that good in explaining, like sometimes I say, but it's
like you don't give a value to it,
yeah,
to that thing, kind of thing. If it's a sound, even you don't give big value, but just it's a sound and just it's a sound.
Yeah, but the thing is that is in mind. So as soon as you say that, it is in mind. This is beyond mind. So the beyond mind is a complete field. There's no perception at all. You can't even say colors, or you can't say even it's this smell or that smell, or this is gandhai or sugandhai. What is it? The bad smell or good smell. You can't really say even that, because it's just liberation from mind, and that vibration. It's a vibratory nature of that. That's actually the vibration which synchronizes to the another zygote, even when your system stops the respiration. Just imagine your system stops. Why there's a power which can synchronize somewhere else? How? Why there's an additional power there? Because this is not actually related here. Because this is just the additional power that came from taking this whole system as real. It's just like any other vibrations, because there are so many vibrations out there. If you do a scientific research about the vibrations, you will understand there's so many vibrations out there. But the main important thing here is your kind of vibration that has synchronized to the zygote and that has manifested all these things at this moment. After the baby can't remember anything until about 1 year of age or even 2 years of age. Why? Because there was no picture, no perception at all at that. So what happened in between that? It was just a feel. If you put a torch to the 6-week checkup, where the babies come for the 6-week checkup, when you put the torch to the light, they just blink because they can't handle the vibration, but they don't actually perceive anything as such. They don't perceive, but they feel the touch. They're not actually perceiving anything, but they're happy in that touch. And when the touch is, when the area is very cold, they can't handle it. So there's a level of vibration that you can handle in the skin as a human. So the extremes they can't handle, they will cry. They're not crying because there is self, because the self notion or the mind that Satan has not come in. If you put it that way, the mind hasn't formed it. But the baby is crying because that vibration is uncomfortable. It's just a sensory system. It's just a sensory system. But the problem is that baby can't understand it. So once you have this mind, when you have the suffering only, you can understand, okay, this is what mind does. And then when you liberate from mind, actually you liberate from all 3 layers: the feel, the perception level, and the sensual level. Sensual level is where you actually look for the milk toffee. You want the milk toffee. You want to touch it and take it to your mouth and actually taste it. But the actual perception of milk toffee is just a perception. And the important thing is they are not stored anywhere. There was the idea that everything is stored in the brain. Now they're actually coming in terms with that. It's not actually stored anywhere. It's just the synchronization effect that happens. So if you see something orange, king coconut might come to your mind. Does it do anything? It's just like a synchronization world, basically. Did you get it, Joel? I don't know whether I'm talking too much.
No, doctor, I got it. I was just thinking, like, if Buddha was living, what would his lifestyle be like without vibrations, without
He will be
without
probably
anything?
in a secluded area, not that much in the outside, but he will, if he has to, he will come out and say Dhamma. This era is really different. It's an online era now. So who knows? He might even do the same thing that RMS is trying to do. So he's not coming out as such. He's just trying to spread this to whatever the avenues we have. Will I hand over to Surangika, Sakuntala, and Sudharma?
Doctor, before I go, can I ask a question again? Not a question really. You were trying to explain that both Satan and Saint can be seen in the same stimulus. Is that right? Because when we get
No,
caught
tell
in
that
the
again. Tell that again. Sorry. Tell
no,
that again.
when we get caught in the stimulus
The mind.
ignorantly, that's the Satan state. and when you liberate from it, it's the same state.
Oh,
No
yeah, maybe. Yeah. I'm not actually trying to say these things in this way because I don't like describing these things because people can actually misunderstand us.
Yeah, doctor.
Yeah, people actually can misunderstand us. We are trying to say so much natural thing, so much scientific thing, so much, like the truth. So we don't want to get into word troubles. Basically, word can lead to wars. War happens
True,
because of the words.
true,
So,
true, doctor.
and it's really unnecessary. Really unnecessary. Again, I will
Teruvan
rather
Saranai. I'm compelled to leave, doctor, and all the my friends. Teruvan Saranai. Thank you so much.
Raka, can you add something?
Dr. Kokida. I think that question is quite interesting. And that's the conundrum, isn't it? The mind and the all-powerful mind. One cannot forcibly get out of it or do any such thing. And to Joe's question about the wisdom and the field also, it's not something that can be forced. There can not be a person here doing it because this whole truth is about non-self, which means that we are debunking the myth that was the I, the self, isn't it? The illusion, the grand illusion that has been there for ever so long is that there was a self here, an I here, a personality, an ego, whatever you want to call it. So the truth that the Buddha found in that search that he did on his own, which is where that Samma Sambuddha thing was explained in the book, was that, all this, for the last 5 years, Aran Vasi has been explaining this truth, which has been revealed again through his own perseverance and the truth that the Buddha unraveled 2,500 years ago. And that was also the thing that all the other seekers of the truth failed to understand, that wherever they've tried to find the truth in so many other different ways, the Buddha realized that the issue was with the mind itself and this thought. It was the thought that was giving this false illusion of an I and a self. And if that self and I and that undercurrent of power, the self vibration, is addressed, then the entire mechanism and the process of this Abhisankarana kind of system, the volitional formation that causes one to believe that there is a world and there is an I here, then falls away. So it's not an easy thing to do, but it definitely can be done, and that power only diminishes gradually. And the only thing one can do is actually to keep on realizing the truth of how these senses work and how this vibration occurs. And here, when we talk about vibration, it's the self vibration itself, which is the I or the self view and the vibration attached to that. Because for some time there was a confusion, even from my experience also. There was a point where the confusion arose about, we talk about vibration, and from that, the sense faculties, the perceptions arise due to the speed of vibration. So here we are not talking about that vibration. What we are talking about is the self vibration. As a result of those sense faculties and the manifestation that occurs there, which is the light, the sound, the touch, the taste, and the smell, that those different vibrations then combine to form another vibration or another wave, as Aryan Mahatsa says. And that is the mind consciousness, otherwise known as the thought. So it is that thought which is a different vibration, and then from that arises that whole sense of existence that Dr. Kokila explained, and then with that sense of existence of a thing and a world, the duality occurs. There is no duality. It's just part of the whole mirage. If there is something, then there is a person here that automatically gets created, manifested, as a person experiencing something, as a person witnessing something, and a person basically existing. So how does one, to get to that vibration? The vibration is that underlying current, the feeling that one is alive, the feeling that there is a world around me, the feeling that I'm a person, I'm alive, all those kind of things. So that feel is the self vibration itself. So, like that example of the salt, you taste the salt. You can use words and express that it is salty, but can one actually express what that salt tasted like? Is the thing that cannot be expressed in words. It is something that can only be felt. So, on that note of non-vibration that Joel asked, definitely when one is on the path with the true Dhamma, there is a telepathization to the noble teacher and to these Dhamma teachings, because it is coming from the point of non-vibration. And the vibration, the self-vibration, then automatically gets shaken and goes into a point of lesser and lesser vibration, which is why one feels very calm, isn't it, when one is listening to Dhamma talks, when one is discussing the Dhamma. How does that happen? Because at that point there is non-vibration. But the Buddha state is the permanent state of non-vibration. And what again has to be clarified there is no state called non-vibration. The dissipation of vibration, or the loosening the vibration, or the cessation, I should say cessation of the vibration itself is non-vibration. Because otherwise one would be looking for this non-vibrational state, looking for a state of nirvana. There is no another state. Yesterday, I think we talked about the 31 planes of existence. All those 31 planes of existence have defilements, have at least a tiny, minute sense of vibration, which is why the Buddha said, even when the state of anagami, the non-returner, which is a higher realm and a very, very low vibration, even when one reaches that stage, which is a very difficult and advanced stage to reach, the Buddha still told his disciples, do not delay, do not tarry. Even the smallest amount of defilement, or I think he used the word like, asuchi, which means like, dirt. Even the smallest sense of dirt or fecal matter can still smell. So what he meant by that metaphor is that one cannot rest on one's laurels, even being a non-returner. There is still a certain amount of perseverance that still needs to be made. Again, when we take the example of another Thero in the Buddha's days, I think it was Khemaka Thero, who still, when other monks said that you have now reached Arahathood, the ultimate Buddha state, he pronounced that no, because being honest to oneself and understanding and feeling, I should say, I suppose the one on the vibration, it is something that only can be discerned by that particular mechanism, by that system. No one else can pronounce over it. And Kemakathero did say that defilements, yes, the defilements are gone, but there is still a sense of vibration, or rather that the non-vibrational state, non-vibration had not been realized. So it's again, yeah, so I think it's the mind and the mechanisms of it that needs to be grasped and understood, and this comes only in bits and pieces, little by little, gradually, so there's nothing to get discouraged about. It comes, and all that can be done is to understand how this mechanism works. And as Dr. Kokila said, that wisdom, the inner transformation, is something that then arises, which is ultimately the feel of the feel. Basically, there, I think it's just the feel that there isn't anything. The shunyatava, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
Yes, Kokila. There was my
Teran Sanaran.
yeah, I like to know what's this today. This discussion is going.
It was based on some of Joel's questions, Aran.
What's that?
What was the last question? Joel, what was the last question you asked?
My last question was like,
You can ask anything actually.
yeah, this is the mind called Satan, and what's the link between Satan and the mind?
Yeah, that's related to, I think, the
What's the meaning?
Christian thing.
What's
Maybe
the
I wasn't sure. It was from the book.
What's the meaning? Is that mind? I've not heard that clear. What's that mean? Yeah, popular. What's the question? Is
Surangika, do you remember the book? It says Satan. Is it Satan or?
what is that question?
Because in Christian religion, there's a word Satan or Satan.
Yeah, I don't remember the book, Karen Manson, but I think in Christianity, there is a reference to Satan. I think in Sinhalese we say Satan, isn't it?
Yeah, it's okay. What's the question?
Question is whether it is the mind, that it could have been described as the mind, which is the tricky part. But I'm not 100% sure the words. That's why I told that it's better not to put like so much interest in words, because
No, simple words. Yeah, I want to know that. What is the question? Is
Joel,
Satan?
can you
What's
ask?
telling? We don't know the Satan book. We are not interested.
Yeah, no, Joel knows it because Joel studied.
Yeah, no. I want the question. No,
Can you
Satan
ask?
is okay. What's the story? Is okay. What is the story? What's the question?
No, but the question actually arises because we were discussing that how mind works, and
mind.
Yeah.
The mind is a mind. It's systematically working.
Yeah, whether it's a metaphor for the Satan. That's it's not a serious question. I have an answer. He was like trying to understand whether it can have a metaphor, like a similarity, because Satan in the Christianity, I think, is the bad side or something like that.
No, I want to know the Satan is okay. It's a bad guy. It's okay. But question, what's the question?
Can you ask Joel that again? Because I'm not also sure about that.
Aryan Manse?
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, Like, is the mind? It's a vibration. So, does the mind work like the Satan?
Mind work, right? Certain. What's that?
Does, like, now, for example, like if we get bad thoughts, thoughts like unwanted thoughts, a perception, uh, uh, how does it's a Satan linked to it?
Oh, it can be happen to everybody. What's this is a Buddha's story, is the Devadatta. What's the story is Devadatta? What's the Devadatta's mind? He's a ego, no? What's he won't do? He's thinking this world is real, no? He's in the world, but world is not real. It's our mind. World is not real. You see that there's a light, and so sound and film together coming. That's our thoughts. Sound and film, nothing anything. Sound and thought and the this everything. Sense of creation. No? When you are blind, you can't see. When you are deaf, you can't hear. So otherwise, you smell and taste, and otherwise you are smooth and rough. Is this? We are talking about the uh, four elements, no? That's smooth and rough and hot and cool. These are our body feelings. So these are together covered. That's the thoughts, no? It's okay. Thoughts, chair, table, red, yellow, blue, everything is thoughts. No? We are thinking. So anybody, Satan or Devadatta or Buddha or anybody, he is in this world. He is in thinking world. It's like a feeling. It's not a real. It's a the case is the everywhere there is everywhere have the power. What's the power? It's like a gravity power, like that, magnetic power, like that, glue, like that. This vibrations creating the combining system. Is the is a system. It's the combining system. Is the this everything. Where's the power? Where's the spark? Where's the vibration? There's the attach everything. How is telling this? You see this? Is attachments. No. Glue like that. That's the power. No, our thoughts also same shape. Otherwise, light also, the many sparks together coming. It's a combining. No, this is the science. This is we are talking about dharma. What is this dharma? What is this dharma? Dharma is happening. Nobody is doing. It's a systematically happening. How is this system? How is this system creating? How is this our sense of creating? How is this happening? How is these thoughts are creating? How is this material also creating? Material also vibrations. So you see that sun is coming bigger than uh, the earth is disappearing because it's hot. More than hot is coming. How is earth is here? No earth is here. So like that, you see ice. Hot is coming. Ice becoming a water. After more than hot is coming, water disappearing. The air is here. So where's the ice? Ice is power. You see this? How is ice is coming? Fridge is there. Again, ice can happen. Can be there. Nobody's doing. It's a system. So like this, our nature. These days, the Europeans and the USA and the Canada, everywhere is winter. So ice is there. How is ice is there? Yeah, it's a few months after, 2 months after, they are talking about ice is disappearing, water is coming. After water is disappearing, it's okay. Again, the circle is happening. What is the hot? Hot also vibration. You see this earth also here. How is earth is here? Is the is systematically is balancing, no? Hot and cool and the everything material also. This everything is here. The balancing. We are talking about this vibrations balancing. You see light also vibration. Otherwise, the sound also vibration. So we are explaining. One is spark is negative and positive wires is together. Someone touch. There's a spark. Is you can see the light because your eye is here working. You can see like a camera. You can see the light, but your eye is not working. You're blind. You can't see the light. There's one spark is here. Negative and positive wires is spark. But you have eye. You can see the light. You have ear. You can hear the sound. Chatters. Sound is coming. You have nose, you can hear, you can smell the is that's type of. So you have body feel, you can touch. It's a what is there. This is how your senses, no, eye, ear, nose, and this body feels. These are your senses. These senses various, very varieties, no, 5 types of human body have 5 types of senses. So that's the senses is one spark is there, but 5 senses, they are the 5 senses made in the 5 type of sparks, sounds, lights, and hot and smell. So you see, so various of living beings have various of type of senses. So some living beings, some ants, haven't five senses. So sometimes one sensor, 2 sensors, 3 sensors, sometimes more than 5 sensors they have. So what is this world? Is your world is real? No, it's your senses. So what Satan's thinking? It's okay, we can realize this. What is this thoughts? Thought is not real. So every thoughts have the power. You see, red, yellow is existence field is there because the power is there. You see that how is light perception we are talking about? Power is there. Perception is a spark, speed happening. So light is there, but light existence field is consciousness words we are using. Consciousness words we are using living being. Consciousness we are not talking about the trees. Consciousness have the living beings. So why this we are talking is a power. It's a waves. Yeah. What is this? What is this type of power? It's a thinking power. You see this finally, your eye creation light existent and the sound also existent. And the light and sound together coming, no, sound and form together coming, that's your thoughts. Your thoughts creating, that's your mind. You are thinking, no? It's a chair, table, red, yellow, it's a 1, 2, 3, everything is what is your sound and lights, these pictures together. These sensor creations together is one spark. One spark is speedily happening. That is why one spark we are talking. Every moment, one spark here. So one thought is here. This thought have existent field. That is the imaging existent field. Because What is this spark? What is kindergarten time? The teacher given the picture and given the sound. So you see that many countries, different languages using. What is this language? Only the sound. Sound and picture combining, that's the language. Chinese are talking chin, chin, chin. We don't know what is the sound. Otherwise, the English are talking about chair, but Sri Lanka here, Sinhala is not talking about the chair. Sri Lanka is talking about the putwa. What is this putwa? Only the sound. Yeah, these thoughts, not real. But existent feel is there because power is there. So after what happened here, that speedily sparking is a rapid speed. This story, because your eye is a factory like that, making the pictures like this, sound also, sense creations. You see these thoughts. There's a light also. There's a speed. No, speed sparking. No waves here. We are talking about the waves. You see these waves always combining, always. Otherwise, sparking is happening, not stopping, because system is here. Earth also is systematically creating. You know, this Earth is rotating. The 165 kilometers per minute. No, so this Earth is rotating speedily, but we can't see because the huge size. But we are thinking this. We are still here, but we are not in, still here because Earth is always moving, circling, but we can't see it's happening here. That's type of here. Everything is vibrations, but we are not seeing the vibrations. We are not seeing the waves. We are seeing these pictures and sound and material, but this material is not still. It's it's not permanent. It's not still. It's always changing is happening. These are not everything is not real. So why I'm explaining this? Because these thoughts is the secret. Light also spark speed, is a power. They are light also power. Existential field is there. That's Buddha's word is itasanya. That's the existential field. Light. Only we are talking one sensor. It's eye. But you see, the sound and pictures together coming, and the body feel also one time. These five senses. What's the spark is here? That's one time. Is everything one. Everything. This moment is happening. That's why it's kindergarten time, baby. See the picture, but sound is coming here. Together is a thought is coming. So it's one is spark. Otherwise, thought is not two. Thought also one is spark. You see, this thought existent field. So this thought existent field is not stopping. Again and again, this thought is coming. This is speedily, this vibration, this waves not stopping. The automatically, systematically is happening. We can't stop that because the speed is the everything is this illusion. How is coming is the speed is the secret inside because it's spark, it's a waves, vibes. We are talking waves. Right? You see this this chair also again and again coming. More power is coming. Same. Mother, father, everything. You see this power is generating. More power is coming. There's a do also is coming feeling. That's why existential field converting the alive field. Alive field also this power, more power, existence field, more power is coming like a spring, more power, automatically power is generated moving the spring. Like this alive field. Example is spring. More power is there. Moving type is there. Spring. How is moving the spring? Is more power is there. Like this human mind. More power is coming. Chair, not only the chair. Now chair, how me? Now me, my mind is coming. How is me, my mind is coming? Is the power is only the here. Is the existent field. But me, my mind is coming automatically. Is another thought is automatically coming. Who have this? Who have this existent field? It's a me. I have this existent field. This is the secret. This is the secret. Inside here. The who are you? You are not the body, you are not the mind. You are this stimulus. Stimulus power is you. But you can't this easy understand. It's not easy to understand. It's very difficult to understand. But it is the happen here. What's you? You, who are you? That's the question is real important. You are the power. But it is thinking power. That is why you want to stay here is a power. You are doing everything, studying and job is doing, what are you doing? Because you want to stay here. Because you have feel, your alive feel. Me, my mind. You are here now. Now you are not talking about the chair. You are talking about me. I'm here. But cause and effect dhamma, cause is vibration, spark. Effect is light and sound. Second one is cause is sound and firm. The effect is thought, chair. Chair have sound, chair have picture. It's your sensor. The third one is chair is a cause. Effect is the existent field. The now existent field is power. Is coming. It's the fourth one is existent field is cause. Effort is alive field. Is the another one. More power is coming combined in. That is why it's a more power here. The feel, the interesting is this the feeling. It's me, my mind is a alive field. You see cause and effect dhamma is unbelievable, you know. Because finally you can realize nobody is here, only the vibration, only the power is here. Power is disappearing because this thought is you are thinking everything is real. But your mind is understood Dhamma is a system, this process, someone understood. How is our sense of creation? How is these thoughts are coming? How is this feel is coming? Is that nobody is here. No living being is here. It's not a body. It's your pain. It's your, that's we are talking about raga desha moha. What's this? Attachments and disattached. How is this happening? This is a system. System, this is this vibration, what continually happening. But it's not continually happening. You see this, because the nature, impermanent, everything is not permanent. It's impermanent. Everything is vibration. Vibration is not still anything. So arising and passing away, not still anything. That's why Buddha word is arising and passing away is a Udaya Vijnana. Is a Uday arising and it's not still here. No. It's a spark. You see this. This thought, we don't like die. We want here, stay. That's why humans are try to keep the everything, body and the everything. But it's nature is here, the system is here. Nothing here anything. Otherwise, you try to still here, but you can't here because it's the nature, it's the situation, it's the system, it's the process, it's the Dhamma. So dependent on origination Dhamma is inside meditation. Is you want to understand what happened inside. Nobody is here. System is working. That's the inside meditation. Someone understood the truth here. That's the first part of inside meditation, the right vision. You won't see the right here, what happened. So, that's why Buddha's word is Satyajnana. It's a true Dhammas. First, you won't understood the truth. Second one is you can experience it. Nobody's here. It's not easy to understand, but you can experience it. Everything is happening, not do here. Nobody is doing. System is working. So it is very important, yeah. Finally, someone understood this process. Is a who is here? Nobody is here now. System is working, no problem here. It's okay, no problem. We understand what happened here. The thoughts haven't is outer values. Thoughts haven't a value, yeah. Thoughts are normally here. Nobody is doing this. Systematically, thoughts are here, but no values. That's why thoughts are valueless. No power. That is why no pain, no any inside vibrations. So thoughts also here. Everything can be happen. You can be die. Your child's your everything, your whole house, everything can be. It's not everything. Not stay here. Everything can be happen, but no problem because you are understood. It's your thoughts. It's your mind. The no worry, no sorry like that. No worry, no suffering, no sadness. That's why endless happiness is here because you understood everything. It's no problem here. So Satan is you are talking about the mind, but it is only the incident. It's only the thought, not necessary. Because no bad or good is your mind. So everything is only the thoughts. You see, Tarzan's thinking is other one. So but this thinking other one. It's okay. Otherwise, these are stories. No, nobody knows what is the real one. So okay, many books right here, but people finding people are realizing what is the real book, not anywhere real book, because real is understand. It's a wisdom. It's the nature. It's the father, and son is the thing. Like this, you see, you can realize this. Every religion is a programming. Because people mind can tolerate. People mind can't tolerate the situation. They are praying. They are praying gods. They are praying many things. They are praying, history. The trees also they are praying. The sun and moon they are praying. Oh, they are imagining what they are praying. It's okay. Yeah. But it is innocent, no? It's helpless. That's why they are praying. They can't tolerate. They can't. They haven't a confidence. That's why. They can't thinking after death. They don't know what happened. That's why they are thinking somewhere they are going and like this. But you see this Dhamma, very nice. It's a nature. Yeah. Nobody's here. No one is here. System is working. You see system, someone don't know this Dhamma. He is thinking outside is here. He's going after death somewhere. It's happening because the power is there. It's a thinking power. It's existed also power. You see, everything is real. Someone thinking exists a power. So there. Otherwise, I feel also there. Like so, the meaning is he also there here. The like a cirrus there and like a radio waves like that. A power. No, radio waves have a power like that. Somebody in illusion, they are in misconception. They have power. That's the power. That's why power is not zero. Power is thoughts. Thoughts. Someone understood these thoughts. Our mind, what the mind is a thought. Thought have a power. Thought have a. Someone know this thought is not real. It's a power is not there. It's very important. It's not the Tarzan stories. That's not the Devadatta story. Not the important Devadatta or Tarzan. No. Is the thoughts is given this power. Is very important. Sometimes we can made in the stories, new stories we can make, but it is only the stories. So animal also they have their own senses. They have power. Otherwise, every living being have power. This is like a cirrus. There are like this. There's a radio waves like that. Some magnetic power like that, electric power like that. This mind power we are talking about. Um, is a system. You can't see the magnetic power, but you can drop the stone. How is coming filled out? How is coming filled out the flow? Is the power is there, but you can't see where's the power. Yeah, electric also power you can't see, but it's there. Like this, your thinking power you can't see, but power is there. So we are talking about the stories, but it's not the stories. That's the power. Something happened to you, you won't rebuild again. Something lost you can rebuild again. That's type of power because your mind is a coming power. Is many things you are doing, recovering that situation, and you want to steal everything. No, I don't know how much is this story understood, but I try to explain. Sometimes my English is not good, but it's okay. I want to give the message. Message is a power. Power is
Thank,
fading.
thank
It's
you,
okay.
Aryan Vanse. Thank you
It's
so
okay.
much.
It's okay. 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 Yes, I think our time is now gone. What think about? Suranka, what do you think about? Yes, Potra, do you hear me?
Yeah, it's a beautiful
Yes.
explanation. After all,
Yeah.
say don't know anything. Mind is a mind, isn't it? It's just a process and a mechanism.
Yes. Mechanism, yeah, it's very important to understand mechanism. It's good words. Mm. Yes, now what's the time is here? Our side, yeah, 4:22. It's okay. Our other Zoom is now starting. Terasana, everybody. Terasana, Kokira also. Terasana is welcome. Tomorrow we can join again our English phone discussion. Terasana, 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 Jay.
and then one hand up means or you make a gesture, and that gesture means to come, and you make another gesture with the hand means that means okay, go away, or it's okay, you can now go, kind of thing, like getting dismissed. So how did this one flick is another sanya or perception, another flick of the hand is a different perception. The facial expression in one way is a perception of happiness, sadness, depression, whatever you call it. So how did we even do that? Isn't that also something that the mind constructed on its own, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
Every facet, as you said, yes.
Yes.
There is no, I mean, when he went on and on and on and said everything is like that, everything is, you take something and then that's also perception. This, you take another example, I forgot so many examples he gave, and he said that's also perception. This is also perception, but what was true and that you took to be real in the last moment, this moment you say it's not true because of something else. Now, isn't that also perception? And then he went to the basic consciousnesses, and he said the light is also a perception. But then what you mentioned a few minutes ago, the fact that the light is there is also a perception. But then we know that in the perception of light, there is no light. In the perception of sound, there is no sound. Then so too, if you have the existence of light as a perception, then that perception of existence too, isn't that also not real? And then he said that if all these perceptions came about through vibration, and this perception is subject to evolution, subject to being evolved, subject to changing constantly, can any perception be taken to be real? And if every perception arose from a vibration, and these perceptions, whatever perception comes about is not real and they stem from a vibration, then can you actually consider any vibration to be real? And if every vibration is not real, then can you not think that it is only non-self vibration that is non-vibration, or non-self vibration that is the only thing that is stable?
It was so beautiful.
That was amazing.
That was so amazing. As soon as I heard how he started saying that that means you have taken the perception as real, I kind of felt now, and actually it went on the most groundbreaking way, and it is I mean, I felt as everyone in this world, I mean, I know it won't happen, but I felt everyone in this world, any human should hear this bit. I mean, I mean, not everyone will understand this, but at least someone who might feel this would be there. I mean, it is so beautiful if someone can actually get around this idea what Radharani is trying to say, because I'm kind of almost sure no one talks about this consciousness at all. No one. They kind of have no idea. And for all of the physicists, all of the scientists, the basic they know is the consciousness. And to say that there's nothing like that is groundbreaking, isn't it, Suramika? I mean, how can one say that?
Yeah, it's and I think you're quite right, Dr. Kukla. If anybody is fortunate enough to listen to it, they might not have even heard of Buddothpada talks before. But just listening to this talk on its own, you don't even need to know the history of Buddothpada discourse. So you don't need to know anything of that sort. This is basic. Everybody knows about. I mean, even in the Western style, basic English language perception alone is enough to kind of get some semblance of, oh my God, kind of feeling, right? That what are we doing with all this type of thing? Because it was so simple that it was, I mean, it's for people who are ready to listen to something like that. I think there's enough to grasp for them to.
Yes. Yeah. I wish everyone would feel this. Actually, we would try to tell that again in more because we are actually having so much gratitude for our Anhanse for revealing these things to the humankind. But I will try to tell that again. So it is all about perception. Friends, if you can understand, try and understand this. So living is actually all about perceptions. So we kind of pass from one, not we, actually it is one stimuli to other stimuli. That is what is we call living. And in the living, when we live, it is actually perception. So perception is keep changing. So the perception happening very fast, it would feel like it is happening here, and it would give you the feel of like consciousness. It can be related to the light, it can be related to the sound, it can be related to your the feel in the skin, it can be temperature, hardness, liquidity, kind of these things that can be felt in the skin of a human being. And all about the tongue, where you can feel the taste, and all about the nose, where you can feel the smell. So these are the 5 basic sensory organs a human could have. There's nothing more. But when these things occur, we even have no idea that these things are actually just perceptions. Because when light happens, we feel it as a real something happening, that we feel it as a real thing. And that real thing, that when we feel that it as a real thing, that is a consciousness, we feel that we are conscious. How does that happen? The consciousness do occur due to the fast vibration of the sensory organs, yes. But then why do we feel that we are conscious? And when it is not there, we call it the other person is unconscious. So how do we say this? How on earth this whole phenomena of my mind has come? How did this happen? And in the way we to understand, when we try to understand this whole phenomena of perception should be understood, must be understood to understand why the self-perception is so important. How did this self-thought is so engraved? Because self-perception is a thing. How self-perception is a thing is because we feel as existing because of the feel of existence that happen in the sensory main 5 organs. So when the sensory organs work, it gives a perception, yes, but the actual groundbreaking part is light, which is a perception. Is it actually there? It is not. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I have talked about this before, like in a, when you are actually inside a long, big tunnel, we have a perception of darkness. But if you are in like an open area with sun, we have a perception of light. But then, is something actually there? Because if there's another animal who has night vision, that night vision animal can't feel it, because the person now is in the open area feeling the sunlight, so having light, the perception of the light is there, but the the animal with the night vision is also there in the same place, same moment. but that animal can't feel the light. So what does that mean? That means this is actually not a thing happening here. It is a perception. And when a perception is there, it can appear at any time. It can appear when you are even thinking about the tunnel, it will be there. But even if you are inside the tunnel, it will be there. And how did the darkness is a perception. Light is a perception. Smell is a perception. What smell? It can be, even if you're thinking about something like jasmine, that is a mind perception. Why? Because you never smell jasmine anyway. That actually can be understood. Because, I mean, not easy, but it is somewhat clearer than usually, because we know the smell didn't have the jasmine anyway. We called it jasmine. That part is a bit easy. This Manovinyane part, he actually talked about that too today. Like that, how this mind sensor works. He elaborated on that really nicely. Mind sensor has the jasmine. Mind sensor has the, roses. But when it comes to actual smell, even that is a perception. That is even not true. Why? Because it's just a production of volitional information or sankar, or due to the speed of the vibration of the nose only you can feel this perception. So it's not true. It's not true. And the problem is these all the things that are not true is happening, yes, because of the ignorance. We kind of, any animal, not only humans, any animal, any being actually feels as existing. And this brings another problem, another new, not new, actually this is old, this self-perception. That when things happen, when the consciousness is happening, it can be just one organ. Because we always talk about this worm has only kind of one sensory organ. So even with that just one sensory organ, you get the kind of one type of perception or two types of perception, because you can, with the skin, you can feel the liquidity, the temperature and all that. So there can be two types of perceptions there. So, but these perceptions, that animal have no power, no way to understand that these perceptions are actually perceptions. Just perceptions, which are not true. They are just constructs. This word constructs is so important to understand that none of these perceptions are true. So whatever the basic smell, with no mind consciousness attached to it, even that is just a perception. Just due to rapid vibration, you feel something is happening here. And that one, when it happens, you get a new kind of perception that it is there. That is the feel of existence. And that's another perception. And is that there? No. And this evolves into self-perception. Is that there? No, it is not there. So whatever we believe in, that me, I, me, mine, is that true? This thought is based on what is actually not there. So what can we base on? So there's nothing. So is this something to be sad about? No, this is something which we feel so happy about, actually trying and understand how there is no self. There's no self. There is evolution of sensory organs. Yes, there is some perceptions. Yes, there is some sensations. Yes, there is some consciousness. Yes, there is some volitional information. Yes, but is there a self here? Is it actually existing? No, there's no existence. Even though you feel it as like that, it's only the sensory organ. Isn't it, Surangika? Do you want to add something anymore? I think it's so,
Yeah, in one of the old talks also, I remember he said, sometimes you can't even, it's the angle in which you look at it and the way you explain, depending on the question also. But at a certain point also, he said that, you can't really say that it's not there. You can't say it's there, neither can you say it's not there.
Yeah.
Because you can't go to any extreme, isn't it?
Yeah, actually they are there. The sensation is there now. Because you can't really say sensation is not there, but the sensory function is there, yes. But it's a construct. And when we know this, what happens is the value, that feel of existence that we had, the value we have given, because what dissolves is this ignorance, isn't it?
Yeah.
What dissolves is ignorance, nothing else. And when the ignorance is not there, it's okay. Let alone the sensation to happen, let alone the consciousness to happen, let alone the perception to be there. There's no problem. So none of these things are problematic. It's only understanding. There's nothing to be taken to be granted for. Actually, there's nothing there. But someone looking at this in a different angle might feel depressed. If you feel depressed, that is because you're actually thinking with yourself in it. That's where people feel a bit, hazy sometimes. When you listen to someone like this, you might be like, oh, okay, so is there nothing? Oh my God, what am I going to do? That kind of attitude. That is because you are actually still in that mindset that I am here and that I'm going to be useless. No, that's not what we are saying. That what we are trying to say is this I, me, mine is a baseless thought, and the base was the perception, which is actually again baseless because there's no it's not actually perception is just a construct. We can't say it is not there, but it is a construct. It is a construct means there's no actual basing, because it happens when you when you know that it is a construct. Actually, the power which runs this whole samsaric journey is going to get reduced. Definitely going to get reduced, 100%. There's no problem in that. And Lord Buddha has guaranteed if someone feels this, someone actually feels this, that these perceptions are actually what is left is just the rapid vibration of the sensory organ. The whole, I think we have to elaborate on here much bit more on how light you might feel with understanding this, because if someone is feeling so concerned about this, then that means you are with the view, self-view. But if someone actually has broken this self-view, you will feel much lighter, much happier, not in a sensual world way, in a very different way. So because this so much burden you had, thinking that I am here, I'm there, I have to do these things, I am the one who is suffering, I am the one who is happy, the whole thing breaks down. And the more you understand that perceptions are actually just constructs, the lightness you might feel, the tranquility you might feel is unbelievable. You can't even fight about it, have an argument about it, because it's something to be felt. And if you feel it, you definitely is going to understand how lack of suffering is, or zero suffering, how it feels. That's the moment you feel the non-vibration. There's no zero suffering. Zero suffering means zero self-vibration. So this is the beauty of this Dharma. You can add something, Surangika?
Yes, sir. So I think understanding those senses, because as you said, Dr. Kokila, depending on what stage a person is on the path, there can be that initial sense for a person who hasn't listened to it much or really understood the Dhamma. They can take it to mean or have a bit of a defeatist attitude, isn't it? Saying, oh, then what's the point in living? What's the point in having a house? What's the point in the family and this and that? And we have heard even on the Zoom talk and with our experiences as well, depending on what stage one is on the path, you can get this feeling as if, all this is useless and, job is useless, this is useless, that is useless. And then there is a time where one wants to get away from all this because, to that extent, there is an understanding that these things are not going to, these things are just perceptions and ultimately they don't mean anything. And everything is a construct, so on and so forth. So then what they want is they want to kind of, they get so disgusted, probably so depressed in a not in a conventional depression kind of thing, but at least just depressed about all these being just sanya and everything is a construct, that they want to leave everything and go to a monastery or go somewhere to the jungle and lead a monastic life. So that also is a stage. And I think we've heard Narayana explaining to people like that so many times on the Zoom, that's, of course, that's just a stage. There is a stage where one gets a bit fed up of everything, but, that too will pass. And the more one understands the true Dhamma, then and actually links up the fact that because there is no such thing and everything is a construct, so too does the self-perception. That because in that early example, there will still remain a person who is disgusted, isn't it? A person who's still depressed, a person who still wants to get away and understand the liberation quickly, or get to the liberation quickly, or get away from the family obligations, because that person will think these things are tying me down to samsara, these things are making my journey to nirvana longer, harder, and so on. So then to that extent those things have become real. So that too, there's not much to worry about, but because that is also a stage one has to pass. And then, so as the progression happens with the true Dhamma getting more and more understood or gets clarified, one then goes beyond that point and understands that if there is no self even here, there comes that inner transformation and the lightness, as you said, Dr. Kokila, because it is, as you said, the first time you said that when you heard that this whole self-perception is a lie, this whole self-perception is a facade, how relieved and, how you felt about it. So when one kind of gains that understanding that if there is no thing, then so too chakung nichang vanichang bante and so on, and then anatma, is there a atma here or not? And then one comes to the understanding that there is no self. It was always just a misconception alone and nothing else. Then with that comes the liberation, isn't it? With that comes that lightness, and that lightness only increases through that awakening in the different stages of awakening that we hear of. Starting from the stream entry, but right from the very beginning, when we talk about ignorance, it is ignorance that is getting faded little by little. If we think about the 10 fetters, though there is ignorance
Actually, 10 fetters also feed each other, because of the ignorance, there was mana udacha, I don't know the English words for that, but you know they feed each other as well. Like they feed the top one, like the below one feeds the top one, because you have to have the liking for formless that is in the basic consciousness level now. So you feel that
Yeah.
it is there, then you feel like maintaining that, and then that leads to actually to have the form level, and form level, that is the dream level or the thought level. The thought level, then there is a desire to maintain that level. Then when you try to maintain that level, then it comes to the sensual level, because now you have son, daughter, mother, father, family, job, trying to kind of, you feel like they are out there and I'm trying to, I need them to survive, kind of thing. And this
Mm.
feeds, this goes on feeding. And
Because it is those, if you come back to perceptions, it is through ignorance, right from the beginning. Right from the beginning,
yeah.
it's
And
ignorance that is getting cleared away, isn't it? And
yeah, in that rapid talk, even Aranahanse told one or two sentences about that too, like the Patitsamuppada. It was so beautiful that he put kind of everything everywhere in that talk. Even Patitsamuppada, he discussed how avidya starts this original formation and goes on and on, how this happens, but and he also talked about how the main 5 sensory organs function, and also that leads to the mind, the formation of mind, and then in that how this complete thing keeps happening again. And it's so beautiful to hear. I mean, I think Sinhala people who can listen to Sinhala language is so lucky, so lucky that they can actually listen to that and understand, isn't it, Surangika?
yeah, I think it's becomes it's I think it's very inspiring in Sinhalese. I think I'm sure probably we might be biased, but there is something in the Sinhalese language that is able to, and even the noble spiritual teacher and Vansa also explains this, that there is something in that language which kind of is able to give them true meaning
Yes,
of
yes,
the Buddha's word and the essence of essence of his teachings. And
yes.
if
Even the
not only,
same talk,
yeah,
if it was translated to English, it might not look as that beautiful.
exactly, yes. So
Yeah,
it has that thing. I mean, even the Pali words, and even without the Pali words, the simplistic nature of the words, and also there is some kind of directness also in the Sinhalese language, which,
directness.
yeah,
Yeah,
which I mean, and that is even manifested through Aran Mahansa's teachings, the way he speaks to us, the way his conduct, and so on as well. That directness as well as the compassion, everything is there, and even whilst words are only words, and words, we have always been told not to be hung up on words. Still, in order to give that meaning across to the followers, and for them to be able to take that and really do the vidarshana, really do that penetrative insight, that language helps. But of course, that's not anything to get discouraged for our English-speaking listeners. What we are trying to do is trying to give it to in simplistic terms as much as possible, through even this word perception that we used here,
yeah,
through understanding these 5 aggregates and how this perception has driven this whole existence is the
existence. Yeah,
crux of our advances discourse this morning. And if we think about it, I mean, if you ask someone to describe themselves, they will say, I am so and so's daughter, or I am so and so, my father is so and so, or I live in this big house, or I have this job, I have a car, I have a wife and family, or I'm from this caste system, or I'm from Sri Lanka, or I have, can that person ever say anything which is not connected to something else?
yeah,
Isn't it? It's amazing. And and then how did and then you turn to the Dhamma, and then you say, if that is not there, then are you here? Imasming sati idang hoti. If that is there, then this is
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah. It's, I mean, I think words are not good enough to give this sensation. So I think the best thing is for you to feel this. I know there is like a challenge in feeling this, but at least understanding this bit is so beautiful for you to actually feel relieved, as we said, like like because we had such a drama, like to like look after myself, safeguard yourself, like myself, safeguard, or kind of, so many things, like so many things, what are the other words we can use, Surangika? So many things that we try to avoid happening, or because we don't like it, kind of, I don't like it, or I like it, in the other way around, I like it. So there's so many things revolving around the same, that phenomenon of I, and we even didn't know what we are talking about.
Yeah, and we have, through that ignorance, not only cast this personality and persona and I self here, and revolving around that is the I need something to be this way, or I want this to be this way, or this chair should be like this, or this is my plate, this is my cup, and if somebody uses that cup, then I remember somebody saying to you on one of the other Zoom discussions, he had gone and stayed with some friends, and everybody had put their clothes into the washing machine. And there was a sense of aversion, slight aversion that went through his mind at that point. So, even these little things, it doesn't have to be even that. Even in your day-to-day activities, if you don't want something like this or something like that, everything is something. Everything is a drushti. Everything is there is a concept that something has to be done this way, this has to be done this way, and so on and so forth. If we think about our day, you can imagine millions and millions of things.
Yes.
That is a fixated idea or a perception of things revolving around the self, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the self-perception, actually. So this self-perception, what we keep understanding is self-perception itself is a mirage. And then when we keep understanding this, the power is going to die down anyway. This power, because the power is which is driving this force. So the power, what is the power? Power is the power which actually gave fuel to this samsaric journey. And that is a bit that no one can actually understand, but one can understand this moment. If someone understands this moment, then you will understand how it is linked to the next moment. If this moment is not true, how can the next moment be true? But then
yes,
if
that's right.
this but we want to maintain the next moment. That's why we don't want to die. Even the worm doesn't want to die. Kind of wants to maintain that feel, whatever the feel, it doesn't matter. Even the in Lord Buddha's time, we talk about this niri. I don't know what to say in English, but niri sattva. In that sense, they kind of describe it as fire. In fire, kind of the organism is in the fire. But then when we talk about that, even that organism doesn't want to do anything
doesn't
about
want
that.
to die or whatever.
Yeah, that vibration, it it would like it to continue because that's all they know. The perception of being, perception of
It's
existence,
almost,
perception of existence is giving this trouble. How
yeah,
did this happen is because of a vibration which actually is there. This vibration to become, so how would this vibration come to zero is this ignorance. When the
is the
ignorance
understanding,
is,
yeah.
when the ignorance is not there, in the sense when you actually understand the science of this, the wisdom, actual wisdom is about science of this, how a mirage actually kept us driving. You know, mirage usually drives all the deer to the water. You know, they keep walking thinking that water would be there, and they die on the way. And the same way, humans, all the beings, there is a driving force.
Yes, I think we discussed it a little bit yesterday or day before also about the self-propelling nature of the vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, that
It
driving
continues
force
to
is
bind.
due to
It
the
continues
ignorance.
to bind each other like a glue, and unknowingly, there is a getting caught up in it, isn't it? It's like a vortex.
Yeah,
The
it's all due
bummer
to
kind of
ignorance,
thing,
though.
the turning top thing, which creates its
Yeah,
power while spinning.
yeah, but when a noble friend is telling this, there's like a, you break. You suddenly break because they
Yeah.
kind of, this break is the beginning of the path, I think, because you turn. Kind of, you just break and then slowly you turn, and there's no turning back again if you actually feel the non-vibration, because this propelling was due to ignorance. And when ignorance is actually, there is a fight between the wisdom and the ignorance, and when the wisdom is there, when you understand, when the ignorance is getting weaker and weaker, in the sense you understand the science of this, how every being is having the power because of not knowing this science of perception or sensation or volitional information or consciousness, because everything is actually one. It's all about the stimulus. So this stimulus, because of the stimulus is felt, there's a sensation, it is felt as a thing. The perception is felt as a thing, because we don't know. No one knows. No one knows. Lord Buddha understood by himself, and after that, all the Dhamma is all about this understanding that how this mirage is actually fueling this power. Ignorance is fueling this power. Ignorance fuels the self-vibration. It's vice versa. Ignorance fuels the self-perception. Self-perception fuels the ignorance. It's a cycle, isn't it? Actually, it has been told the what is the reason for ignorance, someone asked, and Lord Buddha said it's ashram. So I think I'm correct in because I don't know what to say in English for ashram, but we kind of in do you remember that, Suranka? The how to say
No,
that?
not the exact sutra or anything.
No, in the sense, what is the word for Astrava? Do you know?
Zygote thing.
No, Astrava, not the Sastra.
Oh, sorry, Astrava is cankers or taints.
Yeah, yeah. So the it is a cycle. So this fuels the ignorance fuels the non-vibration. Yes, but ignorance fuels the vibration, self-vibration, and self-vibration fuels the ignorance again. So it's a cycle, never ends. And this one is broken through the only in a human, only in a human being. This will happen, and even in a human being, not all the human beings who can hear this Dhamma will happen. This will happen, and not all who hears this Dhamma will that happen. In someone who can actually sense the non-vibration, would this happen? So it is so beautiful, this Dhamma, how this fueling occurs, how ignorance fuels this whole thing, for us to keep feeling that everything, as a real thing. And what Aranon said today morning, that sermon was so enlightening. Actually, in that, what he said about this ittasanya, or perception of
Existence.
existence, even that is not true. And perception of being alive, that is not true. And when we keep understanding this, how like you should feel, and if you actually feel this, how enlightening would that be, even for a moment? I mean, it doesn't matter whether you haven't become of it. It doesn't matter. Just feel it for a moment and see how beautiful that is, and how nice it would be to feel that without the burning. It would be just the perception. You become the perception, yes, in the sense the self-perception is not there, then it would be just a sound. And you become the sound. And then when actually this respiration stops, or this whatever the time, the breathing, or we call it breathing, but it is again another perception. But when this system breaks down, that is the only thing that is going to be there. There is no power left to vibrate anywhere else, to synchronize to any vibration in a zygote. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. And yeah, I think I don't think we do any justice by talking about this. I mean, we try to do some justice by talking, and we try our hard, but sometimes it's difficult. But anyway, it is so beautiful. We invite everyone to listen to today morning. It was at 5 a.m. He joined, Aranwasi joined in kind of the end part, and because of the question, and he went on to talk about this perception and this exceptional discussion. So
yeah, the other part was, he also talked about the dream, and what the things we see in dreams. I mean, can you catch it? No, can you feel as if you really heard things in the dream. You really went, you ran, you jumped, you did all these things, but weren't all those perception. And then he said, what's the difference between that and the real world, as you call it? And so isn't that then a similar dream as well? And then, if you talk about the usual example of the mirror, and then he, I think, also talked about the perception is the mirage, the penapindupamang rupang, and then the perception is akin to a mirage. And he also said that, if you know that there is water, the mirage of water occurring, do you take a bucket of water, a pail, and go to bring water from the mirage? You don't, right? Because you've understood what it is. And if that's a very, very conventional thing that society can understand, We all see it, we all learn it in school, all that kind of thing. You know that the shimmering of water that you see in a distance in a very sunny day is not water. Are you going to run there with the bucket to fill the bucket? No, you don't. Same thing with the mirror. Are you going to reach into the mirror and pluck something out? No, you don't. So the essence of this Dhamma also is that I think sometimes people want everything to be very in plain sight. People can't, it's difficult. Nobody's saying it's easy. And Aryan Mansi also says that, look, it is a Dhamma that has to be understood through wisdom. It is something that prajna has to be applied. It is not something that can be understood by using one's sense faculties, because it is not it's not something like that. It is through wisdom and wisdom alone, through the understanding, through listening to Dhamma, through the sota aspect of it, the hearing of it only, not through meditation, not through concentration. Meditation can one gain the understanding, and it is understanding alone, not something that you can touch and feel and say this is the Dhamma. That is not the way. The feel comes later, but it is that understanding first that will then make that wisdom arise from within, isn't it? And I think also just a note to say that both of us have talked very animatedly during this Zoom discussion, so potentially someone can even misunderstand, thinking that we have made everything a thing, and every talk and every
Not
word
really,
not really. And it is something that is difficult to convey, that however much animatedly one can speak. We have heard of our advancer really joking, really laughing with our mothers in the Zoom the last few days, where he's been going around the country, how he talks so lovingly, compassionately to our old mothers and fathers and all that. But he himself has said it. Is there anything that is getting perturbed from within? No, there isn't. That unshaken super awareness remains unshaken. So it is not something, as you said, Dr. Pokira, that can be that we can, or anyone can convince a listener. If that listener also follows the Dhamma, understands it, achieves that liberation gradually whilst on the path, then that person is able to feel that awakening and feel through the Sandittika, come and see, will understand that however animatedly one can speak, however jokingly one can speak, that that doesn't necessarily become a thing, isn't it?
Yes, 100%. And it is so beautiful to feel that if another human being, kind of only human beings can actually understand this Dhamma. So any human being, doesn't matter who that is, any human being, if that human being can actually feel this and feel the non-vibration, that would be the task that is left to anyone who is understanding this Dhamma. And we try to convey this message to our maximum, so that any human being close to the non-vibration may hear this and may understand this and may touch the non-vibration. That is all we can do, and we try our best to do that. And we try to actually make this interesting. We try to make this kind of because otherwise no one would like to actually listen to something boring. But if we are actually able to catch your mind, catch your attention, and that would change your life forever. Such the tranquility or the super happiness, or because I don't have a word to say the sukha, I'm saying it in a different language, trying to say it in a different language. This is nothing compared to the happiness we know from eating what you like, drinking what you like, living with someone you like, or having some money, or being able to go somewhere when you want to go somewhere. Not that happiness. This is there when you are dying. This is there when you are having a calamity. This is there when you are waking up. This is there when you are sleeping. This is there everywhere, and that is the beauty of Dhamma. This is something you can feel, and we keep reiterating this is something achievable. If you want, in that sense, when we say the word achievable, you might say, oh, is there someone to achieve that? No, actually no. But this is something you can become. The Dhamma vibration is out there. You can synchronize to that. To synchronize to that, the ignorance should be actually dealt with. So that this Dhamma will deal with the ignorance very beautifully, and we can only invite everyone to listen to this Dhamma and understand this Dhamma, and that's all. Our task would be that, and that is only, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, Dr. Kokila. And if our listeners, we may have mentioned this several times over the Zoom, we do have a couple of websites for our English-speaking listeners. There are English books and English language material as well. So one of the websites is Buddothpada-dhamma.com. And there are several English books, translations of our advances, discussions with various followers. I think about 10 English books, which are written very simply and can be easily understood. And then we also have another website called wisdomofasia.com. So we invite our listeners to go into either of those websites and have a look at the material, have a look at the talks, understand how the mind works and how the mind gets created, how this liberation of mind and liberation of body, what is all that about, what is the truth. So all these concepts and perception, as well as we talked of today, all this can be understood very lucidly, very simply through those talks. So we invite all of you to just go explore if your interest has been piqued by today's discussion. Yes,
thank you, Swamika, for coming for discussion today, and we worship our Anwanse, and we actually pay so much homage, gratitude to our Anwanse for revealing these groundbreaking non-vibration, non-self-perception, and clear right vision. And I think we'll hand over the Zoom discussion to similar 4 o'clock Zoom discussion now. Thank you so much, May. Triple Gem bless you all.
Dr. Kokila. My friends, and we worship our Advance.
May the Triple Gem bless you all. You are listening to the 24 hours Dhamma broadcast on Buddothpado PeoTV in this beautiful morning. I think Sri Lankan time, 2 minutes past 4 in Sri Lanka. Yes, actually, I heard in the discussion that mentioned that our noble friend Aryan Mahanse is so very relaxed and sometimes laugh during Dhamma conversation. I think, yes, I have also noticed that, yes, that is true. Because when someone realizes this Dhamma, they will understand why it happened. Truly, they will understand what's going on, why Aryan Mahanse is very relaxed and calm and laughing during the conversation. So I think I feel that is the Lautrasuya. That condition appears, I think, when mind is free. There is very calm state arising. That is why I think I feel that when you realize the ignorance in this moment, in this very moment, it like that condition arising automatically. The release happens automatically. Then automatically the laughing or smiling feeling arising within them. I think that is why Haryana is doing like that way. So yeah, you will understand and you will realize once you understand this Dhamma. Everything which that Aryan Mahansa is explaining about this path, you will understand very clearly. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa has been guiding for a long time with deep compassion. Actually, that expecting nothing in return in that is condition or state, because there is truly nothing to take from the world. That heart does not become demanding or does not seek gain, praise or recognition, and has nowhere to go carrying with lots of merits, and there is nothing to grasp or accumulate within the Dhamma of non-self condition. This is the noble ground. This is the condition of noble friends. They keep offering the always they try to keep offering the blissful Dhamma of the Lord Buddhas to this world. That's what they do. Nothing hoping to take or nothing in return. So all these Dhamma friends take part in this work because it is important to understand every point of Dhamma and to clarify any doubts that are not yet understood. Because we need to purify our Dhamma knowledge first before enter into this path. It is important to know about Dhamma, what is a clear path. It is very important to listen to Dhamma sermons in order to clarify everything, and also this help you enter the path to Nibbana. And listening to Dhamma with a steady mind is essential for realizing the truth. That's why last in Dhamma sermons I emphasize if you are listening to Dhamma sermons, Buddothpado Dhamma sermons, or if you are talking with Aryan Mahansa, listen very carefully for all those words without applying your knowledge and without arguing from inside within you, and listen very carefully with a steady mind. That is very important. Many people listen Dhamma sermons, but they don't apply the Dhamma knowledge in their daily lives. This simply, I think they simply accumulate knowledge and chanting Pirito, Sutta, and never explore any further. That is the reason that you are thinking this is not easy. Taking part in Dhamma discussion is also important, talking with a noble friend, because it strengthens your awareness and wisdom when guided by your noble friend. The principles that explain how the mind creates suffering moment by moment in this very life. And when people hear only calm stories for many years, they naturally start to explain everything in life through one idea. That means always they try to think this happened because of my past karma. That thought becomes a fixed lens, and they hold onto it very tightly. They don't try to come out of that concept that they are holding in their mind. To tell the truth, actually, we all have that state of wisdom, but you cannot see it until it is covered by ignorance, because of that ignorance. So, does anyone know the date of your death? No, we don't. You don't know the date of your death, even though you don't like to think about it, because you fear it. You don't like to think about the date of your death. Once you understand this blissful Dhamma, even you were to die today, there would be no fear, because once you realize this Dhamma, you will understand there is no person to die, and there you won't meet any death or birth in this moment. That is how you can realize, and then that is how you can come out of those fears and those suffering from everything. I think, but every year we celebrate our birthdays. So we should ask ourselves, are we still living in ignorance like the foolish, or are we beginning to come out of that darkness, or are we come out of this very, very scary cycle of samsara? So when the mind clings to that single explanation, it becomes difficult to recognize the deep Dhamma the Buddha actually revealed. So how suffering arises here and now through cause and effects. When someone wants to escape this cycle of suffering, actually it is not easy path. If we say it is easy to realize, no, we can't say like that. But even if others criticize or blame, if they try to make any problems towards you, those are words. Those words are only sounds. You might realize like that way. This path requires actually a great strength and steady effort. from the beginning and till end. This path is demand great strength and steady effort because the real battle is it with not with the world, not with the friends, or not with the husband or wife, not with the properties, but with real battle is with our own mind. It is the hardest one. That's why we need to have a steady effort and great strength. The habits we have carried through countless moments and reacting, defending, grasping, and pushing away, and then do not disappear easily. We can't make it fade away very easily. We are always seeking about path to Nibbana, who is looking for true Dhamma. But in truth, what we are usually seeking in simply something that feels better than our pleasant level. We are looking for something for pleasant. And that is not the Nibbana. Because someone might think the Nibbana means that is a very pleasant than this level, this present level. If someone is seeking something like that, that means they are also a strong soul living within you. This mind has the habit of always seeking something better than the present moment or present condition. If we think that Nibbana is something thing to obtain or a state where someone makes us feel comfortable, then that idea is simply created by the mind itself. Yeah, it is free from the mind. It is a very peaceful and yeah, when there is no someone, no suffering. So we can say like that. But if you are looking for something, that is not the correct path. While we are holding everything in this moment and still looking further for Nibbana, while we are holding everything, the moment we hear the message that there are no two extremes anywhere, the mind immediately looks for something to hold. That's how our mind is working. Then what happened next is that we give up the thoughts we are taking as real world, and then we start to clinging to the world of Nibbana or the world Dhamma. Instead, you are creating a world, another world, image of the Nibbana. With your knowledge or what you heard or according to your understanding, you might get a image, or you might get you might clinging to another word you have created about the Nibbana. Before we get trapped at that point, we have to see all this very clearly. All this point we need to understand very clearly. because once we hear this Dhamma, we can understand the explanation, and sometimes you can understand clearly, and then the mind turns in the opposite way and start to thinking there is nothing at all in that manner. Then what happen is what we are still in the world created by the mind, and the mind creates nibbana as an object without ever seeing it. Ariana has always advising for all Dhamma friends and us, be careful with those trapping points which creates by the mind. That's why Noble Friends guidance is very important. When you find about this Dhamma, about true Dhamma, then more and more thoughts arise about Dhamma Sanya and Sankara, means mental construction about Dhamma knowledge, and then everything will fade away, that your other Sankaras like some klesas or impurities, then it might arising all the time about perception of Dhamma mental construction through Dhamma knowledge. Then what happen is that you might think, I don't have bad thoughts now, and I don't get angry anymore, and then I have no fire within me, because only Dhamma Sanya or mental construction about Dhamma are arising within me. Now I am okay. Like that, thoughts might be appear without knowing, without understanding. But you won't realize that your mind has created another person inside you without realization. Then it can happen. Someone who believes they know the Dhamma very well, and you might think your fire has faded away. This kind of thought might be arising within you. That's why we need to be careful on this path. Every point, if you explore very carefully, there are lots of tangling or traffic point which the mind is creating. If you haven't awareness for this moment, this illusion of I am someone who knows Dhamma very well. If you think like that way, this is the subtle conceits. That means a mana, or that is the hidden soul or self-view within you. Aranase is explaining all the time this point to show all the Dhamma friends. And the idea of thinking, my defilements are gone, is kept. This is wrong view arising from refined again and again the sankara, so mental construction. This is what most people try to do. They keep checking whether they got angry here or whether they were greedy there, and then always checking themselves inside whether I got whether it is arising fire within me, like that way. Then always again the mind has created a person to check about you. There is also a very hidden traps there. But behind that check-in, there is a hidden character created by the mind. A person who the mind creates to protect someone. But we don't realize in this path when you are practicing the hidden person and try to protect someone without taking any fire inside, and then because that person doesn't like that condition, they don't realize, or you don't realize that is the mind. That also to just the mind behaving in its usual way. As we progress on this noble path, we must have the awareness to notice these subtle hidden traps. When the mind falls into this refined form of conceit, it becomes very hard to escape because we cannot see it for ourselves. That's why Aryan Mahansi guiding and always telling and emphasizing, don't go to do the Dhamma sermons and without with the knowledge, without experience. He always guiding us, and honestly, it is very helpful to clear out everything. If you are exploring very clearly, you never get angry with your noble friend. It will arise within you very respect towards your noble friend, because you see very clearly how that compassion arising within noble friend towards you. Then what happens is that without knowing it, if you trapped into that condition, without knowing it, you get trapped again at that point, and you never can come out from that point. It is not easy to see this clearly without present moment awareness, and without knowing what the mind is and what is a condition is without the mind. These are the points we must understand because they show why guidance from a novel friend is necessary. Without that such guidance, the mind can easily hide its own traps, and we may not see where we are getting caught. This also clearly shows us to reflect and explore who is observing this mind. Is the mind were truly mind, then I cannot see it separately. And the mind cannot observe the mind as an object. Never, the mind cannot observe the mind. And if the mind were really mine, I should be able to control it. This way you have to see and explore about you, but we cannot control the mind. So we must carefully explore who is the owner of this mind then? Is there any person whose owner owns these thoughts or who feels them as living here? There are countless subtle corners in this path and tiny hidden places within the mind that we must learn to see very clearly. That is why I wanted to share this with you very gently. Please don't misunderstand. Simply knowing the Dhamma intellectually is not enough. Without practicing it, without seeing all the tangled knots of sankara or construction of a mind and or tanha or within ourselves, the true meaning will never unfold. Like greed or raga, desha means aversion or ignorance. All three poison continue to arise within us for as long as we hold tightly to the feeling of I am living. The sense of self or sattva, like feeling that I am living, a being who truly exists. As long as that subtle grasping to a self remains, these defilements find a place to grow. It is very hard for the ordinary mind to grasp how cold and heat can be felt when there is no person behind the experience. When we say that there is no person to hanging on that thoughts or feelings or anything, but it might be difficult to understand for the ordinary mind. This is why a question naturally arises within you. If there is no self, then who feels? In the Dhamma, this sensation arises simply through condition. This is a natural phenomenon. The connection of the body or a contact and the feeling all together comes, and this process we should understand first, and then the sense of living someone who owns the experience is only construction of the sanya and or self-view, not an actual being. There is no soul. When you go to a quiet place and free from noise, and if you close your eyes, you may try to remain still without letting thoughts arise to disturb you. But you soon realize you cannot control that arising thoughts in your mind. Thoughts continue to appear naturally on their own. No one is doing that. No one controlling that. Even though if you can control, you might you can stop that appear in the thoughts in your mind, just as part of the mind's it's habitual flow, so nobody can control it. So you will understand when you exploring that way about your mind, then you don't invite them, you don't ask them to flow, and you don't create them, and you cannot stop them by forcing, or they simply appears like waves on the surface of water. The question so then, is this mind is mine? Then who is seeing it? Who seen this mind? Is exactly the kind of a deep turning point question about the Lord Buddha's teaching. It opens the door to see non-self Dhamma. It will start in that point. When you look carefully in that experience, it becomes clear that I is not in the body and I is not the mind. But then a natural question arises within you. If I am not this mind or body, then who is here to feel this mind? This is the point that we have to untangle when we look at it very closely. Aranhanse always taking this example, and a lot of Dhamma fans are talking about this, about like radio. A radio has a speaker, just as we have an ear, and in that radio there are many small parts that help it tune to a particular frequencies. But the radio is not the frequency. It's just a radio. The frequency is a frequency, and the frequency is not a part of the radio. The sound that comes through the speaker is not the radio. The sound is not the radio, and the sound is not the frequency. Sound is not the speaker. It comes through the speaker and not the frequency itself. It is simply what appears when the right condition comes together. The signal, the tuning, and the speaker and the radio, this all together produce the sound. Our system also works in the same way. We these thoughts are producing through this using this system. When we can never see the frequency itself, it is completely unnoticed, an invisible one. But we can keep holding onto the sound, the picture, and the feeling that comes through these 5 faculties. We always concentrate to the sound, those to our 5 senses. The mind grasps the result, but not the cause. The frequency is hidden, but the experience that appears through the eye, ear, nose, tongue, through this skin, body, and the mind becomes what we cling to. All these mind objects arise through this different combination of condition. The sound, color, smell, taste, touch, so heat and cold, and even subtle mental impression. When the right course meet at one of the 5 sense doors, a particular the mental object appears in your mind. It is not created by a person, but simply formed through the combination of form, contact, means sense doors and object consciousness. When these three conditions touch and all connection happens in that moment, the feeling of sensation feeling of sensation, or we can say the moment knowing that something is there, that means vijnana, or seeing consciousness, hearing consciousness, and mind consciousness, eye consciousness, tongue consciousness, etc. Even though we don't see these as separate things, like the light comes, sound comes through ear, or heat comes through the body, or we immediately experience them as object like flower. We never realize that there is a light, but we never realize the light but we clearly see like flower or water or table or books and so on. But there are several layers to see very clearly through this Dhamma with jnana or with wisdom. There are several layers to see very clearly in how this process arises. We never see the frequency level or the level of light or the vibration when the vibrate to your ear. We don't feel like that. We experience everything directly as the mind world due to ignorance. We all experience the thoughts. This is why we cannot really see our own body as it is truly is. But we are thinking this body is real because we can touch it, we can feel it. When we feel it, we are thinking that is actually truly exist. But we experience in the same mistaken way. This hand is seen through the eye because but we don't realize that what actually comes is only vibration, but we see as this hand is existing because I can feel it, I can see it, the cold and hot we can feel. So because all 5 senses are arising in this moment, but we never realize we never see that in 5 ways how it comes. We don't realize that that a continuous stream of stimulus is arising here, and we experience it as if it is something real, even though when we see on our fingers, so we don't realize that is not exist because it is the part of this body. We never see that the eye consciousness, mind consciousness, or this is skin consciousness, how it's appear at once. So when the inner system meets the right vibration, so then our 5 faculties, our sense doors begin to operate. If the vibration does not match, we cannot hear or we cannot see, we cannot feel that particular experience as a human. So this is why person with Ranahasi explaining this example very clearly. With the color blindness, why cannot experience the colors that like others. It is not because the world has changed, but because the frequency that carries the those vibration or occurring here, it does not meet the condition inside their eye faculty. That's why the color pigments is not working properly, because there is no matching frequencies arising within that person eye faculty. The tuning is different, so the experience is different for each person. So animal also can experience different level of frequencies that human cannot, because those frequencies same, and then it's arising within the animal. So their faculties or their sense faculties are tuned to a different range. Even among humans, each person's tuning is slightly different. That is why this is talking about the conventional world, the Pruthakjana mind. Person may hear a sound or sense a vibration that another person cannot. The world is the same, but the karmic frequency and the sensitivity of each sense doors are not the same. This is why we attach to different kind of characters in the conventional world. This point everybody can understand. That's why I'm talking about this very outer layer. Sometimes you may notice, if you like to drink alcohol, those kind of friends gather around you. So if you like Dhamma, then that level of friends gather around you. If you don't like Dhamma, you move away from those places and avoid them, because that level of frequency isn't arising within you. It doesn't match. This is, we can see from outside, not actually in depth, but everybody can understand. That's why I took that example to explain. This is just a small example we can see in an ordinary person's mind. But there is a very deep meaning in this nature of Dhamma. Your whole system keeps attaching to the same level of frequencies. That is why you keep pulling in different condition every moment. Because according to the strength of your, we have to say, because of your energy or karma, but there is no actually owner for that energy or karma until you realize this Dhamma. the matching frequencies arise again and again to create this cycle, create a more mind objects or sankharas. This is how the mind recognizes object. From our childhood, we learn names and lots of labels. So when a sense object appears through a sense doors, the mind matches it with the words we have learned. We don't see a rise in these five senses or the vibration or stimulus here, but we mind match with the words we have learned before. When the right frequency touch the ear faculty, hearing arises. But we hear it as a word which we familiar and which we have learned from our childhood. When the right frequency touch the eye faculty, light and color appears, and the same happens with the other five senses as well. So each sense dose receives the same underlying vibrations, but it happens in a different way. As sound, the same vibration appear as in different ways as sound waves, light waves, or temperature, or smell particle, or taste, like that way. All these vibration comes together and create the mind, which is comes through eye, nose, mouth, and skin, all tangling together and then create the mind. And from that combination, a new vibration arises, and the mind will be create a name for those vibrations. This is the moment when the mind knows, and as an object, mind creates a object. When the right frequency touch a sense door, and a vedana or feeling arises, like pleasant or unpleasant, or that tiny trembling, that subtle vibration in response to color, sound, smell, taste, or touch, or mind object, is exactly what we call feelings or vedana. Or feeling arises. This is very feeling. This very feel burning or vibration. That is what we call me or my soul, or that there is a feeling that I am living, or that vibration is me actually. The sense of I am here is created in exactly this way. Actually, not the I or what we are looking from this outside. And when this scene is seen directly through jnana, wisdom, you realize that moment it's arising and disappearing, and then how this mind creating everything as a real world for you. There is no person inside creating this burning sense or feeling happiness, or there is no person inside creating the pleasure or anger then there is no person to fall into it or to cling to it. No one holding those things. Once you realize and understand very well from the beginning, and then when you're practicing, and then when you're starting realizing every moment when you are touching something, or when you are talking, or when you are hearing something, in every moment when you realize that there is no person within you, it's arising within you without pausing, it will appear automatically. Then you will realize then mind can't do that, and then who is in the mind? Your jnana or wisdom can say that. You cannot say that. There is, like that way you will understand in very depth. When the truth is truly seen, that very moment becomes a very, very great condition or moment. It is the moment the mind awaken to the state of nature of Buddha, or nature of free from the mind. So in that instant of clear knowing, the defilements begin to fade and falls away. Yeah, this is the sure unshakable mind, or we can't say mind, actually unshakable condition or non-vibration condition that path lead towards Nibbana. This won't be arising continuously. You might realize it in sometimes it will arise within you. Then you realize the difference of the condition of mind and the condition of the free from mind. That two kind of nature or two kind of condition you will realize or you will understand very well. Then you can explain all those points very clearly with your experience. Without those experience, you are unable to explain someone this is this is the way, like that way. So yeah, those when you see that every moment then occurring or arising the state of the kusala or wholesome condition within you. Even if we offer alms, perform meritorious deeds, and if you accumulate lots of merits, actually there is no guarantee that that we will not fall into a state of suffering. We can't guarantee that. Why? Because without that right view or samadhi, it still arise from the ground of ignorance, your action and everything with ignorance. Without realizing this Dhamma, that's why you cannot escape from this cycle of samsara. When our view of ourselves isn't clear, even our good deeds can good deeds, if you carry good deeds, or if you try to hold or if you collect lots of merits, you never can escape from this cycle until you realize this true path. the action is good, but good deeds also very good. But the mind is still add a little me to that good deeds or merits. When you collect those merits or good deeds, then there is a person to hold in. But when the truth is realized directly, the mind becomes purified. The defilement lost their strength or lost their power. This is the true refuge, actually, the true protection. There is the three refuge of from Triple Gem. Actually, liberation does not depend on rituals or external activities. It depends on seeing the clearly the Dhamma in this very moment, the nature of mind and the nature of this phenomenon. When there is no right view or no samadhi, the mind remains on the ground of ignorance. So whatever we do from that place, even if it appears wholesome, is still shaped by wrong view with mithya ditti. That's why we need to understand very carefully about this Dhamma. It is important to listen Dhamma sermons from a noble friend. Then you will untangle all the doubts and everything very clearly. So I hope this message will helpful you today. So I will pause here now and will continue tomorrow. I think I now time is 1 minute past 5 in Sri Lanka time. Yes. So may the Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. I worship Aryan Wahanse.
Therwan Saranai, everyone. I'm gonna start with the book reading. The book called Freedom from Mind, published by the Buddothpado publications. These are based on the Zoom discussions had in the year 2023. The Zoom discussion had on the 15th October 2023. Participant asked, Therwan Saranai Wahanse, when we get concepts in our mind, the mind gets influenced by the vibrations. You said when thoughts accumulate in the mind, in the same way the objects from the outside also get accumulated. Does that mean that objects from the outside also get multiplied? I have difficulty understanding this. Please explain. Aryan Wahanse explains, when you observe the situation, it should be carefully done. Let's explore Dhamma. Accordingly, we can understand the cause has nothing to do with the effect. Again and again, cause has nothing to do with the effect. The light, sounds, and colors are created by the senses. You do not see the light when you see objects such as chairs, tables, and beds. These two can be referred to as cause and effect. The cause is speed of sensory sparks, and efforts are the resulting objects. In a previous discussion, a lengthy explanation about 5 aggregates have been discussed. It is not easy to absorb this unique Dhamma. The light, sounds, and colors. They are created through the rapid sparking speed. When the vibrational energy becomes very powerful, the perception of a world with objects are being created, and finally, this turns into my object or me or mine, and with this notion, a feeling of an individual self gets created in a powerful manner. Therefore, the perception is the cause, and the notion of an existing being is the effect. In order to attain Nibbana, the notion of an individual self must be seen through awareness, which is the see here. Because of the feeling of being alive or I am alive, all defilements such as sensual desires, anger, craving, ignorance get created. Also, because the concept of it happened to me, I see, I hear, I should be the only one, etc. All defilements, including what has been stated above, become visible. Asavakshya Nanya refers to the awareness of catching the defilements and the notion of a self or the ego. That is how the feeling of being alive, which is separate being, gets faded. All these are caused by a rapid speed of the vibration energy. With super awareness, the process and what it creates should be observed and make part of your life. Then you will be able to detect and get rid of the notion of craving and aversion. All, if these are present, that means the notion of a separate self still exists. Participant ask, in that case, I will follow your advice to detect when the notion of a self takes over my thoughts. The next Zoom discussion had on the 15th October 2023. Participant asked, if the brain is dead, that is also regarded as death. I believe, however, I also feel that if parts of such a body can be donated, that is a great deed. R.N. Vance explains, you must look at the situation as the inactivity of the senses. I am now going to answer a question asked by a child. The notion of the mind is located in the heart is a misconception. The Buddha never declared such thing. Dhamma sparks cannot be placed in a particular spot. Now I take your permission to answer a question asked by you, sir. You cannot observe the super mundane plane by being in the mundane plane. Aryan Vahansi does not require anything from the mundane world. The great Mugalanthero did not find himself in him. People who wrote books state that he was masquerade to death because of a karma. When there was no Mugalanthero, how could someone say his death occurred? There is another misconception. That is, Aryan do not break branches or leaves from a tree. How is this possible? When they do not consider these as objects or trees, the Buddha declared that he would not preach what he preaches to the mundane, insane world as the Arya world and vice versa. The mundane world has been entangled in the karma concepts. In the past, the innocent people were misled by brainwashing them with karma effects. R.N. Vahanse came forward and destroyed these misconceptions by offering the true Dhamma, which refers to the base of all occurrences depend on sounds, colors, taste, sensation, etc., and the vibrational energy. It was clearly exhibited that there is nothing you can hold on to in that phenomena. This is the time to learn about the doctrine of cause and effect and no karma effects. When trapped in the belief of karma pala, as a result, the fear of death gets stronger. that leads to anxiety and depression. In the English Zoom discussion, it was discussed about various type of addictions. People are addicted to various things such as alcohol, drugs, bodybuilding exercises, and also something called meditation therapy. Parents brainwashing their children to become certain people with what they think as social status, and the children run and run after these for material well being and to compete with others. Therefore, it is correct to say these people get addicted to senses and walk toward destruction. The humanity and the association with the nature and its wonders are forgotten. The race ends up in having the Dhamma has been preached in order to help people escape this madness. This is all related to an illusionary mind. In order to have peace and tranquility, the super wisdom of truth must be realized. That is the reason why the five power faculties, which is faith, mindfulness, effort, concentration, and great wisdom, must be gained. The Buddha clearly explained how this mind is created. This is to bring out the wisdom in people. When the mind is in action, suffering is inevitable. When utilizing the great wisdom, peace and tranquility are the results, along with the great wisdom. When you escape the concept of a self, you are considered a liberated being. Participant asks, peace can be reached when mind is given up by me. It is the Dhamma. All wrong belief must be destroyed completely, which is Sattanam Visuddhiya, to reach purification. R.N. Mahanse, what is your Dhamma, sir? Participant says, an existing self is present within the supreme emptiness. R.N. Mahanse explained, within that experience, is there a me or mine? Participant says, here, in this situation, one should be able to catch the notion of a self. It is difficult. This must be observed through super awareness. R.N. Mahanse explains, Nibbana and the great wisdom come along with it. The five power faculties must be thoroughly improved, and that is where the Animitta Samadhi or objectless concentration can be reached. Awareness and mindfulness are essential to reach this goal. To make the outside world as my object via thoughts must be eradicated. This refers to see things as immaterial with the condition of the Patisota or the Sotapanna or the stream enterer level. This is the wisdom we talk about. To completely destroy the concept of me, mine, myself. Almost everybody is lost in wrong waves. The Buddha had predicted that discourses on supreme emptiness will not be preached by the monks. In order for people to acquire Nibbana and to follow the path, an eye-opening is necessary. Buddha appreciated the Nibbana path. Therefore, people who follow this path must be energetic. When necessary, observe the great silence and eradicate defilements for peace and tranquility. It is up to you to observe how the notion of a self is fading and dissolving while you are moving toward the spiritual advancement. It belongs to each one of you. This refers to the awakening to the truth. And that's the end of the Zoom discussion for that day. And the next is a Zoom discussion had on 21st October 2023. Participant asked, "May I have your permission, Narayan Vahansa? This morning, when I was listening to Dhamma lecture on TV, it has been said that because of the four elements coming from the outside, the elements are formed inside our minds. I would like to know your opinion on this." Aryan Hans explains, if someone has listened to the discourses presented by Buddothpado Deshana regarding the four elements, it is quite apparent that there is no such thing as four elements coming from the outside or inside. The person who offered this lecture is definitely in a wrong weave, and people who have wrong weaves should not preach it. It is impossible to twist the Dhamma. However, what happened is the innocent people who listen to such lectures get twisted, and as a result, the bliss of Nibbana becomes out of the reach. It is the fault of the there who the dependent origination takes place within a moment. Instantly, it cannot be explained in terms of the past, present, and the future. Buddha Dhamma has to be understood by each one. It is open to acceptance after investigation. During this time, everybody is looking for the true Dhamma. In that case, only people with great wisdom should preach it. The translation of the Abhidhamma Pitaka is incorrect. You have to come from the place which is Chittani Niyatiti Loko, Salayatana Loko. The world exists only in the mind or in the sixfold base. It is mentality, materiality, or is it materiality and mentality? It is mentality, materiality, not materiality, mentality. The general opinion that everything has been created because of the four elements. Now answer the question. Is it because the four elements outside the elements are formed in the mind? The gentleman who raised the question can answer. Participant says, in reality, there's no such thing as four elements. Instantly, they are created as the eight practices, eight particles, which is Suddhashtaka, and disappears. It is only a creation of the mind consciousness. Participant says, even the Buddha explained so very well. Until your explanation, we were under the impression that it is materiality and mentality. Even the education we received was teaching us this concept. There's no such thing called the age practice. There's no such thing called the eight particles. This is all about telepathy. Just like Aryan once explains, you have to see this through great wisdom. Aryan Vahanse, do you realize what Aryan Vahanse? Do you realize that Aryan Vahanse does his duty observing noble silence? Why? If people try to attack Aryan Vahanse, the Nibbana cannot be reached by such people. We cannot let that happen. Everybody must be able to reach the Nirvana. Aryan Vahanse has given a period for the people to change. The reason for the situation is that there is a difficulty for people who observe the instant place, which is Kshana Sampatya. The presentation of the dependent origination is incorrect. People similar to the Bhikkhu Potila are only limited to the knowledge, knowing is not the true Dhamma. When Sudarshana people who talk about the results mislead people. If a result is expected, the notion of a self is still in experience. With the perception of a self, a person cannot eradicate the wrong view of the notion of an separate being. It is true that mistakes could happen to the people who are in the mundane level. When people perform under the mundane, when people perform under the influence of Dhamma arrogance, path becomes distant. There's no such person called Aryan Mahansa. This is only a day. Aryan Mahansa only talks about the Dhamma, nothing else. But the Dhamma in the Buddothpada Sutta, Buddothpada thought he had achieved Nibbana because the perception was so delicate. He was in the Asanya Tala, the base of neither perception nor the base of neither perception or nor non-perception. This misconception was corrected by the Buddha because he had the perception that he did not have any perception. One must abandon the reconstruction completely and get rid of the notion of a self and the notion of an existence of a separate being to reach the individual self. The person cannot eradicate the wrong view with an existence of soul, Buddha uttered. Zoom discussion had on Saturday, 21st October 2023. Participant asked a question. Zoom discussion had on the 21st October 2023. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, in the yesterday's Zoom discussion, you have described the fierce strain in which I'm going to read the next discussion. Morning Zoom discussion on Sunday, 22nd October 2023. Participant asked a question. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, I need a clarification of a question related to some words you use, such as the quality of the Buddha, emptiness, nirvana, and radiant mind. These concepts given different meaning in different situations. Therefore, please clarify this for me. Aryan Mahansa explained, there are so many questions you ask. However, when everything is put together, it becomes only one question. That is, what is Nibbana? What is Nirvana? I would like to get participants' view. Please answer. Participants gave many answers and some of them are documented. Here, one says, putting out the fire burning inside the mind. The next person said, the peace and simplicity or the delicate situation in the mind. And then someone else said, having an unshaken mind, that there's nothing in existence. These three answers are related to the result that one will achieve. The first one is the closest answer. We need an answer to the question. A burning fire, a fire created by desires, cravings, aversion, ignorance is subsided. When the fire does not exist, the notion of me, mine, self get faded. The reason is
defilement started above exist because of the notion, perception of an existing self. Some people think themselves as they live forever. Such people do not have the generosity. Everything they have. Some people think of themselves as they live forever. Such people do not have generosity. Everything is only about themselves. Patachara was like this at the beginning. When she lost everything, she became awakened and realized the true nature of existence. Do we also have to wait until some disaster occurs to realize the truth? When this notion of myself is thickly planted in you, all defilements go through. Of faith, effort, mindfulness, concentration, and effort and wisdom must be developed. Shraddha or faith refers to supreme faith. It is not the common faith that the other philosophies practice. When the 5 faculty powers are developed, it takes you towards the path to Nibbana. All objects become objects to such a person. Although he or she uses them, it is only for a living and there's no attachment to them. When this situation has been reached, therefore, there's burning fires caused by the sensual world. This is called object or subjectless concentration, which is Animitta Samadhi or Adhigata Samadhi. In every subject, he or she finds the true nature of the thought. Along with this experience, peace and tranquility become the nature of that person's mind. This experience can be gained only through a deep wisdom. The person is also transcend to the illusionary mind. Now, the result of all this experience leads a person towards the quality of the Buddha. The quality is not Nibbana. It is quality. It is a quality. When the three being sensual world created by form and formless world can be comprehended and conquered, this is the nature of the Buddha or Buddha's quality. This happens by understanding the doctrine of the dependent origination. True knowledge, the practical knowledge and experiencing the bliss gained through this knowledge must be accomplished by thoroughly understanding the doctrine of the dependent origination by seeing the truth in the subjective matter. The insight become prominent during these stages. The concentration also develop at this level. During this era, the insight wisdom has been blooming. Even the Mahatheros in the Ida understand the true nature of the Buddothpado discourses. Just like Buddothpada understood what true Dhamma refers to, everybody is beginning to understand the true Dhamma. Now answer this question. Please, when we say Buddha, are we referring to a person? The answers are indicated in this section. It is some people say it is a condition or a state without the notion of a self, a situation where nothing can be found, an unshaken mind, peace and tranquility. R.N. Hans explains, this is the answer to the question. It refers to the tranquility. There's no burden to carry. To this person, nothing exists, because all of the burden comes with thoughts. With thoughtlessness, there's no burden, no burning fire. It is very simple and beautiful. No one can take this mind quality away from you. Dhamma or the Buddha Dhamma is extremely beautiful. It is magnificent. Do not hang on to words and suffer. Do not let Portillas destroy this beautiful Dhamma. When we put the burning fire out created by the defilement, it is so beautiful. The next Zoom discussion had on 22nd October 2023. Participant asked, when away from the sensual world, when at times I get angry about certain matters, I would like to know how to stop this angry feeling. R.N. Mahans explains, do you listen to the Buddothpada discourses? Participant says yes, for about 2 months. R.N. Mahans explains, first you have to follow the right weave. You must know and have a knowledge of the Buddha's doctrine. You also need to have an understanding of the sensual world created by materiality and formless world. You need to follow the sequential pattern and observe the true knowledge, practical knowledge and the experiential knowledge. You need to see the ultimate truth. Within this moment, in one thought, this is not a religion. You need to recognize how the senses work. You need to observe Salayatana Loko, the things created by the sixfold sense base. All these are creations due to vibrational energies. It does not exist anywhere. There are only creations. In the other words, illusions. You also need to realize how sounds, colors, taste, touch, smell, sensual sensations combine, and how it instantly change into Dhamma sparks or mental formations. With the continuation of the sensual sparks, they turn into objects such as table, chairs, etc. In the mind, through this reconstruction or the reoccurrence, these become objects and real in the consciousness, and you must be able to see this process. How all these occur in one thought must be experienced. Skandhanam patilabo ayatanam patilabo. All these in combination construct a thought in the mind consciousness. The doctrine of the dependent originations explain the entire process in how this work together. How thoughts occur in the past, present, and how they occur in the future. The understanding that there's no thing in existence must be seen and experienced. The situation refers to Asavakya Jnana, or the wisdom of seeing defilements as they are. You also must compare and analyze the knowledge with the three baskets of the Dhamma. How things created by the vibrational energy and turns into feeling, sensations, and perception. These must be observed when objects such as a wall, apple, or any other objects get a value. It is the sensual world or karma bhumi. The form is the materiality or world with the form. The feeling you get is the formlessness. This aspect must be clearly understood. When these are not regarded as objects, that is the wisdom. There's no value in sounds or colors. When these are combined, a thing or object gets created. These are mental formations occurred by vibrational activities. We see the Dhamma in one thought. The light occurs through the rapid movement of vibration, and the feeling accompanied with it. It is the mind consciousness. When value is only a thought. A wall, me, mine, all these are only thoughts. When the Dhamma realized correctly, the burning fire within, when the Dhamma is realized currently, the burning fires within created by this process become neutral. The value given to the objects become worthless. The defilements such as craving, aversion, and ignorance disappear. This is when it is realized that there's no thing existing in the world. The meaning that are created by the combination of the sounds, colors, tastes, and sensations are impermanent. Then in this case, how can someone find an existing soul? When the truth is found in one thought, eventually the idea of that these are only thoughts become permanent in the mind. When this situation occurs, you cannot even find your own self. The ignorance disappears. When the understanding of the doctrine of the dependent origination and the true nature of the thoughts, a thought itself represent the delusion of ignorance. Thus, not having thoughts represent the nibbana and putting an end to the ignorance. The next Zoom discussion had on 28th October 2023. Participant asked a question. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahatma. I bow down at your feet. I'm taking this opportunity today to let you know about my practical experience of the Dhamma. I have been listening to your Dhamma discourses for some time. And until I listened to them, I never realized how this fire created by anger and the I got it from confrontation burned inside of me. Just when listen to the Dhamma principle forwarded presented by you. Automatically this realization came to my mind. I have no burning fire created by the anger. I formally experience and improve Besides this, I also realized that everything is just occurrence in the mind or thought because I was able to put together the Dhamma facts. I was completely changed person today. It is a great transformation that happened because of the presentations. When I look into Dhamma more, um, the Dhamma more and more, I also realized that the reason for these occurrences are based on nothing else but the principle of the cause and effect. Mind actions are based on the principle. I found out that there's no truth in the subject or thought created by the outside phenomena. Actually, there's nothing that coming from the outside. R.N. Vance explains, for how long have you been listening to these discourses? Participant says, for about 6 months, about 2 lectures per day. R.N. Vance says, you must not taking thoughts, you are not talking through practical experience. Now you must focus your attention notion of a self can be created. Participant asks, I try to understand that, Venerable Sir. Also, as you uttered, participant asks, I try to understand that, Venerable Sir. Also, you can understand when participant, I try to understand that, Venerable Sir. Also, as you uttered, I feel that we are always connected with our past experience, which I think is a reconstruction of the perception. R.N. Hans explains, in you, what I feel is that you kind of in you, what I feel that is that you think too much, and that you pay more attention to the thoughts. I do not say that thinking of these concepts are improper. What I'm saying to you is that you must follow the Deshana and practical experience. You must observe how the notion of an individual self become faded. Participant ask, what I want to know is whether I am entangled by the illusion in the mind. R.N. Vance explains, get experience to practical side and go along the path to liberation of Nibbana. Next Zoom discussion. Participant asks, Thiruvan Saranaya R.N. Vance, I bow down at your feet. On yesterday's Zoom discussion, you explained the difference between the bliss created by an advanced level of the spiritual experience, which is Lauturu Suvaya, and the bliss of real Nibbana, which is the Nivan Suvaya. Can you explain this situation little bit more of my clarification? Aran Mahansa explains, this happens in two ways. Some people, when traveling along this path, think that they have achieved the Nibbana due to the blissful states of the mind that they experience, and that is just a thought and not the real Nibbana. Explain to me the way you understood this concept. Participant asks, the way I understood is this. The way I understood this is as a liberation from the sixfold basis. R.N. Mahansa explains, the people who follow the path at times experience the situation. The sixfold base always creates a burning fire. Having ceased the burning, the sixfold base always creates a burning fire. Having ceased the burning fire, if someone thinks I am liberated, this is a misconception and a wrong mind can sometimes create the new. With this idea, think that they are arahants. That is also a thought, just like any other thought, such as mother, father, tree, house. This situation creates bhikkhu similar to bhikkhu potila. The path must be traveled carefully and mindfully. Do not get caught by the creation of the illusory mind. When preaching, one must be careful to see this situation. The people who truly achieve the Nibbana or Arahant state do not go after results. If someone goes after the results, there is a self in existence behind the thought. This can be referred to as Lauturu Suvaya, the bliss created by the experience. The Nibbana Suvaya or the bliss of Nibbana can be reached out only with the renunciation of this idea created by the illusory me. The real concentration can never be destroyed, but the other type of concentration can be destroyed. The wise person, we can go through an illusionary me, automatically gives the opportunity to observe how the defilements are being faded, are fading and dissolving, just like the Khemaka Bhikkhu stated. Yes, most of it is going just like a cloth, just like cloth become clean after washing. However, the smell of the soap is still in the fabric, which means the process is not completed yet. The stories presented by the Jesus Christ also talk about the stories presented by the Jesus Christ also talk about let go of everything and you could get everything. In this situation, there is a big or self who could get something. Here, the soul is still in existence. Without completely acknowledging the stances, Salayatana Loko, the world is nothing else but the creation of the senses. No one can reach the Nibbana Suvaya or the blissful state of Nibbana. During an era that the Gautama Buddha during an era that the Gautama Buddha Sasana appears to be going towards its disappearances. It is the truth to keep it alive. The Buddothpado discourses are available to fulfill this purpose, and Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is trying his best to preserve the Gautama Buddha Sasana. Theruvan Saranai. The next Zoom discussion, 28th October 2023. During yesterday's Zoom discussion, one son talked about a trip he went on. After listening to that, I thought of letting you know of my experience, which is quite different than that little son's experience. This was experienced by me while my workplace colleagues and I went on a trip. This means it was quite different because on the previous trips I enjoyed them. However, this time when people were eating and taking photographs and doing other things, I felt that these are all nonsense. Even if even if I forced myself to be indulged in this, it was not possible. We are going to have a second trip. I do not even want to go, but I have to go because I feel it is not right to say no after listening to your Dhamma discourses. Only this transformation took place on me. I'm not sure any values in these eras. Value in these events. The second reason for me to meet with you on Zoom is to say thank you for all you are doing for this blissful change in us. Aryan Mahansa explains, almost everybody who listens to these discourses get this feeling and they experience this transformation due to the experience they get through the discourses. To tell you honestly, when we look at the world, the whole world appears to be like this. They run and run. Everybody is following this. However, it is said that today you jump up and down and tomorrow cry uncontrollably. At the end, with the wrinkled skin and bony cheek, people bear up in pain and suffer. That is the reason why Buddha stated that the common world is a mundane, insane world. People run after things, and this is a madness. Even if you run to grab things, there's no use. Finally, nothing stays or exists. In this short lifespan, what kind of mad dance they perform? Some are intoxicated with the use of substances. The others are intoxicated with their own thoughts. People get entangled in so many wrong weaves: religion, nation, nationality, and it goes on and on. People get abused, and they abuse each other and leave this world. In the animal world, there's no religion or wrong view. How beautiful the animal world, how beautiful the animal world is. When I was in the Aranya, the birds always came there. They always become as a pair and sit on the branches. They fly away to get some food and come back and sit. Such a relaxed life they have because they understand the influence created by the natural energies. There was one crow, and he had only one leg. He sits on the branch with one leg, happy and contented. There's no self that causes enjoyment or suffering. In form, colors, sound, um, smell and touch. There are only thoughts in existence in a given moment, and these occur due to the influential power created by the vibrational power. In a given moment, and these occurs due to the influential power created by the vibrational systems, and this is a natural occurrence. When you throw a rock into the air, it comes down. The earth rotates. Why do we feel separate self? Now, you should be able to understand this, that this self is a mere creation of the sensual activity coming through vibrations. That is how self or being get created. This is not real, and it is a creation due to the natural occurrences stated above. Realization of this mechanism is exceptional. How the heat turns into solid, and and then into liquid, and to steam, and to disappearance can be observed. Only the creation and destruction of the planets go through this process. Same thing happens to our bodies because these are appearances and disappearances occurring through various vibrational powers. What is the purpose in trying to make things real when in reality they are not real or permanent? With the bliss of the Nibbana, you can see, hear, touch, smell without burning sensation in the mind. You feel everything without any craving or attachment. What is the purpose in trying to make things real when in reality they are not in real or permanent? When the bliss of the Nibbana, you can see hear, touch, smell without burning sensation in the mind. You feel everything without any craving and attachment. The creational world and thoughts experienced due to the vibrational energies cannot be found anywhere. They come and go. An infant has a radiant mind. At times goes by. With the experience given by the senses and the related sparks, a feeling is created that these are things and they exist. This happens naturally due to the principle of the consciousness, which is Chitta Niyama. Everything becomes real, and through thoughts appears and disappear, birth and death, and everything else is like that. The thinking pattern stated above is the reason for the creation of the notion of an individual self. And seeing and experiencing how this self comes into effect is the only way to experience the true Dhamma. Iti Rupan Samuddayo. When you realize the true nature of the so-called self, which is an illusion, the value given to unreal objects, me or mine, and the ego created by the illusory process collapse. The creation of the vibrational energies such as world, systems, self, or everything else become worthless. The defilements have no place in the mind. If you are at this level, for you, survival and non-survival are equal and the same. You live a normal life and you talk, walk, sleep, etc. However, you will lose yourself in you. It really happens to Mahas Mangalan Pero. There was no Mugalan, but the mundane people, Maha Mugalan was a person and he was killed. Actually, Maha Mugalan was a dead being on the day he became an Arhat. Did you feel that there is a self in you? Participant says, yes, Aryan Mahansa. Aryan Mahansa says, the body gets discarded and gets mixed with the nature. In the Arahant state of mind, with this is a system. It works without the notion of an existing self. This is the Buddha's quality. My time has passed and I'm going to conclude the book reading. And I worship Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, for all his guidance. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
That subject. Can you talk that? Yeah, so we are talking about meditation, inside meditation. Now discussion is going with my daughters with inside meditation. I know this girls like this inside meditation and the inside silence. They don't like the rush. It's nice. There's the Dhamma otherwise. Kokila.
Yes, sir.
You're the doctor also. What's your subject? Physiotherapy. It's okay too. It's your ideas.
Hello, I'm Hirshi, physiotherapist.
Hi.
Also in Australia.
Also, we're from Australia. My sister's here too. She's a speech pathologist. Hello.
Hi.
We were
What
talking
did
about
you say? What did you say? The sister is
a speech pathologist.
speech speech pathologist.
Oh,
Yeah.
we were talking about inside calm and tranquility and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What did you understand?
What did you understand?
Did you actually understand something, or you're just in the process of trying to understand?
I think it's a mix of both. I think we understood that life is so busy that you don't realize that meditation can happen all the time. I think that's what Sudha Mama explained, our uncle.
Kokila is every moment inside meditation is there, no Kokila?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. That's how our discussion is going. What we are doing is no matter our day-to-day activities is normally happening, but inside meditation is there. No Kokila?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. No, inside meditation is not the concentration meditation.
Yeah.
Not the subject, not the syllabus. It's our life.
Every day,
Yeah.
Oh, mundane meditation, right?
Yeah. Inside our we are in awareness.
Yeah.
Inside.
Spiritual awareness.
Yeah, spiritual awareness.
With everyday activity. Yeah.
It's normally way our life is going.
Yeah.
Inside meditation also there. That's why Buddha's, especially Buddha, never heard before Dhamma.
Yeah.
They explained the 5 teachers after became a Buddha. Siddhartha Tapasa became a Buddha. It's okay. she can hear. but Buddha explained, normally our life is going, but not sadness or suffering. Why? We know nobody is here. System is working. Our senses, eye, ear, nose, and mouth, and the body feel as the 5 senses, and the mind also other senses. Mind sense also we are not doing. Automatically is the working.
Right.
But we are thinking we are doing everything. But nobody is here. No one is here. No doer is here. System is here.
Yeah. Like the
That
subconscious.
system, systematically suffering.
Subconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the inside meditation. That's the inside meditation.
So your sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's Kokila, very interesting. These girls also know this, but they are not talking about the Buddhism only. But they are talking normally. They style. Our that's very important, Kokila.
Yeah.
That's very important. No religion. We are not talking about the religion. The
Yes,
Dhamma is the nature
100%.
like that. Yeah.
Younger generation, they don't talk
Yeah.
about the religion anyway.
Yeah.
How old are they?
Yeah, it's okay. You can see how old are they. It's okay, Kokila. You can now see. You can see.
Really?
It's okay. It's okay, Kokila.
Yeah.
3 sisters and she. She's the younger, and she's the second, and she's the third.
Okay.
Yeah. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah, Kokila. It's okay.
Yeah.
Now age, you can tell the age. Yeah. Now you can tell the age. Yeah.
I'm 24. 26.
26.
I'm 70.
70. It's okay, Kokila.
Yeah. They are
Nice,
generation,
no?
yes, 100%.
Yeah, younger generation. Yeah.
So, so it's very interesting, this Dhamma in a, like, if anyone...
Where are you, Australia? Where are you? What? Gold Coast.
Oh, really? Okay.
Where are you, Kokila?
I am towards Wollongong, down south from Wollongong also, like,
Wollongong, south.
yeah, down south.
Down south.
From Sydney.
Sydney.
It's south, Shoalhaven, that area is called.
That's okay.
I'm a general practitioner.
Brisbane. Yeah, my sister, they are in the Brisbane. These daughters, they are working, no? Yeah. The subject, what is that subject is talking? I very interesting that. Speech pathology. Is speech therapy. Speech therapy and the physiotherapy. Do you know?
Yeah,
Do you
I
know?
know. I know.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
I know. I
Yeah.
refer to them.
Ah, it's okay.
I refer patients to them.
Doctors refer to.
It's okay. Nice. Nice to meet, no? Suranka, where are you there? Suranka?
Surangika
Yes,
may
I
be
am.
in
Teruwan
Brisbane.
Sarnai.
Terasa Suranka, where are you in Australia?
I'm in Brisbane, Aryan sir.
Brisbane. Suranka, are you Brisbane?
Yes, Aryan sir.
My sister was from Brisbane, no? They are in Brisbane. Which part? Yeah. Yeah, my brother is here. It's okay. Yeah, ask him. Which part of Brisbane?
Just slightly north in the northern suburbs of Brisbane, just half an hour's drive from the city.
Okay, what's suburb? Chermside or?
Boondall. It's called Boondall.
Boondall. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. Shopping center near the airport.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. How long you live there?
I've been here for 3 years now.
Okay. All right. You come to temple or Gunda temple?
No, I go to Forest Lake, Ajancha Monastery in, not Forest Lake, sorry, Kolo, Dambagiri Forest Monastery.
Okay. We are close to the Gudna temple.
The Gudna one, yeah. I've heard of Gudna, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, very nice temple.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, Lanka, it's okay. Where's this, our Sumit, where's Kokila, the Australia?
Sunit is in Sydney,
Sydney.
Yes. Sunit is Sydney.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. What do you think about Melbourne the day before yesterday, no? Yesterday, no?
Yeah, I listened to that the whole day.
Discussion, yeah.
I was
Nice,
involved
no?
in that. Yeah,
Nice,
it
no?
was nice. It was
Yeah,
nice.
it's nice. It's okay. Okay, Kogila, keep going. It's okay. I'm now stopping my side. It's okay.
Okay, Aranatha.
Because we are going the discussion. It's okay, Kokila. Terosara, everybody. Terosara.
So going back to our question of letting go, so we'll go back to that. So the letting go, as I was starting to tell, letting go can happen in normal way, the way that we knew, I have let go so many things because maybe I wanted another thing, or because I thought it may be harmful. So that's common sense, by the way. That's common sense. So we have some common sense. We let go of things. Someone is worried about the lung cancer, they might let go of smoking, like something like that. But this letting go that we are talking about is actually nothing related to that kind of common sense. This is actually more deeper than that. This letting go happens automatically by just knowing that the truth, basically the truth that actually Joel is very into. Because the truth is, this dream is not true, even though we are in a dream. Really beautiful dream. It can be ugly dream. It can be tired dream. It can be a terrible dream sometimes. But whatever it is a dream. So who would like to actually be in a dream and get deceived by a dream? No one. No human being. If they are really aware that it's a dream and you are really getting carried away in a dream, you wouldn't like that. You would like to wake up, isn't it? So we are talking about waking up. We are not actually talking about letting go in other ways. So again, how can you let go? So the letting go, imagine that understanding them, how you feel lighter, how you feel that eternal tranquility, how you feel that super awareness, how you feel that super happiness, or the unbelievable loving and kindness that we were talking about that day. How come that happened? So the usual Usually we are not aware about anything like that. But after hearing this Dhamma, you understand this dream. You understand that the outside is actually a perception in our mind. And when we try to understand the mind, we understand it's just like a spark. It's a vibration. It's a vibration. So you keep understanding how these things work. And are you trying to let go now? Not really. Are you trying? If you really understand that this dream is a dream, are you going to like really hold on to things in the dream? You might use them. I mean, you're eating because you have a body, so you keep eating. You have you have to keep it clean. You have to be in the society as a having like a good appearance, and you have a pattern that you had before, so you might be doing something that you used to be doing. You get up in the morning and you have a routine, so you might be doing the same. But are you actually deceived in that dream? Not really. So if you actually awake, you feel now we are trapped in the dream. You feel that, but if you feel awakened, you're not actually in the dream, but you kind of become the master of the dream. Before we were in the dream, we were acting in the dream with so much agony, so much sometimes happiness, so much anger, so much sometimes empathy, but sometimes hatred, sometimes jealousy, sometimes you are happy for the other person. Yeah, it's a roller coaster. But the problem was you were acting in that roller coaster. You were inside that dream. You were inside the film. But once you awaken from the dream, are you actually trying to let go? No, this happened because of truth. You're not actually trying to let go, because if you try to let go, this becomes a problem, because you try to let go, the person who is trying to let go becomes very prominent. That's like the before, because you wanted to let go, so you want to stop smoking, you try to stop smoking, you are trying to do something, of course, because it's beneficial for you. You feel sad and you're trying to make things correct again because you want to feel happy. That's because you want to feel happy. But the eternal happiness or the tranquility doesn't come like that. It's actually coming in, even if you are sad, you will have that happiness. You will have that tranquility. Even if your body is damaged due to some accident, you will be still happy. You will still be having that tranquility. How come is that? That's because you're actually not in the dream. So the letting go happens automatically. How? Because you have realized that these perceptions are not true. Perceptions are perceptions. Perceptions are like vibrations. The dream, I told you, the dream can be 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years. Whatever the dream, it's just another dream. But if you think like this, it is not going to help that much, because just thinking like that will not help. But if you really think about how these perceptions are made, how this a life feel has come, because you feel the light, you feel the touch, you feel the sound, you feel the taste, you feel the smell. But you understand that's only feelings of the sensory organs. That's all that happened. Yes, of course, there was a vibration to initiate this system, 100%. But now, because you're understanding Dhamma, the vibration goes down. There's no power, but the system is going. Tranquility is there. happiness is there, you can do whatever the things that you are doing, and you will definitely start to help other people who will need this Dhamma, who will seek this Dhamma. So, did you really feel it, Joel? I don't know. What do you think?
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you. I felt it.
Yeah, okay. So, Saranka, do you want to add something to that? Or Joel, do you have any other way? Yeah, Saranka, yeah, you can talk.
Yeah, Dr. Hugla, nothing really to add. I think the point I want to make, but then you also mentioned it, that when one says letting go, it can actually, you can mistakenly think that there is an active letting go that needs to be done. But that is not the case, isn't it? In this true Dhamma and the understanding and the practical aspect of it, we keep saying letting go, and to a certain extent, I think Dr. Kokila explained about the wrong way of letting go, and in the mundane world also we let go of various things. Even when we understand the Dhamma also, people mistakenly try to do that same type of letting go. For example, now when we have heard our advanced explaining for so many years, this is an experience in other Zoom meetings as well, Joel. Lots of our mothers who are listening to the talks, now they know the truth. They know the philosophy that has been explained. So what they try to do is, sometimes we know when some thought has become very heavy for them, say for example their son is not calling or something often, and now the mother is getting agitated, then he comes onto the Zoom and says, no, our advancer, although my son didn't call, I don't know this. This is just a thought. My son is just a thought. There is no sun outside. So I'm fine, our advancer. Like that she says. So, and as if she's overtly trying to let go. So now, does that actually work? It doesn't. I mean, to a certain extent, she might have a temporary bit of relief, but it's almost as if she's trying to tell herself without actually innately understanding the reality of that process. So what the true Dhamma philosophy is trying to get across to the followers is the fundamental tenets of this pure truth, which is about how this whole mind and mechanism works, how the self-perceptions arise, what is self-view, was there such a thing, wasn't that only a misconception, so on and so forth. But if you say that, I know it's bad, I know it's a thought, then it's almost only applying it like a knowledge. So because initially you have to take it in as knowledge, because we have already discussed that we use the mind as a tool first, because we have to first acquire the knowledge, almost like theory. We have to know what this philosophy is, what was it that the Buddha taught. And then once you do that, there is that practical aspect. Every posture, everywhere you go in your daily routine, the thing that is never absent is what? The thoughts, isn't it? And through the truth philosophy, we understand this. It is the thoughts that bring about the stimuli. The thought itself is the stimuli, and it is the stimuli, understanding that to be real, is the thing that actually causes the suffering. The moment the stimuli becomes real, there is a duality. The person experiencing the stimuli also manifests at the same time in that thought itself. So when one understands that, the practical aspect of it brings about that inner transformation, the jnana or the wisdom that Aran Manse has also explained in this Zoom. So that is what he's trying to encourage people following to do. Because ultimately, as Dr. Pokila says, ultimately the truth is that there is no self here. There has always been a harboring of a wrong self-view, which is why the suffering has arisen. The suffering of depression, the suffering when we lose a loved one, the suffering when we lose a job, the suffering when a relative comes and becomes a pain in the neck and doesn't go away. You know, all those things are suffering. Why is it a suffering? The stimuli has become real. For you, it can be different stimuli. For another person, it can be another stimuli, relative, mother, father, whoever it is. But ultimately, they all have one common thread. It is all perceptions, stimuli. And if that stimuli or the perception is considered to be real, that you think there is a person outside, you think there is an object that has been lost to the fire, you think there is a dog who has died, whatever it is, as long as one considers that these things, that there is such an external world, then this whole world and the reality and the self and everything becomes true. Because that's the way this whole ignorance, this mechanism works. But if we understand that this whole thing is the natural phenomena of the mind, just like the trees, just like nature, that there is just a process and a mechanism that is being activated here. As long as there is breath coming in and out of the body, the whole thing is understood objectively, clinically. And that clinical thing is what the theory and the practical aspect of it helps us to realize. So the knowledge then gets transformed. The knowledge of the truth and the philosophy and the mechanics gets transformed to an innate understanding. And that understanding cannot be forced. It is not an active letting go. What has to be done is see the truth in the thought. When one sees the truth in the thought, the power, the underlying current, the power behind the thought, the weight, the value that is attached to the thought, whether it's the mother, whether it is the job, whether it is the trade union striking and the patient suffering, all that one then sees behind the scene. We see the magic happening. We see how did this stimuli become real. Was there a patient? Was there a trade union? Did the baby have all these problems? No, they didn't. When did these object stimuli become real? So that is the part that is understood by applying the truth and seeing the thought. So all that is done is understanding the thought, and then the letting go comes naturally. The letting go is an auto happening, and slowly what happens is the thought ceases to be of value. The thought ceases to have the suffering, the burning, the heaviness that is attached to it. That is the ultimate letting go in this Buddhist philosophy. Dr. Pokida, if I said something wrong, please correct any aspect.
No, I think
Thank you.
really it's really good that you added that. Actually, I can feel that some others would actually artificially think that okay, sun is not there, so sun is a thought, so that's it. But this Dhamma is completely actually different, because if you actually feel this Dhamma, what you finally get is there's no self. That's the main thing I was actually trying to say. That was that because at the end, what we understand here is how we felt alive, and how we don't feel alive, that burning, that, or the, even we can't say burning, that self-perception is not there when the actual stimuli is not felt as a thing, or it doesn't become a thing. This breaks the whole cycle of feeling alive for the whole sansara. So the actual break here is that this self-view, which is there even in the God, the Brahma, the human, even the even though the self-view is not really prominent in animals, they have the self-perception, very strong self-perception. Even the small rat is scared to die. If you have seen, you know, podcast and stuff, or whatever the documentaries, you can see even the smallest animal in the world, they don't like dying. So that is because their self-perception. So when that's the final outcome. And if you actually felt that at least once, the important aspect that we get here is, well, the self-perception is not true. But to come to that understanding, we have to understand all the other things too, like all the other perceptions are not true as well. So when we realize that, our burning is going to go down drastically. Why? If there is no self, how come there are others? Because we are like a center, like we are the center of the attraction or the center of the field. Everyone is around you, like my father, my mother, my siblings, my kids, my husband, my wife, my friends, my school, my job place. What else? My worship place. So it's all revolving around you. If you really understand this, you can feel this center is getting weaker and weaker. And when center becomes weaker, you actually become the son. You actually become the mother. You actually become the person who is in front of you. So you feel so much, you feel that vibration. If the vibration that side is high, you feel that too. If the vibration is low, you feel that too. If the vibration is low and you feel that you might be able to help that person to go to non-vibration, you might help it. So vibration is so high, you might even not try. So that's the difference. I mean, more we talk about this, more we can actually understand this. I'm really thankful for Joel keep asking these questions, because we even don't talk about these things because our talks are usually very monotonous and boring, because we kind of get diverted to one angle of the story. But if someone actually asks a question like this, the true Dhamma comes automatically. No one is bringing it, it comes automatically. So yeah, so letting go basically is something which happens with the truth. What is the truth? There is no thing, there is no self. So yes, Joel, do you have anything to add or ask?
Yeah, it was nice to hear, like, you become the mother, you become the father. I felt it a lot, what you said. And we read about detachment. How do you detach from yourself? I mean, detachment and let go, is it same or
Okay,
is it different?
now you are really good in asking questions, Joel. I have to appreciate that. Okay, now detachment. You asked how to detach yourself from your. How can you detach yourself? Now the question is, how can you detach from yourself? Yes. So yes. Now here, there's a bit of a trick here. What? There's a part of ignorance what happened here. Actually, what ignorance here is, we have a misunderstanding, complete misunderstanding misconception that there is a self. Okay, there was never a self. There was a system which manifested nicely, went into a story. Yes, it went on and on. Yes, but there's a misunderstanding from the beginning, from the very beginning, that there is a self. As soon as first stimuli happens, first thought happens, you get this self perception. You can't avoid that. You just get it because that's how it is. Until someone tells you something, that's how it is, because you have to hear this. So actually, Joel, here what happens is you're not detaching from yourself. What happens is you keep realizing that there wasn't a self. That's so beautiful to understand. That's the most beautiful thing I would say in the world, that if people can understand, because that brings the suffering to zero, suffering to 100% zero. Because here, as we talked about before, the letting go concept also same. We try to let go things. We change it around. The same thing. We are not trying to detach from, I am not trying to detach from myself. I'm actually, first I'm understanding that there's no self. From the noble friend we understand it. And then you actually feel it. You just feel that there is no self. You started walking and you feel that it's not you who is walking, it's just a system. It just works. You start driving and you know it's not you driving, it's a system. If the driving is like a mind picture which is there, if someone is taught how to drive, they will keep driving. What's the big deal? No, it's not a big deal. But the problem was, the misunderstanding was there. I am right. So when the misunderstanding is going to the understanding, or if the ignorance is getting, the ignorance is disappearing, or science is actually coming up. So what we actually feel here is, if the stimuli is not felt as a thing, the feeling of self is not there. So we understand completely without any doubt. If this happens, this is like just a moment, like a fraction of a second moment. Do you understand in that moment, this self feeling we had, it's a feel. We feel alive. That self feeling we have is actually not there when the stimuli is not taken for granted. So at that particular moment, you're not there. That particular moment though. But that confirms what this Dhamma says. It becomes ages for you to actually become that, because it takes time for all the defilements to go away. But this fraction of second, when you feel that the self is not there, this confirms your truth. So the misunderstanding that we had forever, that there is self, everything is happening to me, everything is, I am feeling these things, I am touching, I am seeing, I am eating, I am sensing the smell, I am hearing these things, I am thinking, and these things are happening to me. This whole thing collapses, and you're not going to entertain that anymore. That's the beauty of Dhamma, Joel. That's the beauty of Dhamma. So in that fraction of second, you don't feel you, then you will actually start to become Dhamma from there onwards, because there's no doubts about Dhamma. Because now you're listening, you're actually I'm trying to understand, but you felt so many things, I know, because you felt lighter. But then it keeps changing. But these things, it will never change, because these are like very demarcations that Shani was talking about. Shani's topic was how to become a stream mentor. How do you become into this stream? That is how you enter the stream. A moment without you. It's not you trying to get rid of you. It's a moment without you, just by understanding them. Did you get it, Joel?
Yes, doctor. I got it. Can you tell me, have you ever felt that moment where you were not there
Kind of.
in life? An example that you can tell about your life, in your life, that you have felt that you were not there, and that was a good moment. Can you tell me that moment? An
It's kind
experience,
of
kind of thing.
It's one example would be, I was in the garden. I was just there, sitting there in the morning, and there were a lot of sounds of birds, and just a fraction of a second I felt that, and I felt the strong vibration as well as the non-vibration. I can't say more than that because it's just a feeling. And that's the example. Yes, Surangika, can you add anything more to that?
I think what you said was adequate, Dr. Pokila. It's difficult to, I suppose, it's a moment that has to be realized, isn't it?
Yeah. But Joy's questions are really valuable because, but the problem is you can't really simulate or get anything from anyone else's. That's why we don't talk much about these experiences, personal experiences, because if you get a chittarupa about that or the mental picture about that, someone can get misled, because it becomes like a mental picture. So we try not to talk about these specific moments, but we try to. But all, if you felt it once, you might feel it again. So all the Dhamma we talk about is actually based on these experiences. But it's really beautiful for you to feel it. But your way is completely different. It is completely different. So all the experiences are different, but the non-vibration is same. Vibration power could be different from person to person. You feel that vibration power that is tense. You feel that power, and then if it really comes to you that it is a function of the sensory organ, definitely it will that ear function. It would be the ear function, and if you really feel it, then you will feel the non-vibration too. It is very subtle, though, very very minute, because it's a very transient like kind of thing. But and definitely this path keep changing. Shani told about that. Shani was talking about that where the path keep changing. So the path where you become stream enterer is different from stream enterer becoming a non-returner. Non-returner to an arahant, it is different. So there's a long way to go from that beginning. So it's just the beginning. That part is just the beginning. So you are just still floating around. But it's very important to understand that this self-view is the main problem here. When that is understood that it is just a view only, and what is here is only the chair or the mother or anything, any stimulus in that case, you keep understanding that was the only thing that was there. And then, is it that true? No, that's not true either. It's a perception. It's like a current. How can you otherwise see the chair in the dreams? So this Dhamma is very beautiful if you can understand and then feel it. And you keep understanding more and more that actually when you understand that there is no self, your burning goes down a lot, because there's no way that anyone can make you to boil. After you understanding that or feeling that, can someone come and talk to you and say, here Joel, you have this thing, why don't you try to achieve this, or something. I mean, people are very inquisitive and very keen to help as well at the same time. So if you can do them, you can do. But what I'm trying to say is, you will not be burning. Your burning is going to go down, never going to multiply. So from a stream enterer, the main good thing being, the Lord Buddha says is, after becoming a stream enterer, your vibration is never going to get worse than what your vibration is now. So the human vibration, the kind of human level, you're not going to go down in the sense to the animal level. So it happens here and now. So your vibration is never going to get so bad that you can kill someone, you can steal things, you can lie, you can harm someone, you can't really, there are so many things that automatically happens because you understand that if you are actually killing someone, it's just a perception. You have a perception that you are killing someone. It's just a perception. Who would like to be in a dream and act really seriously in the dream? Because you have to be so serious to kill someone, isn't it? Be so serious. To lie, you have to be so serious. To steal, you have to be so serious about this life. To steal. Think about these things. So your vibration is never going to go down, but it is going to get better and better. So towards zero. But it is zero in every stimuli, only in an arahant. Until such time, there's a long time. It can be, the timing can't be judged. It's according to every person's vibration. How low the vibration is, they might feel it a bit more quickly. And but that's the beginning of the path. That's not the end of the path. That's the beginning of the path. Anything else? Yes, Suranika, can you add something?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, I think that even as that vibration gradually lowers, even I think at the point or before the stream enterer stage, the value attached to those mental formations, what we call sankhara, or perceptions itself, dissipates. And now, how does those perceptions manifest? It manifests in three ways. One is mental formations in the form of thought that we have spoken of. But the overt aspect of it is when we, what is vitakka in English, when the mental formations are magnified, they turn to verbal stuff like words, verbose. And then the more one agitates about the thoughts, it turns into action. So those are the three ways that these mental formations manifest themselves: through action, overt action, through words, and through thoughts. So initially, the thought has to arise, and then that gives rise to the impulse to speak and explain and talk. And then that also gives rise to action. So what Dr. Kopila was trying to say is the more one realizes that there's no truth in this thought and this whole thing is a mental construct and fallacy based out of ignorance alone, the gradual wanting to act on various things, wanting to steal, wanting to kill, even those, the temptation or the tendency, shall we say, to act on the thoughts dissipates over time. And then whilst at a certain point the action really dwindles down, then even the words. Now, when you think about a conversation earlier, if you think, we are always wanting to talk, isn't it? We are always wanting to engage in a conversation. Before the other person finishes talking, we are not even listening to that person. We are building up the thing that we want to say to that person, isn't it? Even in discussions, if you just think about how this behavior happens, and then even in those conversations, whether it is with a colleague or whether it is even with friends around a table at a pub or a bar or something, even we are trying to show that, we are great. We are trying to praise ourselves, maybe indirectly, or say that, this thing happened and this is the way I worked it out. And, you won't say directly, I am great and I am brave, but in indirect ways, in covert ways, there is a way that the self is being kind of praised in a indirect roundabout way. So all these things are giving rise from that mental formation, the thought, then gives the urge to say things, gives the urge to fatten the ego, gives the urge to put things in words. So, hold attention in a crowd, say things that will bring praise to oneself, so on and so forth. Now, all that gradually, as the stimuli becomes less and less real, the need for action, the need for to put oneself on a stage or to do things like that, the overt action gradually goes away. Then the need for putting words, the need for talking endlessly nonsense, putting oneself in the limelight, all that also goes. Why does it happen? It doesn't happen deliberately. Each time a thought comes, the lack of significance of the thought is the thing that comes up. What is the point? Because it just says every stimuli is, we know the truth behind the stimuli. So each stimuli, it becomes useless. Each stimuli, the power of the stimuli to keep on going from one thought to the other to the thought, because the conversation makes the thought stronger, right? The conversation, in order to fuel the conversation, the thoughts fuel themselves and get more and more powerful. That is the thing that will give the momentum, give the motivation to keep on speaking, to keep on fattening the ego, to keep on, bringing attention to oneself in a crowd, so on and so forth. So all that falls down, as Dr. Kopila says, even with the action. So which is why at the point of stream enterer, there is no way that that stimuli is going to be any, like worse or bad to the point of falling down into any one of those lower realms. It is only going to become refined and more refined. The behavior becomes more tranquil, more calm, the posture, the thinking, all that becomes calm and subdued. Now, that doesn't mean that that personality stops talking and stops smiling and that kind of thing. That person will still behave in the normal trait of that person. But inside, as Anand Mahatsa has told us many a time, the calmness is inside. The inner transformation has happened. On the outside, the person will be cheerful, will be talking to the parents, taking the children to school, and behaving as usual. So it is difficult in this dream enterer and beyond, even for a person in the mundane world to actually recognize such a person, isn't it, Dr. Popila? It's
Yeah,
yeah.
it's very beautiful. The more we get into this understanding of right vision, everything follows. I know everything follows. So you start working with right vision. You start talking with right vision. So everything follows in that kind of order, because when there's no self, imagine when someone enters and there's no self, like really low ego, don't you feel it? You feel it. And if someone enters with very high ego, you feel that too. And when someone is with low ego, not like an arahant has no ego at all. Someone with low ego even, we feel so comfortable because there's no kind of pressure. But anyone with high ego, you feel such a pressure, that if you are a feeler, you will feel it, because someone in the mind will not catch it, because when the mind is racing, it will concentrate on a lot of other stuff. But if you are a feeler, you will definitely feel the vibration. When we are in a room, don't we say that we can feel the vibe? We feel the vibe. We sometimes leave because you can't really take it. That's okay. That's okay. It's just mainly understanding how this dream is ongoing, but still it's a dream. So if we are awakened from the dream will still go, but that power which you had as the burning or the suffering is not going to be there. So you'll be smiling with them, you might be talking with them. If you really don't want to talk with them, you might go. It doesn't matter. You're not bothered about that action though. If you're not going, if you are invited to go to a party and you say no, you're not bothered about that either. And also, if you decide to go and you are there, but you're not there, if you're not there, if you actually don't go, you come home, you are not there either. But you keep doing everything that you should do. You act normal with everyone. No one can say anything. No one can even detect anything. They're just acting normal. They can feel they might feel comfortable with you because you have really low ego, but then yeah, that's it. Yes, anything, Joel? Did you actually get the points that we are trying to say? We are coming closer to the end of the Zoom discussion today. Yeah.
Yes, Doc. I was like jotting down certain important points that we are discussing, so that after the session that I could reflect on that and understand it more and feel it. So yeah, I was jotting down the points. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Madam Surangika.
All good. And yeah, we worship Hanuman. Say we are really we have a great gratitude for the noble friendship that he has offered. We just listen to them through YouTube. We just started randomly. It's just a random thing for me, and I think Surangika got a tip from a friend, I think. whatsoever, whatever the way that you entered listening to Dhamma, just understanding that there is no self, actually it's only a self-view. There is a vibration which is actually there because the stimuli is taken as a thing. So when the stimuli is fully understood and you don't feel it as a thing, you don't feel, you become the stimuli. That's how it actually can be taken. Even these words, don't take it too seriously because this is just a feel. So to give the idea of the feel, we keep saying this thing. Otherwise, it's something you feel, your power, your chains. Actually, that's the vibration of your system. That vibration, you have to actually feel it to understand that that is what is going to get slowly dissipate, slowly dwindle, slowly go to zero. So we'll start the discussion tomorrow. Thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for the discussion. We worship Para and Vanse. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Pokida. Thank you, Joel and other Dhamma friends. We worship our and Mahansa Tilman.
Imagine conducting every part of your research only on one platform. Meet Boreum, your AI.
On thinking about mind, the physical birth
The current dream has the plan. If your dream changes, so the human dream also changes now. So the one human can be in America, one human is in Sri Lanka, one human can be in some other country. So even the country-wise the dreams change. But actually the in-human dream is kind of similar. They have the different manifestations, but with the same sensory organs. So the manifestations are kind of similar because the eyes, the ears, the tongue, the smell and the touch sensation or the temperature, they are kind of similar. But their mind output can be different due to the differences in the dream. But when you understand the truth, the dream will happen. You're not going to stop the dream. So the plans are in the dream. So are you going to stop anything in the dream? No, because we know it's a dream. It's just flowing. You can actually plan without suffering. That's the whole thing, Joel. Don't know whether you got it. Because when we don't understand Dhamma, we plan with suffering. Here, we plan without suffering. Does that mean actually the plan with suffering is planning we did before even knowing this Dhamma? So we usually believe it is my plan. Everything should go according to my plan. And if something goes not according to my plan, it would be really bad. And you would try the whole life. You would try to change the plan to adjust into your plan. That was the whole scenario of living, I would say. Because nothing goes according to our plan anyway. I mean, rarely it goes, maybe we think that it is going to according to our plan. We can think like that, it's fine. A plan is also in our thinking, yes, it is in our dream. It's a perception. Plan is a perception. So whatever the plan, whatever the, 30, 40, 50, 60 years that you have lived, from the day we can remember, that's the dream. So that you have a plan, you do a lot of things, that's okay. But if you don't know, that's kind of that's kind of actually, we can't replace this with another thought. You just have to feel this. It's not real. It's not a thing. And then with that feel, your burning is to go down. Your burning, your suffering, your belief in that you are there. And so the self-view, self-perception and self-vibration that is the suffering. That will go down. That will come to zero in an arahant. But the main thing is, everything will happen without that suffering. So whether the plan goes correct, whether the plan goes wrong, whether the plan goes really bizarre or weird, plan doesn't even come to any realization, that's fine. But we can plan. Is it okay, Joe?
Yes, doctor, and also I'd like to share something personal with you all. What I experienced after listening to this truth. Can I share it?
Yeah.
Normally, like in my place, in my home, when something goes wrong, the first person to get agitated and get angry, it would be me. not my parents. So today I encountered a very bad situation in my home, kind of very tense moment, stressful moment. And I didn't have the burning, or I didn't have any agitation. I was just calm and I was able to calm the situation as well. So I think the truth has liberated my mind and taken away all these agitations, irritations. And my mother was asking, "You have changed," and I said, "Well, the Zoom discussion has changed me." So thanks a lot once again.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Actually, that's the beauty of truth. I mean, if there's any truth, truth is that there is no truth, basically, and that's really puzzles us. We are never ever ready for that bit, like truth is that there is no truth. So no one will be able to understand that, and you have come to that level that we can even say that. That's the beauty of Dhamma, because you, even though you didn't understand the jargon we are talking about, because it's like, someone talking in medical jargon, no one understands that medical jargon like that. We are also telling so much jargon here, like, the Pali and all that sorts of stuff. But if someone hears the basic truth, even there is no truth, in the sense, truth itself is it's something that we have in our mind, kind of, it's all projections of our mind. Whatever we say is just a simple word we say here, that it's not true. So the truth is that truth is not true, basically. So it's really inspiring if you look into that aspect and you kind of get into that flow. So the usual flow is the burning part, where you kind of get dragged into that river of suffering, I would say. And when you actually get into the other side of the river, like you're actually swimming other side, you are swimming against the current, but still there's no suffering. It's such a beautiful thing, and we invite everyone, someone hearing this one word of this Dhamma. It's really beautiful. Just to get that angle is the most difficult part, because if someone is actually catching a little bit parts of it, you can start criticizing. The whole thing is understanding that there has never been a thing. There has never been a thing, in the sense, yeah, I mean, when you say that, yeah, it is very beautiful. That's the kind of experience any human being can get. I mean, they can go to the shopping malls. They can go to the whatever the worshipping place. They can go to a place that you don't like at all, but still without burning. And this understanding that the manifestation itself is just a manifestation, and whatever you felt as you are alive is just a part of this sensory organ. That's the beauty, and that itself makes you so light, and you will definitely feel it more and more. Yeah, I think yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's no much words to use here, because every word I said, as I said, is actually just a manifestation of the mind. Whatever you feel is just a manifestation of your sensory organ. Well, yeah. When you understand Dhamma, and when you understand there is no one to actually suffer, this suffering is going to come down slowly but steadily. Yeah, anyone else to add anything? Anyone can ask a question, yes, can join in.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, as you mentioned, I mean, everything can happen in the normal way. You can plan the future, you can do anything, but without the fire. Because our noble friend gives a beautiful answer: be an ice cube in the middle of roaring fire. So you can stay cool, and then you can communicate with the rest of the world. I mean, in the mundane world, we call it, we are living in the world. So you can communicate with the society, the family, whatever, at the required level, but always that cool feeling, or that calm and relaxed feeling is there underneath. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. When you understand, when you sort of go into detail and understand how these thoughts are formed, you can see how these thoughts are manipulative, how strong, and how much they are powerful. So the thoughts will manipulate this physical body, and then at some level the thoughts will be there as thoughts, and then when they are more powerful, it will come out as words, and when they are even stronger, more powerful than that, it will come out or manifest as an act. So you can explain how these people instantly change, and then get involved in various crimes. So it's very clear that these things are not within the control of that self. It's the instant thought which gives rise to that power and that physical activity. Those three levels in Pali we call the Chitta Sankara, Vachi Sankara, and Manos Kaya Sankara, which means the thoughts, words, and the physical activity. So it's very important now when you understand the mechanism, then that instant power will gradually get less and less. So that is how you can tame down this so-called mind. Just I thought of adding these little things.
Yeah, and also we can practice now. Even Joel can practice now. Whenever you do something, you are writing a letter, or you are typing something, or you are watching something, or you having a walk, you see, you hear, you whatever the function. Maybe you're having a shower or dip in the river, whatever, doesn't matter. But in any activity, if you can see that the activity is just activity. Activity didn't have a owner, didn't have a self. Activity will be happening. You will be talking. You will be washing clothes. You will be cleaning the house or cleaning the room, making the bed. None of these actions they don't have an owner. So this is the third part of our the practical aspect too. Any action, there's no ownership. It's not self doing anything. And you see things. It's actually, you're not seeing, it's just the eye function. You hear things, but actually it's not you hearing, it's the ear function. Your feet may touch the floor. We used to think that it's happening here, in this body, in my body, but it's actually just a function of the skin. Likewise, if you actually get into this system, you can understand actually there's no self. And then you might feel it, that even the consciousness level, the feel level, is actually the speed of the sensory function. That's all. That's really all. Because when someone's thoughts are not that strong, it's really beautiful to get this into your practice too, because consciousness is something you feel. You can't think about it. It's just the pure feeling. So even the pure feeling, it's felt as here. The vibration is felt as here, but then actually it is with this ignorance that we have, that way of feeling. But when we understand it's just the function of the sensory organ only, due to the speed only we feel this. Because if there's no speed, just imagine this whole Earth didn't have a speed of rotation, which you don't even feel. It's such a massive speed. None of these functions will be, it's very difficult to have a consciousness. But then because of the speed, this consciousness is manifested. So even that consciousness, the feel, that's just the fast function of the sensory organ. And then you can feel that the alive feel that we believed or kind of thought that is the precious thing. That's why we are afraid to die, because we feel that the alive feel is the most precious thing we have. That's where the fear comes from. So it's beautiful. It gets more and more beautiful when you understand that none of these things, there is nothing to burn for, nothing to crave for, nothing to actually fight for. But then does the life stop there? No, it will flow as usual without burning. That's all. And more you understand, you can actually become others, and you will be looking after your parents as you have never done before. You will feel them. You will feel their burning, and you will feel, you will try to calm down their burning, because there is no burning in your position. You are able to telepathize to any other's burning. Yeah. Anyone else to add something?
Dr. Popula. I think those examples that we have heard in this room also, it's just life still goes on. So, activities have to be still done, obligations have to be performed. But if you take an example of, children making sand castles on the beach, right? And then, so they don't know that, that at any point of time, the waves can come and wash the sand castle away. They make it with such intent. If you, watch children making those, with all seriousness, piling sand and making shapes and things like that. And then, the disappointment when they get washed away. But if you take an example of an adult, they can still, go with the flow with the children and, help to make the castle and things like that. Or even, even without kids, just for the fun of it, you can, an adult can start piling sand on the beach and start making a castle, because, that's one of the things that you do sometimes on the beach. But if a wave comes and washes it away, are you going to get perturbed by it? Are you going to get upset by it? No, you don't. And that's because inherently you know that this is being made on sand and that it has the tendency of being washed away any moment by the waves, by the oncoming waves. So, similar example that our advance explains to us so many times is the mirror. Now we go in front of the mirror, we use the mirror. And so supposing, we look at ourselves in the mirror and there's something, say, we don't like. Maybe we've got a big pimple on our face, or we've got a scar or something on our face or somewhere else, or there's something in the reflection that one doesn't particularly care for or like. But are we going to get annoyed or irritated with the mirror? No, we are not. So what does that mean? That means that the mirror is known for as a utility, as a function, and that it is a reflection. Do we think about the mirror saying, this reflection is coming from the mirror has nothing behind it, and therefore I don't have to get agitated by the reflection? Do we think about things like that? No, we don't. The mirror is taken for granted. There isn't even a thought behind it. So similarly, when this truth is understood gradually, initially, we've talked about this in the Zoom as well. Initially, when we try to understand the functions of the sensor faculties, initially there needs to be a bit of effort. Initially, there needs to be a bit of reflection, the reflection on the truth. So there has been a lot of thinking going on in the mundane world as a person, but then that thinking is revolving around all these sensory perceptions being taken as real. So when one hears the truth, that tide gets turned. It gets turned to the point where reality is then provided in a whole different light. Then the reality is not this external world with its fancy lights and colors and all that, but the truth is shown as to what is behind that. Are those colors colors? Are those objects objects? Where did the value come from? So on and so forth. So when that light is shone on these aspects, the value behind those diminish. And because of that, through the reflection, more and more reflection is done initially overtly. Then gradually one will find, when one encounters those objects or when one encounters those situations, just like the example, Joel, you mentioned, typically earlier, even the slightest thing or some incident can, spark you into a temper, or you'll snap at that one and this one, or you'll stamp your feet and you might go back to your room, whatever it is. And then not only that, you will think about it the whole day, or you will say, my day is also spoiled because of that incident. So, the mind, the thoughts have a way of coming on and on again. If one attaches value to something, either through craving or through aversion, the tendency is that thought multiplies. And multiplies because of that underlying current, the vibration, because of considering that to be real. But when one applies the truth to each thought occurring in this moment and understanding that there is nothing in it, fundamentally, no thing in it, what happens is exactly what you said. Gradually, even without you knowing it, over time, the incidents that used to become a problem are no longer a problem. Or it might be a problem, but it just occurs in that moment, and next moment you have even forgotten about it. So this is the beauty, as Dr. Kokula and Dr. Sakuntala said, gradually the reflection, active reflection, becomes a thing where there is just an auto reflection at that moment. And finally, as one progresses and the defilements continue to fade, the incident happens. The incident is just an incident. You might even react to it. You might even raise your voice and say firmly to your mother or father, no, this is the way it should be done. And that's it. And you don't have any anger within you. It's just a reaction to an incident, reaction to a statement, and the matter is over. The burning, as Dr. Popia says, is dissipated. The suffering that she said, what are we trying to address here? The suffering. It is the suffering that is the problem. But everything else, as long as there is breath in this body and the sense faculties work, the body will have its activity. There is still a life that has to be lived in this mundane world. So that continues to happen in the form of a function. The sensors are still working. The system is still running. So it is very beautiful. And gradually, it is very nice to see that you have had these experiences, and I'm sure you'll continue to see the lightness in these things that are done, the lightness in the thought, lightness in the activities as the practical steps that have been explained on this Zoom, because the third step is once one understands the sensors and their functioning, then the self and the self-view falls away, because the less value that is given to the stimuli, the less value that is given to a self as well, because the stimuli is the self. Isn't it, Dr. Popula?
Yeah, basically the value given to the chair is you. So the even value, the value, there's so many levels. So it's just something we feel. So whatever we feel, the chair is existent. That is the, due to the ignorance, we always had the self-perception there. So this get reversed, and so when the suffering is not there, it's a super happiness, super awareness, super happiness, and just whatever the unbelievable loving that Manasi was talking about, because it's not directed on just one thing. It's just the whole situation, like anything in that sense. So when the self is not here, when that suffering or the burning is not there, you can easily do anything for anyone else. So there's no harm to anybody around you, for sure. No harm at all. You're thinking, if you understand Dhamma, something will happen to my parents. No, you will look after them much better than you do now, actually. And they will feel it. And they will definitely feel it. So that's the beauty. And if you have to actually down, imagine the kids. If you have to say something, you will say that. Doesn't necessarily mean that you are actually pampering them with unnecessary stuff. You have to say something sternly. If you have to shout at them, you shout at them. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. There is no burning here. Whatever the action, that doesn't mean that you can actually harm the other person. It naturally doesn't come because the vibration there. You can feel that vibration. No one would actually try to make the vibration worse, but something has to be done. It will happen. So our knowledge that we have, or the skills we have, they're not going to go away. You're not kind of you're not kind of getting demented here. You're not going to forget everything or anything like that. Actually, your abilities will be sharpened. The way you communicate with people will be more relaxed, and you might be able to listen to someone for hours. In the first place, we usually can't, isn't it? Because we start burning here. So we can't really listen to the other person's lamenting. Now you can. Yeah, things start to change. Anything else? Yeah.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි, තෙරුවන් සරණයි,
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි, Dr. and all Dhamma friends. Yes, it's very beautiful to hear that Joel is also experiencing the impact of this true Dhamma. So we were also noticing Dhamma everywhere in the first phase of it, and we were carried away by those experiences, and we then and there joined the Zoom discussions and told them. And gradually, what happened was we realized that it is a system only, that there is no one to notice this also. It also happened naturally. First, we noticed how the defilements were diminishing. In this situation, I was still calm. This stimulus didn't become so real to me. It's getting less and less real. So we are not deceived by these stimuli that occur. The power is diminishing power in the sense, in the form of the power is reflected. The power of the stimuli is reflected in different forms like anger, maybe desire, or then sadness. All these emotions are different manifestations of that mind power. So all these experiences, it is again a natural phenomenon. When we heard through Dhamma, gradually when we realize it little by little, we see Dhamma everywhere. And next, as Dr. Kokila and Ms. Surangika very well explained, it becomes normal, like reflection in the mirror. We don't even notice that we haven't got burnt in that particular situation, because that's the fact that it is a system. It is just the mechanism of the six sensory organs, and when we become well aware or kind of self-evident, this is a system, not a person experiencing an external world, or someone here being not deceived by the experiences. That kind of subtle knowing is also going down. So at that point, everything happens as usual, as normal, without we even noticing that I didn't get burnt or I got caught here, so on and so forth. And when Joel mentioned that planning bit, actually you all have explained that mind sensor is the most difficult to understand out of all the senses. I also had the problem. So if mind sensor works by itself without a person, how come we make decisions? How do we prioritize? Now maybe there are kind of 6, 7 things that we have to do next day. So can the mind sensor prioritize? Oh, this should be done first. This should be next. And actually, it is again the system only. So in now we live in this with this AI technology. So when we want to prepare a plan or a schedule for something, we only have to feed that data. So machine, that AI actually nicely process that all those data and give us a beautiful plan. So it is what happens with the mind sensor also. So when we understand this, actually we have to penetrate through, I mean, actually contemplate at the first few stages, we have to actively contemplate and reflect. Then naturally the system absorbs, I mean, not the person, system becomes aware that it is a system only. So everything happens as usual. And now, for example, these mind images, the role of mental images is also very important now when we to understand that it is a system only that works. Now, when we drive, so this is a very common example taken by all of us, and even Aryan Hanse takes this in the sermons. So do we um, apply brake, thinking that I should apply brake, or when we want to overtake a vehicle, do we speed up uh, intentionally? They also happen automatically. So when you, even if we take a simple example like sweeping the house, so do we move the broom thinking that I should move the broom back and forth like this? They all happen naturally. So in these simple activities, we see that it only a system like a robot, this body, when the thought occurs, the body comes to work and everything happens as if a machine at work. So that then only, actually, then we don't have to worry about, actually the worries gradually, or the worries or suffering, actually suffering gradually diminishes, and we actually feel that we are not kind of, if I say we again, it is the self view, there's no other way to explain. So gradually the full liberation will take place. So that's what I wanted to share here. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, yeah, the main thing is to remember this is something you feel. So whatever you're thinking doesn't really matter. Whether you think that whatever thinking is not really important here, but whatever you feel, if you feel the burning is reducing, and then if you know very well that there's no self at all, that's the main important thing. Yes, Joe?
Another experience, doctor, like yesterday, I had to go to the place where I got this bad counseling. As I mentioned,
Yeah.
it was a traumatic thing. So I met that person. I didn't feel angry or anything. Nothing came up to my mind. I met that person, I gave a good smile, and I came back. After coming back, I was laughing for no reason. But I didn't feel angry about it. I didn't feel any grudge about her. I was thinking, whoa, I changed. I mean, if sometimes if I meet her, I thought I will shout at her and tell something very harshly, you did this to me. But I was not even able to utter a word, just give a smile and just came back home. And that's it. It was so simple.
It's
So yeah,
simple.
thank you.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. That's the thing. That when we actually come out of this cage of self, that you did this to me is the most powerful thing that burns us. The view. There are so many views like that. You know, the hatred. Where does the hatred come from? Where does the jealousy come from? Where does the great, what do you call that, greediness, like people try and steal from others and try to, there's a word for that, but I can't get the English word for that. So how do we get that? Without the self-view, you can't really manifest these things, because when you understand that actually this is like a manifestation and there's no self, this center becomes so blurred. One day it will be zero, but first it becomes blurry, that the story becomes like a joke, because every anger usually stems from this person did this to me. How come this person do something like that to me? Imagine, when people are like saying, that person left me, something like that. So the actual anger is stemming from me part. If we keep understanding this, when this center is blurry, when we understand that this power is reducing, and the whole scenario becomes so much lighter. You become so much, it's a thing for you to feel, like when you feel, actually Aranasi says this beautifully, when you lose you, kind of thing, you without you. It's a beautiful thing, because still the body is there, still the mind is working, your arms and legs are working, you are talking, your brain works, your functions are there, you still can calculate, you still can do whatever you can do before. Yeah, so what? Nothing has happened. So what has happened? Just the thought of self has gone. At least if it hasn't gone forever, it is gone partially. The power has reduced so much. So everything becomes so much lighter. So even the greatest calamity in the world is dying. I would say. I can see people suffering when they kind of even think about dying. Only few people boast about dying. Some people actually do. But even with that delusional thinking, I can see how they boast about dying. Oh, I'm not scared to die. I can die. But they have that kind of delusion, we can feel it. So the most the problematic thing is that. But when you understand, even that is just a thought, because there has to be someone to die. And the dying was a thought. Birth was a thought too. Because this, the baby is born, we say baby is born. It's actually a pattern of how the beings work. Yeah, when there's a unicellular organism, that just become two. There's a word for that. They just separate into two. That's how they multiply. There's only a feeling that's that level. But now here we have a whole story, because we have a big mind. We have a big story. I have this much number of kids. My kids are like this and this. One is good, one is not here. Something like that. Our mother says so many stories. So this story actually is there because of the ability for the human to have a mind. This mind is like a good thing, because mind actually can be used to understand this Dharma too. Because an animal, whatever their manifestation, horse has a different manifestation. Eagle might have a different manifestation. Bat has a different manifestation. Worm has a different manifestation. You name it, we can talk about it. But the problem is, none of these animals have a big mind like humans. So the humans' survival factor is the mind. So it is there for the hormonal system. That is also for the reproduction and the safety. The whole system, adrenaline, everything. But this the self-perception, self-view actually has brought the suffering. Nothing else. Nothing else at all. So its bodily functions are misunderstood. Hormonal functions are misunderstood. Neurotransmitter function, misunderstood. Talking, misunderstood. Thinking, misunderstood. Seeing, misunderstood. Hearing, misunderstood. Touching, temperature, misunderstood. So we just understand that there isn't a self there. So you just, that's it. I mean, there's nothing much more to even utter. But whatever we utter is actually just another word. That's why I meant by there's nothing called truth also, because that's another thought. But whatever we feel is the self-vibration. And when we understand, and when we have the ability to change it, to understand that it's just the speed of the sensory function, this suffering will be gone and we will feel it. Yes. Anything else?
Doctor, Teruvan Sarana, when Aryan Mahansi first said that death is a thought, I actually couldn't figure it out. And when he used to mention that if he sees someone drowning, he would definitely, not as a person, because he himself is a system, he would save other person's life jumping into water. And even being trampled by an elephant, something like that. So with him, when I got the opportunity to talk to him directly, I said, Aryan answer, everything else seemed to be achievable, but when you say that you can sacrifice life even to save someone who is drowning, I think it is a kind of unachievable thing. so scary. Then actually Aryan Hanse explained, so death happens in a fraction of a second. It's just a thought, but everything that happens before are the thoughts, and that's where the suffering is. Otherwise, that death is just a thought in a fraction of a second, then the next thought arises. So that conversation really made a difference actually. I don't know, somehow now that fear has gone. The fear for death actually, it has alleviated a lot, and it was a very beautiful um, experience and beautiful moment actually. That discussion really helped to realize that it is a thought. Otherwise, as a fact, death is a thought that was there, but now it's actually very different. The way that when I hear that death is a thought, that reflect, that telepathized actually, and I wanted to share it as a Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Yeah, actually, as far as your vibration is there, there would be a struggle about this to maintain the feel of existence. The trying to maintain the feel of existence is the alive feel actually. There's so many things to understand there, but the understanding is just a part of mind again. But only kind of an arahant will not have the full lack of alive feel. Now there's no alive feel, so there's nothing at all to there's no birth or death in that sense. So it's in the field side. But anyway, as a view also, we have to understand that so imagine there's a fire and your body is on fire, you will feel the pain. Definitely there will be pain. So don't misunderstand. You may be shouting in pain, but there will be no suffering. That is the extreme kind of example I can give. It is similar to what Joel said, but it is kind of extreme because the body, the skin, has a layer with so much pain receptors. So when that layer is affected, there will be so much pain. But still, the burning part will not be there in an arahant. So it's kind of an extreme example. So we need to understand the bodily functions would be there, bodily sensations would be there. The only thing that would be not there is the self-view, self-perception, and self-vibration. I think we are running into the other Zoom meeting, the 4 o'clock one. Oh, we have 2 minutes, but yes,
Doctor,
Joel.
before finishing, I would like to suggest you something. Yesterday, I was listening to the plan, and there are some changes in the Zoom discussions. If there are any changes, please inform us before the day that you change it. Thanks, Doctor.
All good, all good. Yeah. Yes, we worship Aryan Hanse, and we always do with so much gratitude. And thank you very much, Shani, for reading the book and starting the Zoom discussion. Thank you all Dhamma friends for joining. May Triple Gem bless you all. May everyone understand this Dhamma and cease the suffering.
Teruvan Saranai,
So why we are understanding the truth? Because internal transformation is happening. It's nobody doing. No, It's a happen. It's automatically happen. You can experience it. You can't do that because who is doing? Somebody is there. No? There is no non-soul Dhamma. Somebody is doing. He is there. No? How is talking about non-soul? That is why. It's an experience. We are understanding the truth. What is the truth? How is creating the lights? How is creating the sounds? How is creating the smell? How is creating the taste? How is these senses are creating? How this
Good morning, everybody. All Dhamma things. Let's start our Dhamma discourse for today. So we were discussing about thoughts and how this mind consciousness is this illusion that there is a real world exists and there is an I-ness exists. Well, in our mind consciousness, thoughts will continue to appear. It is natural, it cannot be stopped. This mind consciousness will continue to leave impressions. It is natural. Meaning will continue to summarize experience. That's also natural. Nothing needs to be stopped. The only thing that changes is whether these movements are taken as reality itself or seen as just simple impressions, occurrences, or movements. When a sound appears, it's just a sound. A sound appears. When a thought appears, that's also just a thought appearing. When a color or a shape appears, it's just also a color appearing. None of these needs to become a story about a self or a word. It's not there. If we hear a sound, it doesn't say, I am the one who's hearing this. And also, I came from outside. It doesn't say, I am a sound myself. But those stories will still form because of this mind consciousness, because of the illusions created by this mind consciousness. Well, they do not need to be believed as truth, but you just have to see through it, see the illusion as the illusion. Nothing that appeared needs to be carried forward. The sound that appeared does not need to continue. It just occurred and vanished. Every sensory faculty feels a vibration and impression. They are just arising and passing away. The thought that appeared does not need to continue. The feeling that appeared does not need to continue. Carrying forward is done by memory, by mind consciousness. We think it's a memory, but that's also an illusion by our mind consciousness. Well, actually, thoughts or the mind consciousness repeats what does not need to be repeated. This repeating creates continuity. It feels real. This continuity creates the suffering, the burden, the sadness. But when nothing is carried forward, each moment stands alone. Standing alone does not mean isolation. It means no extra power or weight or heaviness or clinginess. It's just taken as in a light way. The next moment will appear on its own. There is no doer here. It's a natural phenomenon, a natural process. So we cannot stop it. It happens. It will happen. It will appear on its own. There is no need to prepare it with a thought. Let what appear finish appearing. Let what appear diminish like the way it appeared, like as it appeared. Well, even though these are occurring and these are the things we cannot control, we still have this feeling of control. This feeling of control is usually not questioned. It is one of the reasons that fate as part of being alive. It's like I decide, I choose, I made this happen, I listen, I can do it. These ways of speaking feel natural. This this course is not about denying control. It is about describing how this illusion works, how this feeling of control forms in an experience. When an action happens, there is a movement, a hand moves, the body shifts, words come out. After that moment, a thought appears like, I did that, I am affected by, I can control it. The thought appears after the moment. It's rarely noticed because the order is not noticed. The thought is taken to be the source of the movement. But what is actually seen is the movement first, then the claim of authorship. The claim feels convincing because it happens immediately. The immediacy hides the sequence. This rapid speed right it. That's why we were always taught we are stuck in a rapid vibration, a rapid speed. When this sequence is noticed, the feeling of control softens slightly. Even though we think we do this, we are the deciding it. We control this. It's already happening without me. Whether there is me or not, it's happening. The action still happens. The explanation about the action is seen as that unnecessary added part. We still can add it, but we shouldn't take it as the truth. It's just some adding for ease our communication. The sense of control is built from our mind consciousness. Mind consciousness is this illusory world, this illusion. It traps us in this illusion. Similar actions have happened before. Mind consciousness links them into a story of I am the one who acts. I am the one who is doing it. I am the one who's in control. This story repeats until it feels like a solid agent. The agent is not found in the movement. It is the story built from repeated memories of actions, repeated thoughts, repeated habits, habitual. Now you are used to it. It feels natural. The same happens with decisions. A preference appears, then the thought, I choose this, I like this, I love this, I need this. That preference appears before the story of choosing. The story of choosing claims the preference as its own action. This claiming happens so quickly that it feels like a one moment, a one event, and there is a one who's doing it. There's the one who's controlling it. Like, I am the one who's deciding this. Then how can this be an illusion? That becomes the question again. Feeling of control is not in the thought, the preference. It is in the story added to that preference. The same happened with the restraint. An impulse appears. It's a thought, and it fades. Then the thought, I controlled myself. I am the one who's getting angry, getting sad. I can control it, but if you look carefully, when you feel sad, and even though when you want to stop it, can you stop it? If you are the one controlling it, can you stop not being sad, even though you want it? Then how can you say, I am the one who's controlling this? I am the one who's getting sad. It's just a thought generated by the mind consciousness. It's a process done by the mind consciousness. Nobody owns it. There is no person who owns it. So the sadness we feel, we think I feel the sadness, but what actually happens is the mind conscious done this. If I own it, then I can stop being sad, but nobody can understand. This does not mean there is no responsibility in life. It means the inner feeling of a control, I-ness, is built from interpretation, an added part. If you see through it, if you experiment with it, you will notice that there is no one who belongs these thoughts, who owns these thoughts. The body functions, the sense faculty functions, they give us vibrations, different ones, different impressions, color, sound, taste, smell, touch, and finally, thoughts or mind consciousness. The body functions and the mind responds. Habits guide the movement. These do not require a central controller or a me, myself, or I-ness to operate it. The feeling of control is a summary thought about these moments, about these movements. Because this thought keeps repeating, it feels real. The reality of the feeling does not mean the feeling describes how actions happen. The same construction happens with the feeling of sadness, failure, sorrow. Sometimes something does not go as expected. Some things. A thought appears as I failed. I didn't do it. I couldn't do it. The failure is not found in the event itself. It is found in the interpretation of the event. That event never said, this is a failure. The mind consciousness is the one who gives a thought that labeling it as a failure. This interpretation creates a self
who failed, not just a failure, but also it is added with I-ness, a self-forced fail. Without this interpretation, there is only an outcome. This does not remove learning. It removes unnecessary self-burden or unnecessary self that added to those occurrences, those events, those moments. Learning can still happen without turning outcome into personal identity. Then this control is also seen as a constructed feeling, another illusion created by our consciousness, by our thoughts. And when you compare with yourself, those efforts, those clinginess, those powers becomes lighter. Action still happens, care still happens, adjustment still happens, but softens the pressure of being the one who must control everything. That I-ness, that me, myself, that living person, that built up living person. If we don't know how to do it, well, we'll understand it. But now it has become habitual. When we see something, we automatically, it's the thought of it. The thought includes the sound, taste, the touch, the smell, all related to that image, that color we saw. It is a habitual process. It happens after the first thought was created in our mind consciousness. We used to that. We used to that learning process. This is how things are created. All the sense faculty impressions are combined together and the thought creator. We don't see that process. We just see as we labeling something with sound, another taste and smell and consider it as something existing outside in the real world. Once we done it, it becomes habitual and we start to label everything around us and create more thoughts into mind consciousness. This habit is a movement that does not need a direction. When you walk, the feet move. You do not decide each muscle movement. When you speak, words appear. You do not plan each sound. When you react, a response appears. You do not build each reaction consciously. Habit guides action through repetition. Repetition builds pathways. Pathways guide movements. These pathways are not a self. They are learned patterns, habits. Because these patterns were repeated, they feel real. They feel personal. The feeling of this is how I am comes from those repeated patterns of action and reactions. For instance, with infant in the child, the cot, did the infant in the cot has the feeling of this is how I am. They have no clue. They don't even know there is someone exist. They just feeling a bunch of impressions. But when we growing up, when we turn into adulthood, we have a repeated patterns of actions and reactions. Not that feels as this is how I am. I cannot do something except from those ones. We have built a cage and stuck inside there. An illusory cage, a fake one. These feelings of a controller comes from the interpretation of these patterns. A pattern appears, then the thought, I am doing this. The thought comes after the pattern. This order is usually missed. We think the pattern is the me. Because the order is missed, thought is taken as the cause of the pattern. When the order is seen, the story of control softens. This softening does not remove responsibility entirely. It removes the inner pressure, that power, that heaviness we have for this built up I-ness, builds up me, myself. It removes that pressure, that heaviness of being a controller of the inside experience, the thoughts, the body. So responsibility still functions as memory and learning. When an action has a result, mind consciousness records that result, and the future actions adjust. For example, we see a tree and are we trying to go through it? No, because now we already know if we trying to go through it, we're gonna hit it and get hurt. That's what happens. More thoughts added, more learning added. Now future actions adjusted. We don't have to go. We already know it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hit. This adjustment does not require a center self though. It's just learning. It's just how existing. But there is no one who's being affected or who's doing it. It is how learning happens in any system. The same applies to restraint and discipline. An impulse appears, the impulse fades. Learning from past outcomes influences the feeling. In the story, I control myself is added out of nowhere. The story is a summary. The feeling is the actual event. The summary is useful in language. It is not, but it is not. This summary is not how the event happened. It is the added extra part. When this is seen, there is less me, I-ness in that. There is less pride, less ego. When things go well, less blame. When things go poorly, there is still care. There's less self-burden. The power of the I-ness has reduced. The fear of losing control is strong. The fear strengthens the controller's story of the controller. When control is believed necessary for safety, the story of control tightens. This tightening is felt as anxiety. The anxiety is not about the situation. It is about protecting the story of being controlled, that I-ness, that me, that myself, that illusion. When the truth is realized, when you realize there is no self in me, then you realize it's no use to be sad because there is nothing to protect in the first time. Then the anxiety softens slightly. This does not remove challenges, it removes that extra heaviness, the power, the tension added by the need to be a control. The same applies to the wish to improve oneself. Improvement often assumes the controller who can reshape the self. But what actually changes is a habit. Habit changes through repetition and feedback, not through a central controller, a me, myself, forcing change. When this is seen, everything becomes less powerful, less burdened, less heavy. Thought does not begin as thoughts. Thought begins as contact. Before there is a thought, there is seeing, there is hearing, there is smelling, there is tasting, there is touching, and there is simple mental appearances. Each sense contact is a simple vibration of experience. This vibration is not yet meaning, it is not yet a story, it is only a contact. When a sound appears, there is hearing contact. When a color appears, there is this seeing contact. When a smell appears, there is this smelling contact. When a taste appears, there is this tasting contact. When a sensation appears, there is this touching contact. All by themselves. These are light and momentary. Thought is formed when these contacts are linked together. Each one of these senses has its own vibration, but when all of these are connected together, they create another new vibration. It's called the thought. Thought has its own power, not anything from those other impressions, the sounds or the colors, but its own power. This linking of those appearances, those vibrations, does not happen only in the present moment. It is supported by the mind consciousness. When one sense contact appears, mind consciousness brings related impressions from other senses. Now comes a thought, not just a contact, a simple contact, but a thought which has all other contact from senses. This gathering is automatic. For example, when a word is hearing contact occurs, if we take that hearing just as a sound, then it ends there. But what really happens is, along with that hearing, image appears from seeing. Along with that hearing, taste appears from tasting. Along with that hearing, smells appears from smelling. Along with that hearing, textures appears from the touch. This gathered pattern feels like one object. Now it has its own power, own vibration, own built-up object, a thought. This one object is what is called a thought. The thought is not located in hearing alone. It is not located in seeing alone. It is the combination. It is the combined vibration of many sense patterns meeting. Because many impressions come together, this field of thought is strong, more powerful. This strength is why thought feels more real than simple visual contact. Sense contact is light, thought is heavy. The sense contact is simple, thoughts are complicated. The heaviness does not come from the reality, it comes from this combination, this feeling of reality. This combining is learned. As a child, sound appears first, then meaning is learned. After the meaning is learned, sound and meaning appears together now. Because they appear together, it feels like there is a meaning in this sound. When you use it frequently every day like a habit or for a long time, now it feels natural. It's really hard to question it. It feels like there is a meaning in this sound now. But the point is, meaning is not in that sound. Meaning is in the stored pattern that sound triggers. Stored patterns means the thought that the sound triggers. This is how thought is created and from sense, contact, and memory. This creation is not deliberate. No one chooses which memories appear. The system of association operates on its own. It's a natural phenomenon. This is why thoughts can surprise you, and you can't control thoughts because it happens automatically, naturally. It's a part of the nature. If there were a thinker creating thoughts, thoughts would never surprise. Thoughts surprise because they are assembled by conditions, not by a controller. That's why we call this Dhamma. It's cause and effect Dhamma. Because everything happens by the causes and the effect arise, not by a controller, not by a normal. This assembly happens in layers. Let's say the first contact happens, then the recognition, then the thought, that mind consciousness, then the interpretation, then the emotion, and so on. This happens in rapid fast. All of this is gathered into one event called thought. Because this happens very quickly, rapidly, it feels like a single thing, an object, a real feeling. Because it feels like a single thing, it feels solid as well as convincing. The same process builds emotional thoughts. A sound appears, memory of past fear linked to that similar sound appears. The gathered pattern is not just a sound, it is danger. But that danger is not in that sound, it is in that gathered thought, that gathered impressions. This is how thought creates emotional worlds. Desire works the same way. A sight appears, thought related of that sight of the pleasure linked to that similar sights appears. The gathered pattern is I want it. It is good. So now I want it. The wanting is not in the sight. The object that differed from that sight is also not in that sight. It is just a sight, some colors. But the thought, it has the other impressions. It is in the thought pattern. This is how a thought gives power to certain impressions and not to others. Where we feel strong connection, then there is more power to that I-ness, that thought. The power is not in the senses we get from the sense faculties, but it is in the linking of many senses impressions into one vibration, which is the thought. This is how thoughts are created. Thoughts are not created by a self. They are created by meeting of contact, habit, conditions, a natural phenomenon. Seeing this does not stop a thought, but it changes how thought is taken. Now people think, now people take thought as real, thought as a reality, a thing, object. But after they realize it, thought becomes something that forms, not something that commands, that is real. A thought feels like one thing, a real thing. But what appears is not a thing. It is many impressions gathered. A sound appears, an image appears, a feeling appears, a bodily tone appears. These are not separate events. They are gathered into one pattern. Because they are gathered, the pattern feels unified. Because this pattern feels unified, it feels like a single object, a real object of a thought. This is how a thought feels complete. The completeness is not in any single sense. It is in the gathering. If we take a single appearance, let's say a sun, it doesn't have much power, much weight or heaviness to it. But when there are different senses all combined together, it feels stronger, more powerful. It creates, it gives that, it feeds the illusion. This is why a thought can feel richer than a direct contact, just only contact, just only one contact actually. Direct contact is very simple, light, and less strong. It's not powerful. But the thought is layered and dense. This density comes from the number of impressions combined into one mental event. When this density is seen, thought loses some of its authority. The thought still appears, but its density is seen as constructed. This seeing does not require pushing thought away. It only requires seeing that what feels like one thing is actually many impressions gathered together. Because when we first learn a thought, it is less powerful. It just has only sounds, a simple sound, a simple color, a simple taste, a simple smell, and a touch. But when we start to move on with life and start to learning things, there are more things, whether it's thoughts or colors or taste or smells, are added to that same thought. Now the power increases because there are more thoughts, there are more power to that. That's why after a long time you feel more powerful a single thought is. That's why it's hard to see through it when it's real reality. That is the ignorance. That is the illusion. That is how that power of thought creates that illusion and make us feel it as the reality. So we'll end our discourse, morning discourse from here on Teran Sanai, everybody.